There, Francis.
There, Francis. Good morning, everyone. We are fixing a little sound issue with our video. That's what happens sometimes when we are live. But that's what's going on right now. But we are ready to go. We are waiting for our host and our guest this morning. So I'm seeing Paul Fanner with us, and I'm seeing Joe Tripp as well. So we're going to wait for Paul and Joe to join us. And again, little sorry for this issue with the sound on our video, but our production team is working on it. That's what happens sometimes when you are live. And so waiting for Joe Tripp, and we're going to get the show start. So let's wait one more second. We have people joining us from around the world this morning, and we have Jimmie Johnson, our first guest, ready to go. And it's 5:50 in the morning in California, so everybody is up and early. We're waiting for Joe Tripp from Speed Sport, and we're going to be launching the show any second. Good morning, Mr. Fanner. Paul, you're on mute. Sounds like everybody's having sound issue this morning. You're on mute.
I'm back.
Okay.
There's Joe.
Excellent.
Hey,
Very
Joe.
good.
I've been here for half an hour.
Okay, excellent. But thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Race Industry Week 2024, brought to you by ePortrait, Racer, and Speed Sport, presented to you by ETS Racing Fuel, Penske Racing Shocks, Peak, Fifth Third Bank Motorsport, Scott Lewis Associates, Crowder, sponsored by ARP, CTEC Manufacturing, Performance Plus Global Logistic, and 3P Transers. I am Francisque Savignan, the founder and CEO of ePortrait, the racing industry, every minute, every day. This is day one. We're going to be live for 4 days, and we have an amazing lineup of speakers for you. To view the schedule and the list of speakers, please visit ePortrait.com. With me this morning are Judy Kin, the co-founder of ePortrait, Paul Fanner, founder, president, and CEO of Racer, Joe Tripp, managing partner and CEO of Speed Sport, and a wonderful host, three-time NASCAR Cup Series Champion, Mr. Jeff Hammond. Judy.
Thank you, Francis. Welcome, everyone, for joining us. Boy, what a week ahead we've got going. And it's hard to believe we're on our 5th annual Race Industry Week. Believe it or not, this week was really created from COVID. The world stopped. There were no trade shows. So we said, let's produce one for the industry. And here we are on our 5th annual Race Industry Week. And what amazed me a couple years ago on our 3rd Race Industry Week, Jim Campbell from GM said, this is a tradition. So here we are on our 5th. Those words that he said made me feel proud. So we are here with our good friends from Racer and Speed Sport. We're going to have a knockout week ahead. And on to you, Paul.
Thank you, Judy, and thank you, Francisca. And hello, Jeff. It's great to be here. More than anything, this is the ultimate hangout if you're in the racing industry. You get to see all your friends without having to get in a car or fly in an airplane, which I seem to think is a good option these days. And what we've got lined up this week is unprecedented in terms of the quality of the speakers and panels we've assembled. It really truly is a place where the industry comes together to exchange ideas and share what's happened in the past year and what will be coming in the year ahead. When I first started to become involved and interested in racing as a young person, the first publication I purchased directly from Chris Economaki was Speed Sport News. And that got me fueled up to do the rest of it. And speaking of the rest of it, here's the man that completes our panel this morning, Joe Tripp.
Paul, you always set me up so nicely. Thanks. That's very kind. And thank you, everybody. Thanks for being here. Jeff, nice to see you. Like you said, we have an amazing lineup this week. I don't want to use a superlative, but I think this is our strongest week thus far in our 5th annual. Who'd have thought we'd be here when we started this during the COVID era And who'd have thought that in our 5th year, we'd be streaming portions of this live on TV to over 100 million households, which I'm excited to be able to facilitate that. So we'll be on Speed Sport 1 live. You can find that on Amazon Prime, on Pluto, on all smart TVs in your app. So go to speedsport1.com if you want to find it, or shoot it out to your friends if you want to have them see you or see us on TV. But excited for the day. We've got a lot going on, a lot of great guests and great panelists. I'm looking forward to sitting back and listening and learning. But it's going to be a great day. Thanks very much.
Mr. Hammond, on to you.
Wow. I mean, you guys make a tough act to follow here. And I'm just excited about being a part of this since the very beginning and inception of ePortrait, and the idea and the belief that we could do what nobody else had ever done. And to pop up this year and to be having these comments and folks that we have, like Joe said, 100 million. I mean, it's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling what you just put out there, and Paul Fanner and everybody's idea and faith that if we persevere, we can prevail. And I think this week will definitely show that we are headed in the right direction ever since day one. And we continue to get stronger each and every year. And I'm just proud to be a part of it, and very excited about our first guest that we're going to have here this morning, and to have Mr. 7-time himself, Jimmie Johnson, the man who can do anything, I think, when it comes to a race car anywhere around the world. So very excited about that fact right there. I'm very interested to kind of pick his mind and go back to what Paul Fanner said. The guy, he got his start from Chris Economaki. When I got into broadcasting, he told me, kid, the one thing you got to do, you got to ask why. So we're going to ask why, Mr. Johnson. Why are you doing what you're doing?
That's great.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you everyone for being with us today. And as Joe mentioned, this is a really big deal this year being on Speed Sport 1. So thank you, Joe. Just remind everybody, so if you want to participate in the activity, you can, log in on the Zoom link, but we're also streaming on Speed Sport. We're streaming on racer.com. We're streaming on YouTube, on different social media. And again, for the full schedule and the lineup of speakers, visit ePortrait.com. We are going to be running 25 sessions back to back with, again, an amazing lineup of speakers, and we'll be traveling the world, starting with Mr. Jimmie Johnson in a few minutes. Paul, you've been with us since day one, like Jeff, and any thoughts from the first one to the 5th one now? What a journey we have had?
Well, the most profound thought I have is that, this has become something that has a place in the industry now. It was an answer to a problem, but it became maybe the way things are. And we live virtually now. Many of us work virtually. We meet virtually. And the idea that the industry exists virtually 24/7, 365 is something that you first shared with me when you had the idea for ePortrait. This proves it. And I think it proves it on a global scale, given the lineup we have this week. So, the hardest thing in the world to stop is a good idea. So nothing's stopping this. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the lineup this week.
Thank you, Paul. Joe, we've got 1 more minute, and we're going to let Jeff Hammond take over. A word of wisdom.
No, I think it's great. I think everything you guys have said rings true, and just the evolution of technology and the virtual world we live in is what makes it possible for me to take what Chris Economaki made famous and evolve it into the modern digital world with, digital media, social media, and now television, that literally we run the network remotely, just like we're doing this. So it's exciting times for us, and who knows what we'll be doing around the corner. Maybe even Paul Fanner will be just AI driven and virtual. But exciting times.
It is really interesting when I travel and go to different races and events, having people come up and say, it's amazing what you guys do, the array of people. And all these people are donating their time. And and jumping on board and providing this. It's very educational for our industry. And here we've got Jimmie coming on.
Yeah, great.
Excellent. So, good morning, sir. Good afternoon to you.
Yes, thank you. It's a pleasure to be on. It's great to see everyone, especially my
Excellent. Thank you.
go-karting friend down there in the corner, Mr. Paul Fanner. We have some stories that go way, way back.
Yeah, we need a rematch, Jimmie.
We can't afford to break ribs at this point, so
we can't, but we still need a rematch.
I love it. I love it.
Jeff Hammond, on to you.
All right, thank you, everyone. And Mr. Johnson, how are you doing, sir?
I'm well, buddy. How are you? It's good to see you.
I'm doing well. Good seeing you. Good seeing you. This right here is such an honor. It really is. All the years that I've been broadcasting, I probably have never sat down with you and had a one-on-one. And it's
There's always a
something that
first.
yeah, there's always a first, and I'm really excited about being the kickoff to our industry week too. So really, it's an honor to have you on here, and thank you for taking time from your busy schedule, which I'm sure you have, to spend a few minutes with us. And I do want to ask, hopefully you had a very great and wonderful Thanksgiving, and everything is doing well in England at this time.
Yeah, we had an awesome Thanksgiving. We started a tradition last year since we moved over for this adventure year. It's now turned into two, but we went to Scotland. A good friend of ours, Dario Franchitti, insists that we go to Scotland once a year.
Yeah.
And so the Dixon family, the Franchitti family, and the Johnson family goes. Dario did take an opportunity to buy us kilts, and so I've now worn a kilt for the last two Thanksgivings, and I've just had a great time with both of them and their families. Just a really special opportunity to be here. I'm trying to balance, some career, some goals that I had after my career, and spending more time with my family and living abroad. And as that all came about, this opportunity to get into the NASCAR ownership space came around, and timing isn't ideal in some respects, but that's life. And I've spent a lot of time flying over the Atlantic through the course of the season, and now home for a few weeks before I head back that way for, year-end stuff at the race shop.
I'm glad you brought it up the way you did, because I kept thinking, I said, how do I talk to the man who, in my opinion, has climbed NASCAR's Mount Everest 7 times? I mean, you have accomplished so much. I mean, Jimmie, have you ever just kind of like look back over your past history, and do you realize how impressive it really is when they put it down in print? Because it just hit me in the face how much stuff you have done in a positive manner when it comes to the motorsports industry.
Well, thank you. I have to say that in the moment, so focused on accomplishing it and then trying to do it again, I didn't savor it as much as I should. But going through the Hall of Fame induction ceremony in January, soon to be last January, that is the deepest it has ever gone. And to be reunited with so many friends from the journey, to see them in the hall that evening, and then the great after party and friends coming to town, and it just reflecting. I mean, as we all know, it's a busy sport, and we're worried about what's next and not what just happened. And I finally let it in as much as I could. I still hope that there are more of these kind of Easter eggs out there for me in life, because I enjoyed that so very much.
Well, and I want to thank you for this, because when I was reading and doing a little studying on you, when I came across, I guess this right here would be your mission statement. And I love the way he's got this worded. A legacy is more than what you leave behind. It is something you build every day. And we were all, Paul Fanner and all of us, Paul brought up Chris Economaki.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you were very well versed with him. He told me when I got into broadcasting, he said, Jeff, he said, what you've got to do, you've got to be willing to ask why. And between that statement and what Chris Economaki asked me and told me I need to do, why are you doing this? I mean, what lesson did you not learn along those these years involved in racing that made you want to take this bold move? Because again, not only are you making a bold move, but you're doing it in a direction, in a path that I think caught a lot of people off guard.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, I think timing has so much to do with life and all the pluses and minuses that come with it. And think about my driving days, and it's hard to argue that I didn't have every positive opportunity come my way. Living it, there were some negatives and some more challenging moments, but and while I was driving, I did not desire to be a team owner. That was not my childhood dream. It's very evident talking to someone like Tony Stewart that he wanted to be a team owner. And I watched and knew that it was a different game and a lot of pressure and stress that went with it. But it just was tough to look at it as a viable business. And the changes that have been made in the last 11 years with the charter system in NASCAR have really changed my point of view. In the early days, I was still in a cup car and driving, and it just wasn't sure where it was going to go. But I would say in the last 3 years, maybe even 5, if you look back far enough at some of the early signs, the interest in sports, the interest in a franchise, NASCAR is one of the few that's left, and we're watching the values grow, and that's obviously a telling sign. I still do believe that there's some scalability that's untapped within our sport, within the industry, and other forms of motorsport. I think there are some other elements. When you look at a real stick and ball club and the way real estate, hospitality, media, there's other entities that spin off of it, even like an academy of sorts. There's a variety of different tentacles that really create the business, and it's more than just what's done on Sundays on track. And that, although that is very important in the North Star, period, but I think where the sport is heading and the interest in live television and in sports, there is a moment in time for motorsports, and we're watching it happen with Spire and Dan Tower is coming in. Now they're moving to Formula One. When you look at the PE groups looking to invest in NASCAR, now IndyCar is moving to a charter system. There's this moment in time here that's taking place that sure, I'm making a bet on it, but this is the industry I know and love, and there are a lot of people making bets on it, so I've jumped in the pool with them.
And with that being said, you also have formed your company. I think that is organization with a unique partnership with Maury Gallagher, and then having your ambassador being Richard Petty. Tell me about that. I mean, because again, I've been around the king, since I was knee high to a grasshopper, and his business perspective and his viewpoint from basically the ground up when it comes to racing has got to be in its own right, when you're having a discussion, education.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, in his love of the sport. I mean, the guys. I think the King went to 26 or 7 races last year, and Dale Inman, his partner in crime, right there with him, going everywhere. So
Yeah, Batman and Robin.
they are, and they're such wonderful people, and their commitment to the sport and love of it is extremely inspiring. I went and had fun in IndyCar for a couple of years, but I always knew that NASCAR, that's where I grew up and where I wanted to end up being involved at some level. I was thinking maybe TV or some other opportunities, but partnering with Maury's really just been incredible opportunity for me. And we just have these opposing needs that the other can really offer. And as we looked at the name Petty GMS and thought about, what are we going to call ourselves? I was very adamant and put a lot of time and effort into Legacy Motor Club, because I feel that the name gives us a lot of optionality, and it allows us to bring in and honor someone like Richard Petty and Dale Inman. Now in the club, we have Matt Kenseth working with us, and also Trevor Bayne and the legacies they've created. And we certainly hope our 2 drivers, and John Hunter and Eric Jones, create their own legacies in our cars. So it gives us some optionality with the name. even expansion. If we choose to race in other championships, we can still put a lot up under the name itself. And then in my heart, I feel like, the motor club piece is something that we haven't had a chance to really build out yet because we've been focused more on the motorsports, the racing side. But there is a large fan base out there that is craving more, and it can be high level experiences, mid tier, more day in and day out experiences. But there is such an appetite for motorsport, and we see it around the globe. And we watch Formula One come into the States and now have 3 events. You name it, all motorsports are trending up, and there's an opportunity there for us to reach our fans and to really reach all fans. And we hope to lean into that more as the 25 season kicks off and beyond.
From what I'm hearing you say, it sounds to me like, you're not just discussing stuff with NASCAR either. It sounds to me like, you got your radar up and going 360, looking for opportunities, and other venues and different types of sports that can interact with your business model. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely hearing that correctly. I think that, when you really look at stick and ball sports and the diversification that they have, it just helps create revenue streams that keep you competitive. And, a media company, hospitality company, real estate, other championships to compete in. And we have an amazing relationship with Toyota. There's a lot going on this year with Toyota and the GR brand itself. And I think you'll see me in a variety of different GR vehicles having fun throughout the year. If I can parlay those opportunities into more than one-offs or a couple races in a year and bring that inside of our walls of our race shop and figure out a logical and smart expansion program that does not hurt our core product, which is NASCAR, we'll look hard at it. And I think as you stack these things up, that's how you create longevity for a race team. It's tough for myself to look at Mr. Hendrick or Mr. Penske and think, oh yeah, I can go dollar for dollar with those guys. It's impossible. So I have to figure out other ways to make that happen. And I think the charter system helps tremendously. The discussion around a cost cap in NASCAR would help teams like myself. The fact that we're now down to 3 full-time cars versus 4, unless you're a grandfathered team, so there are some elements here that can help former drivers be successful owners.
So, again, Jimmie Johnson, the brand has not gone away. I was going to comment on watching one of your Carvana recent commercials, and I got a big kick out of you going to gas the car. Really? I said, look at him. I said, the man can't get enough driving. He's now got a big part of the pit crew and take away people's jobs, putting decals on. But I found that refreshing because again, it shows your personality. Because I still remember back to, and again, I'm not trying to bring up something bad, but I think it shows the human side of you of surfing on a golf cart.
There's nothing bad with that, other than the pain I had for 6 weeks wearing a cast.
But I love the fact that you're staying in front of the people. It's not just. I don't think you can pop in and out being a driver like you're doing and be able to still command, the attention of being relevant. And I like the way you're doing that. You've got a solid company behind you, and you're behind them. But the way that they captivated that, I thought was this. Hey, now this right here is being creative and willing to kind of like maybe it's not a comfort zone for you, but if that's a comfort zone, great. But if it isn't, you made it look easy.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. It was really easy to wear like 1 or 2 hats as a driver, and you're so focused on the roles and responsibilities that are there. You don't think about what it takes to load up your 2 transporters, send them across the country and go racing, and people, airplanes, sponsors, partners, everyone you have to, have in consideration and look after and represent. And, that's something, although I drove for Mr. Hendrick for 19, full seasons, man, I took it for granted. It was awesome. I got on a, nice team plane and flew across the country and had a brand new transporter sitting there with a really fast race car out back. So I feel like my brand in the last couple of years has had a little less time and attention on it because I'm now trying to learn the business side. And Maury has been extremely helpful in teaching me the business side. We've had a lot of change, which is never fun within our walls, but as we continue to evolve and try to move in a direction that we think is important, I've learned a lot of important lessons along the way as a businessman. I wasn't bold enough to think that I was one as a race car driver. I was much more of an athlete than a businessman, and now I'm, at 49, going to the School of Hard Knocks and Learning.
Yeah, that was another thing too. All these years, I've never looked about your birthday and realized we were very close as far as not in age, but we're
Ah,
in the same month. You're born in
there we go.
September, and I'm September 9th, and you're I think what 17th of September. So
17th, yeah.
belated happy birthday, being
Same to you.
49. And if you
I'm not
run
going to
hard, but
ask.
maybe you'll catch me.
I'm not going to ask. You can disclose your own age if you'd like.
Hey, look, I'm not as old as Richard Petty. Let's put it that way.
There you go. Safe.
And I'm still chasing him and him and both. I mean, they're my
Definitely.
heroes. So I like that idea there. But Jimmie, when you're going through this school of hard knocks, is there anybody that you go to on a regular basis? I mean, is it your partner? Is it your wife? I mean, where do you draw, counseling for such an endeavor? I mean, I have been a part of building teams back in the day. I understand and appreciate everything you're saying, but the big difference right now is the scale, the magnitude of what you're dealing with, and the magnitude of what it takes to get it going and keep it going.
Yeah, that's big. And I mean, I wouldn't say it's really just any one person. Of course, my wife's support is so important to me and my family's because it has me traveling quite a bit and being away from the adventure that we set out to have here in England. But everyone's understanding and gets it, and they know Dad can't sit still, and they're proud of me for being bold and chasing something. But it's tough. I mean, you have to put so much trust in other people, and it's your OEM, it's your own workforce. There's just so many layers that go with it, and strategically, we've been making smart decisions as we go, and over time we'll figure out if those are the right ones. But I truly believe that the relationship with Toyota is the right decision for Legacy Motor Club. We've had a lot of turnover throughout the course of the years. We're trying to evolve in the organization we want to be. And again, that stuff wasn't fun, but we've recruited Jacob Cantor from GM. We've recruited Brian Campy from Hendrick Motorsports. We have Graham Gott from Joe Gibbs Racing. We have Chad Johnston from Stewart Haas, Travis Mack from Colleague. And you look around, and I'm sure I'm leaving a couple names out, but you look around, and we are now attracting higher quality, super talented individuals. And that evolution is going to pull us up the grid, and that's just part of this process. And I guess my biggest lesson was in all of this is just how slow this stuff moves. At least my role at Hendrick in that 48 car all those years, we could make stuff happen literally from one week to the next and change around our little group of 15 people and do whatever we wanted. But in the big scheme of things as an organization, it takes months for anything meaningful to really come about.
Yeah, I had one owner tell me one time, he said, in NASCAR today, we went from having speedboats that we got everything done to ships, and you just don't stop a ship or turn a ship on a dime.
So true.
And he said, you got to plot a course, and you got to start making changes long before you get to the point that you can make that turn. And you better hope that you're on course when you make the turn.
Definitely. That is so true. It's interesting.
Well, tell me some other things interesting about what's in front of you now as far as the upcoming season's concerned. There's been a lot of, let's face it, 2024 has been a year of, if it could happen, it would happen when it comes to NASCAR, from, people stepping over the line to creating lines that were never even knew that existed. I mean, it's been an oncoming growth in the sport, as you've already alluded to. how was that relationship? I mean, are you on the phone a lot of times with, with people like Jim France and Phelps? Uh, what's your relationship with NASCAR in your present role?
Yeah, it's certainly evolving. I'm just one where I want to make sure before I speak, I know what I'm talking about and have a, you know, educated point of view. And the first year or two of the variety of NASCAR meetings I would sit in, from the RTA meetings, ownership meetings, just a lot of note taking and listening. And my partner, Maury Gallagher, is one of the most savvy and successful entrepreneurs out there. And so, conversing with him before, hearing what questions he asked, and then debriefing after, and working through that's been extremely helpful for me. It's been as you pointed out, it's been a crazy year, and it's not over yet. When you look at the litigation through the charters that's taking place right now, I think we're all watching the press, closely every day to see how that turns out. But I don't know, man. It is just right when you think you've seen it all, like something else happens you haven't seen before, and that's really been the last couple of years. Maybe starting when Ross Chastain decided to grab fifth gear and hold it on the wall at Martinsville. Like, we never saw that before, and it keeps happening.
Do you feel like you want to go back one time and just try it and see how it felt? I mean, you're
I
so good
watched
at
a couple
marketing.
failed attempts, where guys were trying to pass me of all in Carl Edwards one time, and I was so caught off guard by his move that I watched him and thought, man, you might pull it off, and then decided I better go because he was going to pull it off. But what Ross did there was wild, just wild.
Jimmie, I think, we focus so much, like I say, because again, we've only got a short period of time. I'd love to be able to talk to you for 2 or 3 days and pick your brain about it. But when you're bringing up something like that, Carl Edwards and racing him, when you look back over your career, is there a moment, is there a time and space that Jimmie Johnson said that was cool? I mean, is there something that you always keep at the top of your list of a go-to moment? And I don't care where it was at. I mean, it could be on a golf course, but I'm thinking more in a racing vein. But is there a moment there that really just it excites you every time because you remember it?
Yeah, 19 years there were in the career I was so fortunate to have an experience. There were some really, really incredible moments. The one though that came first to mind was in Charlotte. I ran, or I guess 2001, I ran 3 races, getting ready for my first full-time season. And I left pit road at Charlotte, which was the third, no, I guess it was the first race that I ran. Yeah, first race that I ran. I left pit road, and Dale Jarrett and Mark Martin were in front of me, and Rusty Wallace was behind me. And the only other time I'd seen a scenario like that before was playing the NASCAR Xbox game or the NASCAR video game. And I remember thinking, this isn't the video game. Like, this is real. Pinch yourself.
We lose you, Jimmie?
Nope, I'm still there. Do you got me now?
Okay.
Oh,
I
we had a
heard,
little
yeah.
space.
Yeah, this is you had to pinch yourself and you froze for just a
Oh,
second.
perfect. I'm back. Sorry.
No, I'm just thankful we ain't had any more of those along the way. We're a little bit apart, you know what I mean?
We are.
But it's funny that you bring something like that up because again, I thought it would be something winning or something like it. But I guess the shock, the reality that this is like they say, this is for real. There's no more games about it. This is for real, and it
Yeah, and I
all
mean,
has
just
been so real.
when you're new to the sport and unsure how it's going to turn out, um, man, it just, the accomplishments you make earlier in your career have so much weight to them. And I guess you could argue maybe they all do, but I feel like there was more weight to them. There was more of an unknown. I had more risk. And those memories are so vivid. Certainly, the seventh championship sticks out in my mind. Would probably be an argument between those two moments, but that first moment, I just couldn't believe I was there.
Yeah. That's like I say, that's incredible that that's so vivid in your mind. But at the same time, I think it shows me, because I remember that's funny thing. I can remember my first moment and when I was able to go and to be a part of I call it the game.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. It's a really big deal, because I mean, you can lay in bed all you want to when you're a little kid. You can dream about. I mean, when I was growing up, I wanted to be Smokey Unit, and and that's who my uncle who got me into racing. Said, "Hey, he's Smokey Junior. He's Smokey Junior." But to ever look back and remember that first time I went to the racetrack with a real race car, dirt car, obviously, but when you're 12 years old, the world was, your oyster, you might say. And it just seemed like so unreal to be here doing something that you listen to on the radio. Didn't watch it on TV, but we listen to it on the radio every weekend. It's pretty,
Yep.
has an effect on you that can be everlasting. And I can appreciate that after all the years I've been around it. But I'm excited, really, about having this opportunity to pick your brain just a little bit. I do have one other question. If you give me one quick answer. I know you already kind of touched on it, but are you strictly limited to what Legacy Motor Club is trying to do as far as just with NASCAR? Or are you looking to where is the sky the limit?
Yeah, I think over time, if we can make a meaningful change and it makes sense and it doesn't hurt the core product of our NASCAR program, gosh, I couldn't think of anything better. I would love for Legacy Motor Club to expand into other championships. But we've got a lot of work to do at home first in the Cup Series, and 24 was much more difficult for us than we had ever imagined. So we'll crawl before we walk before we run, but certainly have our eye on the future and expansion.
Well, I can't thank you enough for taking the time out with us today, and really appreciate it. And can't wait to see you around the track.
Awesome. Thanks. So look forward to it.
Thank you, Jimmie. What a treat. Thank you very much. Stay with
Thank
us. We're going to move into our next sessions, and we will be right back with you with Kyle Larson. Thank you very much. Stay with us. We're going to run a short little video from our sponsors, and we'll be Thank you, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. This is day one, and we just had a fabulous session with Jimmie Johnson. With me just joining right now is Brad Giddy, our terrific host, who will be hosting our next session. Good morning, Brad.
Good morning. How you doing, Francis?
Very good, very good. So I'm being told that Kyle Larson should be with us any second. Did you have a chance to watch Mr. Johnson?
I did. And, just having been in NASCAR since Jimmie Johnson has been in NASCAR and been able to watch where his career has gone from a guy who won one Xfinity race to then 7 Cup championships and 83 race wins, and now a team owner. It's pretty fascinating to hear not only his journey, but where that journey is going and the origins of Legacy Motor Club and why he named it that way. And just a really interesting guy who is just simply a motorsports guy, which is awesome.
Absolutely. And we're waiting for Kyle Larson, who should be with us any second. So if you're watching us this morning, if you would like to view the schedule as well as the list of speakers, please visit ePartrade.com. Again, ePartrade is, bringing you this Race Industry Week with our partner, Racer.com and Speed Sport, and of course, our wonderful sponsors, ETS Racing Fuel, Penske Racing Shocks, Peak, Fifth Third Bank Motorsports, Scott Lewis Associate, Quarer, ARP, C-Tech Manufacturing, Performance Plus Logistics, and then 3P Transers. So I'm getting a note from a producer that Mr. Larson should be with us any second. Brad, while we're waiting for Kyle, any thoughts about the lineup of speakers we've got this week?
Just looking at today, for example, I do get fascinated when we get to talk to the OEMs. I know we've got Toyota and Ford coming up a little bit later on today. My passion for motorcycles. So having MotoGP and Moto America and, flat track racing and all of that coming up this week, I think is going to be neat. I am just a geek for all things motorsports. So I love things like the Dakar Rally. We have them coming up this week and, just so many different things. Stock Car Brazil. I mean, it's going to be an amazing week. And Steve Phelps with NASCAR tomorrow, I think, is going to be another big one that I really do look forward to also.
And you're absolutely right, Brad. I mean, the importance of this week is bringing, promoters, a series organizer, and event promoters, and of course, big names all together to share, their expertise, their season, and their thoughts, and also wisdom. And so this is we try to make sure we cover everything, including boat racing, and from top level professionals all the way down to grassroots. And so I'm getting another signal that Kyle should be with us any second. That's what happens sometime when you we're live. We had a little sound issue this morning. We also that's being live on TV this year is a first for us. And so if you're watching us, you can be watching us on Zoom as well as on speedsport.com, on racer.com, on Facebook, on YouTube as well, and Speedsport One. So Brad, this is your fifth one, correct? You've been with us since the beginning, and we're talking with Jeff Hammond earlier, and what a journey has been, and all the people we have had. Do you have some memories that they stick up more than others?
Yeah, I do. Truthfully, I love Race Industry Week because of the people that we're talking to. And you take a guy like Kyle Larson, who's involved in everything from the driver's side to a series owner side with High Limit Racing, to a team owner side, pretty much everything. He covers it all. But really throughout the year, when we do our Wednesday Race Industry Now episodes, a lot of the manufacturers and suppliers and vendors that people can find on ePartrade, the different people that we talk to throughout the year, featuring their new products as if we're at a trade show, and the things that we learn about, I think, are probably the most fascinating to me. And whether it's safety innovation to EV technology to powder coating and blasting and just all of the different things and engine internals, it's great to have this literally go on throughout the year, but also have it wrap up as a season with Race Industry Week.
No, you're absolutely right, Brad. And again, our apologies. We're trying to bring Kyle on, and is joining us from, I believe, is in the States, and I think in Colorado or somewhere like that, and so he should be joining us any second. So they are working with him to bring him on. And while we wait I'm getting a little message here. Give me 1 second. And sorry for the delay, but we can talk maybe about the lineup that we have in the upcoming session. So we're going to be hosting Guenther Steiner a little bit later. Then we'll travel to the UK to talk with Alan Go from the British Touring Car Championship. We'll have TRD, we'll have Ford, GM, Great Life, many others, USAC. Tomorrow we'll start the day with Steve Phelps. We have also Antoine Brown coming on later today. Tomorrow we're going to have Justin Marks and Tony Stewart, and then again series from across the board, including the Dakar, a big off-road event where I grew up, basically in France. And then on Thursday we'll be opening the day with Jeff Dickerson, and then again a big lineup of speakers, and then we'll end Friday with another series of, I believe, Team Ganassi. We're going to bring Alex Palou and Mac Hall and the team that's been making Ganassi so successful, winning, I believe, 4 championships in the last 5 seasons. So again, a little apologies for the delay. We're working on getting Kyle on. I'm hearing he's having some technical difficulties. That's what happens sometimes when you're live. And sorry about that little delay. Brad, while we wait for Kyle, maybe you want to share a little bit. I mean, you follow NASCAR the whole season, and I mean, Kyle has been a contender for all these. I mean, just like an amazing driver and the promoters. And any thoughts about his achievements?
Yeah, I mean, you go back and look at 2024, 6 wins and literally ups and downs along the way. Obviously, one of the biggest weekends that we were all anticipating in motorsports was seeing how he was going to be able to pull off the double, running the Indianapolis 500 and the Coca-Cola 600. Mother Nature got in the way of those plans, but I hate to take away from really how fascinating that was in everything leading up to it, and some great coverage.
And Kyle is on. Brad, Kyle is on. So there you go.
We have Kyle.
Good deal. Kyle, welcome. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. You guys got me finally?
Yeah, we do. And thank you so much. Appreciate you being patient with us along the way as well. Man, we're going to cover everything that you've got going on as well. I know we were just talking about the double. We'll get to that. But, we're literally talking to racers from every background. And, and talking about what you do, unless you start actually building cars, I think you pretty much cover everything from a driver to a team owner to a sanctioning body owner and all of that. But give us an idea of just what your normal world is like, because I know it's not normal by comparison to the rest of us.
Well, my normal world is very busy with racing, and as you said, I'm not building race cars, so all of it's driving. But even my kids are racing, go-karts a little bit here, and Owen, he's progressed into the micros a little bit. So most every day's filled up with racing of some sort. So it's fun, and the high limit stuff too has been enjoyable and fun to kind of see that grow and work on what it takes to continue to grow to where we want to be. So it was a good 2024 season between racing and high limit and everything else that we had going on. So hoping for more good things next year, and already excited about getting the year started.
Awesome. If we could talk about high limit racing, first of all, if you don't mind, let's talk about the origins of this series and you and Brad Sweet and everyone getting together and starting it. Why you started it and how it's going now.
Yeah, well, so a couple years ago, we just did some midweek racing. I think that we got 11 races in, and I think that really opened our eyes to kind of how we could grow the sport a lot. And Tony Stewart had reached out to us about wanting to kind of move on from the ownership or series ownership side. So we saw a good opportunity to try to elevate the national scene even more than what it already currently was. Really wanted to try and allow more teams and more drivers and more tracks to make some money and also give the fans even more racing. So from there, we hit from 11 races to, I think, 61 races nationally. So quite a big jump, but you've got a great team, led by Brad Sweet and Kendra Jacobs and Josh Peterman and Mike Hess, a lot of people involved that have, been up and down the road a lot. So it was fun to kind of see, the series progress this year. We had, I think, 16 full-time traveling teams, which was amazing. I felt like the fans really grew to enjoy what we, the product that we have, and kind of how we mesh within the sport and the ecosystem. So yeah, I thought it went great. Exciting, super exciting racing every week too, which was what you want more than anything. So yeah, I look forward to next year and seeing what we can do to continue to kind of evolve and keep up with the times and and just try and grow, keep continuing to grow.
Yeah, what's it been like? You added a lot of new tracks this past season. I know you finished your season at Texas Motor Speedway, and that's on the schedule again for 2025. But working with track promoters and some of the things that you might have learned along the way, because again, everyone in racing has needs, whether it's the drivers, the track owners, obviously the fans, and we want to put on a good show. But what's it been like adding so many new tracks to your schedule and growing that?
Yeah, our schedule this past year was exciting because I think it was a lot of new tracks for a lot of drivers. So that was really cool. I think it kind of threw some curveballs in at the teams and having to grow on their setup package that they've maybe had for years. Going to new tracks. So yeah, that was exciting to see people learn quickly. But honestly, building the schedule, I would say, is one of the toughest, if not the toughest thing to do within, having a series. Brad Sweet, that's pretty much his thing, and he's worked really, really hard on it. The past 2 years, it's tough because there's already so many big races already in place. So you're kind of trying to logistically work around all of that. And there's certain regions that, like one series more than another. So then it's hard to get into that region. And then you're having to look at, tracks that, nobody's really familiar with. So it's a challenge, but I think it's a fun challenge. And I think too, you see, where fans kind of get really happy when you're coming to their region, then you see other fans like, why aren't you guys coming on ours? It's it's simple to do, but it's really tough. 60 races sounds like a lot, but there's so many more racetracks out there than 60, so it's hard to get to all of them. But no, I think we've done a good job of the schedule. Again, we go out to Vegas early in the year, which I'm excited about. I think that'll be good to get out there where the weather's nice and that we haven't ran sprint cars at that track in a long time. So excited about getting our season started out there, and then ending it at Texas Motor Speedway. I think that event will continue to grow, and so I look forward to it.
Yeah, that's really cool. One of the things that I love too, Kyle, and I genuinely feel that you and Brad and everyone got a good start on this because of your passion for grassroots racing and making sure that the sport is very healthy. You go to the High Limit website right now, you're posting the earnings for the season. You guys are making sure that, the health of that for the racers is there as well. Could you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I think, it was obviously a big topic. When we started our series, was to try and just make it healthier for the teams, and especially the teams, but the drivers involved as also. So yeah, I think it's important to kind of advertise, what we're paying out, and we still want to get way better. It's a lot better than what the All-Stars were, but it's still, probably got room to grow. It's just tough. You have to have the money to do it, and crowds play a big part in that. So we try to strive for making our show really entertaining to get the crowds and all that. And then we're still kind of working through how a charter looks in sprint car racing. It's quite a bit different than the NASCAR, obviously, with the massive TV contracts and stuff like that comes in there. So trying to kind of figure out the right way to shape that, to make it beneficial for everybody involved, and make it better than what it is. So still trying to work through that. It's really tough, but we're working hard at it, and hopefully we'll have some information for everybody here soon, and then we can kind of paint a better picture for the long term of how it's going to grow and be more financially beneficial for the team owners.
Awesome. How do you see the health of grassroots racing right now? I mean, obviously, it's more than just high limit what you're involved with.
Yeah, I see grassroots racing being, I mean, gosh, since COVID, it's grown a ton. I think through live stream and just the how simple it is to watch a race from your couch, but also, I mean, the crowds are, I would say, every bit as big, if not bigger, than what they were, still to this point, prior to COVID. So I think that shows you the health between everything. Dirt late models are striving. Wing sprint car racing is bigger and more popular, I feel like, than it's ever been. Lots of young, successful, talented drivers, lots of team owners, great racing. You see purses continuing to grow. It's just in a great spot right now. I think, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but I mean, the top 10 earners, probably top 15 earners from last year compared to this year is probably way more this year. So I think that that's awesome. I would say, high limit has been a massive part in the growth over the course of the last couple of years. I think just, the Outlaws have been the bar for so long, and they haven't really felt much, competition, so to speak, or reason to, change and progress. But I think, with us being added into the scene and us, adding, a safety vehicle at the tracks and safety team and all that, you see the Outlaws doing that. And then the purse also fluctuates, all that sort of thing. So it's good. I think it's good to see, little bits of change for the better. And I think you have to do that as a business and as a sport, especially if you want to, get to where you want to be someday.
Yeah, well, thanks for everything that you do to contribute to that. It's certainly moving the needle quite a bit. All right, let's shift gears here a little bit. Talk about one of the big things in 2024, and that was doing the double. And I don't want to define that experience for you or anyone who watched it as what happened with weather. I'm more fascinated with everything that led up to that. I mean, literally watching you go back and forth and seeing you go from a helicopter to an airplane, going back and forth from Indy to Charlotte and everything. What was your experience like with everything leading up to that day?
Well, I mean, as far as like the logistics of it, it wasn't really any different than what I'm used to. I'm flying around like all the time, getting to the racetracks, last minute. So yeah, none of that was like, surprising to me or any different. I feel like the craziness that I've kept my schedule like the last, well, gosh, probably since I've gotten into Cup and gotten to race sprint cars still, it's kind of helped prepare me for the hectic back and forths to go race and jumping in different cars on same day and stuff like that. So yeah, that was fun to do that, but it wasn't any different. I think a lot of fans were surprised by that, but yeah, the overall experience though was amazing. I loved every bit of it, mostly every bit of it. The weather kind of killed a lot of it at the end, but everything prior to that was awesome. You're getting to, it's been a while since I've gotten into a new race car and not knowing what to expect. So I liked that feeling before the rookie test of, not knowing what to expect and what's this going to feel like, what's it going to sound like, all that. So yeah, going through that was fun, just learning, quickly and trying to learn, and lean on the engineers and teammates and stuff was a lot of fun. The atmosphere at the Speedway is unmatched. It's crazy, for practice days, like there's 50,000 people there, more on some of the days. So like it's incredible. The amount of pictures and autographs I took throughout the couple weeks was wild. I've never experienced anything like that. And I wanted to, take time and enjoy, all that, the fan stuff. So, yeah, I made sure I signed for everybody. You know, qualifying day was, well, days were awesome. That all went a lot better than I expected. And then, yeah, and then you're getting to go back and forth. The All-Star race was really cool with the weather being great that weekend. Qualifying fifth for the Indy 500, then jetting out of there and, being wheels up before they were even done with qualifying. And then, getting to North Wilkesboro and just, hearing the crowd, cheer for me, as they saw me arrive was really awesome. So, yeah, I just felt the support from everybody, which was great. And then, yeah, the race day was kind of weird emotions because, yeah, I knew once it got to a certain point, I knew I wasn't going to get to race both races the full distance. So that kind of, as a racer and somebody especially like me who loves the race, like that was a big bummer. So yeah, I didn't really get to like fully enjoy the race because my mind wasn't like 100% like focused on it because there was just so much going on outside. But yeah, it was still a great experience, and I look forward to doing it again this year and being a little bit more prepared, even though I felt really prepared for it this year. And then, yeah, hopefully the weather will be better. I can't imagine it would happen 2 years in a row. So if it does, well, hell, it just wasn't meant to be. But hopefully the weather is good this year and we can get both races in.
How hard was the decision for all involved for you to go back and do it again in 2025?
I think, well, for me, I wanted to do it again. Like it was a pretty easy decision for myself just because, for me anyways, the whole goal of it was to do both races. And I didn't get to. So I didn't even really feel like because I didn't get to do the double. So I wanted to get another opportunity so I could do the double and get to try and run 1,100 miles. And you do something that only a handful of other guys have gotten to attempt. I think, with how it all ended up this year, I think there was definitely, like probably a bitter taste in everybody's mouth with how it went because of how much money was invested into making it happen. But I think as it kind of got a little bit further away from immediate, I think we all kind of agreed that we need to try it again, and thankfully Rick Hendrick was on board. I mean, he's the guy paying for it all. So if he said no, then we weren't going to do it, and I would be fine with that as well. But yeah, thankfully I have his support and his backing to go live out a dream and hopefully bring 2 good results and also bring HendrickCars.com a lot of eyes to their business. So yeah, I'm very grateful for it, and hopefully this year will go better than this past one did.
Any sense of redemption that 2 of your 6 wins on the Cup schedule this year, one came at the Brickyard and the other came at Charlotte at the Roval?
Yeah, I think that definitely, I would say the Brickyard for sure. I think that definitely, it wasn't something that I thought about at all leading into the weekend, but afterwards and with how that whole race kind of played out for us, I was just like, man, that was like meant to be because I didn't feel like we were going to win. And then, the strategy with whatever happened on our pit stop mid race that got us way in the back, the strategy ended up working out perfectly for us. And then, Keselowski running out of fuel as we came to the restart zone, and me inheriting the front row, like all that was unbelievable. So yeah, that felt like some weird energy that just shifted our way and was like meant to be. So yeah, that was really, really cool to go there and win with the paint scheme that we were supposed to run at Charlotte for the 600. And then going back to the Roval, winning that, was something that I didn't think about what that meant. Until after the race, everybody was asking me like, oh yeah, I guess, yeah, it is kind of redemption, winning here. But yeah, it's just, I don't know, maybe both of those just felt like they were meant to be.
6-win season on the NASCAR side. How do you evaluate your overall 2024 when you look back at it?
It was a great year. Yeah, I was super, super happy with the performance of our race team all year long. We had a ton of speed from race 1 to race 38, really. So yeah, I was happy. Obviously, you want to make the Final Four and have a shot at the championship, but at the same point, like, I also understand the format and know kind of how crazy it can be and all that. So I don't let finishing 6th in points take anything away from our season. I know we had one of the best, if not the best season. We led the series in most every category. So really proud of the team and their hard work. And yeah, and I think we left some out on the table too. So I'm excited about next year, and hopefully we can continue to evolve and get stronger as a team, and win some more races, lead more laps, and who knows what the new format will be. So maybe it'll benefit us somehow.
Yeah, real quick, we're exactly 2 months away from the time you're back in your Cup car for the Clash at Bowman Gray Stadium. So what does Kyle Larson and the Larson family schedule look like for the next 2 months?
A lot. Our off seasons the last couple of years have been pretty calm. This year it's getting, although we're going on a couple of vacations with some racing mixed in, we're just never home. We're not really home much. So we've already been on one vacation. We got another vacation coming up in like a week and a half, and then I have some more racing to do too. So I'm excited to go to Australia. I'll go there. We leave Christmas night for Australia. I go there just for like 5 or 6 days to race the sprint car at Perth. It's promoted by High Limit as well. So we're going to pay $100,000 to win, which is by far the largest paying race in Australian sprint car racing history. So excited about that. I think the crowd will be huge. I think the competition will be great. So really looking forward to getting to that side of the country. I've never been to the western side of Australia, so excited to get there. And then we'll head back for the Tulsa Shootout. Owen's racing there for the first time, so gonna go support him. And then not long after that, it's media days and production days and all that, getting ready for the Clash, and getting ready for the new season.
Thank you so much, Kyle. We appreciate your time here today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Kat. It was a true honor to have you on, and then have a nice time. So long flight to Australia. It really is. Thank you very much. So stay with us. We're going to run a little video from our sponsors, and we're going to be right back with you. So again, stay with us, and we'll be right back.
ePartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, two wheels or four, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Thank you, and welcome back to day one of Race Industry Week 2024. We're going to be joined by Chris Medlin from Racer. Chris is in Qatar right now. He just covered Formula One for Racer. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening for you, because it's the evening over there, right?
It is, yeah. It certainly is evening. Good evening, everyone. How are we doing?
Excellent. Thank you for being with us, and you're bringing with you a very special guest.
I'm certainly hoping to, yeah. I'm chasing him up right now. A very busy man in Formula One, Mr. Guenther Steiner. So I was speaking to him yesterday. He was ready to go, and here he is right now. He's like me. He pushes it right to the very perfect second. It's the F1 timing.
Excellent, excellent. So we're going to ask him to start his video, and we're right on time. And so you had a really exciting race yesterday while we wait for Guenther.
It was full of drama, full of talking points, full of things that would annoy a team principal. I can tell you that. So I'm sure Guenther will have plenty of opinions on that, but also just on the wider world of motorsport. So we've got plenty to get stuck into over the next half hour.
Hello, Guenther. Welcome to the program.
Hello. Good morning, good evening, wherever. I don't know where you guys are, so whatever it is.
Well, I'm in Qatar still, Guenther. So yeah, it's very much evening here, 6 p.m.
It's very much
Where are
morning
you
in my place. I'm in the US. I'm flying to Abu Dhabi on Wednesday.
There we go. A late arrival to the
exactly.
To the race
better late than never. Yeah.
Well, thanks so much for joining us here on Race Industry Week. We've got plenty we can chat to you about, and I think there's a lot of people that maybe don't understand or appreciate just what it is that you've done in this sport and continue to do, because Formula One was the headline, but that's not the only thing you've ever done. But we will start with kind of your last 12 months, because it's been a pretty hectic 12 months you've had, quite a turnaround, I guess. What have you been up to since you've left Haas?
Yeah, I've been up to, it's, how much time have you got? And as I always say, I didn't expect this when I left Haas. I wanted to take some time off and just like, turn down a little bit the speed, because I did a lot in the last 10 years. Now I've done TV work this year for German TV, French TV, Australian TV, Austrian TV, everybody a little bit. I've done corporate events. What else have I done? I'm ambassador of the Miami GP. I'm ambassador of Buffalo Trace, the biggest bourbon maker in the States. I'm keeping very busy, to be honest, so it's good, but I didn't expect, and it was not what I wanted to do in the beginning, but then I liked it, and I kept on doing more of it.
I was going to say, were you pleasantly surprised by some of the opportunities, I guess, that were available outside of Formula One?
Absolutely. I mean, they have to do all with Formula One, to be honest. But I was very surprised, as I said, pleasantly, because I didn't expect it. And I mean, a lot of good things came to me, and a lot of new opportunities arose.
Well, we will get stuck into like the here and now, but also the future as well with you in a little bit. But I am going to take you back to the Haas days slightly, and just kind of that whole period. I mean, the whole journey you were on there. Can you believe how much the demands of Formula One changed in the 8 years you were racing?
Yeah, I mean, it's Formula One, and it keeps on changing. But I think the last 8 years, I would say the last 5 years since Liberty Media took on the sport, it has changed at a different rate. I mean, but you don't see it. You're not only seeing it within a team or within the sport, actually, but you see it with what it has done to the audience. I mean, the demographics, the new demographics which came in. How many people now are watching it, and I will put that one down. It happened. There were two elements: the Liberty takeover, and then COVID hit. and F1 was very good in being back as the first sport going live again. So that made it attractive to a lot of people, and they stuck with it, And then I think we have to mention Drive to Survive, which opened it as well to a lot of new people which never watched it before.
Well, Drive to Survive is one that people bring up around you, I know, all the time. But let's start with actually that first season of that coming out, because you mustn't have known, or did you know how big it could be? Did you have any inkling that it could, I guess, make you this global superstar?
No, and when it was decided that we're going to do this, it was just like another program. Yeah, let's do something, And you well know that two big teams, Mercedes and Ferrari, didn't take part because they didn't believe in it. They didn't think it wouldn't work. And then the second season, they couldn't wait to get into it. Once they saw what it did for the sport and for the people which were in it, or for the teams which were in it, not for the people. So, but I think nobody had any idea how much it would change the sport, and obviously now with hindsight, I knew this was going to happen. I had no clue about it, and I was just like, we were the smallest team, the latest team which came into it, and there was no point to say no. It was, yeah, let's do it. If it doesn't work, you cannot lose, So that was always my opinion. In investing something where there is no negatives, it's better you do it, So, and not overthink it, just do it. If it works, fine. If it doesn't work, fine.
Was there any, I guess, difficulties, though, with Ferrari? Because, as you say, they didn't want to be involved in that first series, and you're a Ferrari customer. Did you have any kind of crossover with them about that?
No, honestly not, no. The Ferrari is very good. Was always very good with Haas, And as long as it didn't, because we didn't harm them at all, it didn't do anything bad. So they had no opinion, and they didn't have any vote in what we are doing. And they didn't want to have any vote by no means.
Yeah, but as you say, though, you were open to it. You saw no downside. You were always very good and kind of open about new ideas with the sport and how it could try and grow. Where do you think Formula One has done well over the last maybe 5 years, like you say? And maybe where does it need to, or did you feel it needed to improve when you were there, and from what you've seen from the outside too?
I think where it has done well is now like, and as you say, I'm always very happy to new things, and I always say sometimes it's worth to try them. If there is no negative, if they doesn't work, why don't try it and then say it didn't work? We go back what we knew before. But sometimes it's better to try than to simulate and to overthink stuff. Just do it. If it doesn't work, go back what you knew, what you think worked before, and try again. So I think what worked a lot, and because it goes hand in hand, and what I think they need to do more, the sprint races for me worked very well. In the beginning there was a lot of criticism. It takes away the DNA of the sport. Yeah, but the DNA changes well over, if you go into it, over periods of time, The DNA of people changes, everything changes, the DNA. And I think we need to adapt, we need to stay current. And people, and maybe this sounds critical, but watching a free practice in 2024, I don't think you will attract a lot of people. It's like, how many people go and watch a training sessions of a football club? There's not many, So I see it the same thing, and I think Formula One did well, and I think Stefano kept his foot down when everybody opposed it and got it done. It was from 3 to 6, and I think the next step going, what should be done better, should be that there should be 12 in future, because I think it makes the weekends a lot more interesting for whoever watches, and you're just attracted more to it. You've got action already on Friday. I call it Friday evening in Europe, it could be wherever it is, but I think that helps a lot. And that's the thing I think Formula One needs to do, to keep on giving entertainment to the people with the sport, because a lot of people complain there's too much entertainment value now. I don't think so, because the sport stays the same, and the sport is getting better as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we've had an excellent season this year in what's been a record-breaking calendar, 24 races. As you say, if you expand the sprint to 12 sprints, that would be half of the calendar would be sprint races. Do you think there's room for even more races in Formula One? Were you someone who thought you could take it to more places? Or have we got to be careful around the sport not to oversaturate it and keep every event special?
Yeah, you hit the point there. Saturation factor I was always worried, but I think that hasn't happened because the races are so different between each other. There's always something new. They're so different. If you would have 24 cookie cut races, I think there would be a saturation factor, but it isn't because everything is different. Night races, street races, city races, or whatever you've got. Making more races, I think that gets difficult logistically for everyone and for the people, for the human element as well. So. Uh, we all need to adapt and maybe at some stage, if it isn't a sprint weekend, should we try to do only a 2-day weekend, just Saturday, Sunday, like in the moment on a sprint weekend, there is one practice session, which is fine to find a setup, 1 hour, and then it's sprint qualifying, sprint race, qualifying race. So if there is no sprint race, why not do Saturday, just do a Saturday morning, a practice session, qualifying race Sunday. Why not? I think that would help as well with the logistics, especially if you do this stuff in Europe, people could be more at home and would be a little bit less stressed out because then obviously if you do 5 races like this or 6 races like this, you gain 6 days and you could put one more race into it, But again, FOM knows what they're doing and they don't need my advice on it.
Well, I was going to ask that actually. Do you get to give your advice? Because you have a very unique view as someone who's just been running a Formula One team for so long and now is still involved with the sport, but maybe not running a team day to day. Do you still speak to Stefano and anyone from Formula One?
Yeah, I always speak with Stefan. Is a good friend of mine. I always speak with him, but I'm knows that I'm a little bit of an extremist on things as well, But I tell him my ideas, but I'm not. I never say you should be doing this. I said, this is an idea I had. I tell you, you do what you want with it because I think that's the right approach. Because I don't know the detail with the contracts and that stuff, and I'm not the guy which tells people what to do. I say, I was thinking about this, and could be a good idea. So, and sometimes, but if it doesn't happen, I'm not dwelling on it. I just say it, what I think, and then go from there.
But can I ask, have your views changed, do you think, about this sort of any topic around Formula One since you've left the sort of full-time day-to-day of the sport and you've been able to sort of stand back a little bit?
Yes, it has changed because now I see the bigger picture of it, Chris. You see the bigger picture because you don't have the tunnel vision of your own team. And obviously, when you have a team to run, you always try to do a lobby for your own advantage. So if you're strong somewhere, you lobby that one. You're not always impartial anymore. You're always, your own shirt is closest to your body, as you say. So that's what you do. But if you're out of it now and have no, you just see it as a sport. And as you say, I've seen a lot in the sport. And sometimes I see some things now, which before I thought different about it, obviously because I had my agenda, because I needed to deliver something.
Well, that brings me on quite nicely, actually, to the fact that the majority of the teams weren't exactly happy about the idea of expansion over the last couple of years. So what do you make of the news that General Motors will be allowed to join as an 11th team in 2026?
I think with now being a works team, with being Cadillac General Motors, I think that has changed the approach a little bit. And as I said, I don't have the internal details what they presented to FOM, but I guess they explained to FOM how they could balance the shortfall for the other teams, which is coming by the pie is the pie. If you share a pie by 11, everybody gets a smaller slice than if you share it by 10. But maybe Cadillac, GM, has explained how to make the pie bigger, so for everybody it's the same size of the slice. That I guess what happened. With Cadillac coming in as a works team, and I think having manufacturers in. As we always say, manufacturers are good as long as the sport is good. But the manufacturers are the first ones to leave. We all know that story. We don't need to go back a long time. We go back to around 2009, 2010, when 3 manufacturers left all in 1 year. But obviously, Stefano and FOM know what they're doing there, and for sure they have got assurances from the manufacturers which are coming in now, like Audi in 26, and now it seems Cadillac as well in 26.
Yeah, we also have had Renault pull out this year as well as a power unit supplier. I know it'll be 26 when they leave, but it does show how it can be the manufacturers that make these decisions and kind of sometimes do move away from the sport. But what do you think that General Motors would bring to F1? Where do you think the growth would be? Is it only North America, or do you think this can benefit the sport globally?
No, I think Formula One, it's a global sport. I think the national angle of any team, it's overrated, I would say, because it's such a global sport. Because I think the only exception is Ferrari, which is a little bit the Italian national team, but all the other ones, who knows that Red Bull is actually an Austrian team? Even if they are based in England, but they're under Austrian license and under Austrian flag. So I think it has become so global, the sport. So that doesn't, obviously it's not bad that it's an American team, but it's not like that is not the main focus. I mean, it's more like I think GM and Cadillac are going into the sport not for the American market. They go in for the global market, obviously, because they want to bring their brand to the world. I mean, because Cadillac is pretty big in the States, but the rest of the world is not this big brand. But Formula One could put it on the global map as a premier car manufacturer.
Well, I've firmly got my racer Formula One journalist hat on right now when I ask if a new Formula One team was looking for someone with good experience that might know the sport and has run a team recently. Have they reached out to you yet?
No, with your hat on, no, but I think they need to define what they want to do. And I'm no hurry. I don't apply for the job, to be honest, Chris. I've got plenty of other things going on in my life. So, I've done this job, and for me, it needs to be a project, not just a job to do something, and I think there's enough people around which they need to find their own way to do things.
But if they did reach out and say, can you consult on this? Would you like to be part of this? I guess, do you feel like you have the skill set for anyone in Formula One where you can really give them good direction if they're wanting to come in? Because you not only have run a team, but you helped set up a team in 2016 with Haas.
I would say I've got the skill set, but again, as I said before, for me, I think the time is over to go in at 7 o'clock in the morning and leave at 10 o'clock at night, 365 days a year. Not that I don't want to do it, but if I do it, it needs to be different project, I would say. But to consult, obviously, I always listen to people because I'm respectful of people, so I would listen to it, but by no means I would be desperate to get a job.
Well, you've got plenty on your plate already, as you said a little bit earlier. I wanted to kind of touch base on some of the other aspects of your motorsport history. And you've got your own composites company, which I'm not sure that many people know all that much about. I mean, just how big is the operation that you run?
We are just moving in, or we are in the process of moving in a new facility, which is 120,000 square foot. And we have got about 250 people employed now. So it's pretty good. But I must say my business partner runs it. Joe Hoffman is my business partner. He runs it because obviously when I was running the F1 team, I couldn't dedicate any day-to-day time. I mean, I speak, I would say daily with Joe. We are good friends as well, so we have got good communication, but the day-to-day business he runs on his own. He doesn't need me. And it was no point to jump in now because it's going well. So the only thing I can do is mess it up, basically, so I don't want to take that risk, so I leave it to Joe to run the company. But I'm obviously involved in the strategic decisions with Joe, but because we own it together. But the rest is with him. But no, it's a company. We established it in 2009. We started the first 5 years I worked there, and I ran it, and then I took on the F1 project for Haas, and then Joe jumped in. And run it since then, but it's a good business. I mean, it has grown a lot, obviously, because we started off. I think it was about 5 people in 2009, and now to get to 250. But also, it's a lot of responsibility because it's a lot more difficult to run a company with 250 people than with 5 people. Because if something goes wrong, it goes wrong big, So, but I'm not afraid of that because I think it is. It is a technology which, for the future, is pretty safe. We just need to do a good job.
Yeah, and how wide-ranging is it, the kind of reach that you have in motorsport with the company, though? I guess, it's not just going to be one department and one area that you guys are involved in.
No, it's not. But we have involved quite a lot with the NASCAR project, with the latest car, which the spec car, almost spec car, because it's not completely spec, but almost spec car. And we do jobs for different racing series, but it's not only racing cars. I mean, we are in defense and aeronautics as well, because I think racing, there is a limitation to it. The volume of it. It's obviously it's a market which is quite you can figure out quite quickly, and you cannot. I always think nobody should ever have the whole market, because that doesn't make you good. You need competition to run your own company good, So, so we do not want to have all the racing market. We want to be in other fields. There's so many fields which use composites, but the racing market for sure, it is very important, because it pushes always the technology. Because in racing, you always try to do more, and the technology you develop there, you can then use for different applications in different industries. So it's a very good market, and especially talking about F1. F1 in these days, the supplier base is less and less because of the budget cap. All the teams invested in their own manufacturing facilities, and the departments, capital expenditure, and people. So they do a lot themselves, but it's still, there's work out there, and it always pushes the technology, as I said, for composites.
Yes, absolutely. And speaking specifically about what you've been involved in there, though, you said you did the first 5 years there. 15 years now the company's been going. To grow that much is very impressive. How have you seen the demands of the motorsport industry change in that time, if at all? Because, do you feel like it's actually not evolved that much, or has it changed a lot?
It changed a lot. It changed a lot. I think it got all, everything is much more engineering driven. Everything has now got, these days when we started, a lot of things were just, were still made a little bit, as I say, put together, practically by now everything, because all the racing has got CAD systems. Everything is there. Everything, it has evolved quite a lot. And one of the big aspects is not only the performance and the response time of a supplier, which is important. It's also the price gets more and more important year by year, because everything gets more competitive, and you need to keep up with it, But it has changed a lot in a good way, in my opinion. It has become a lot more professional, a lot more advanced, and a lot better for the people involved in it, because you can plan a lot better. And if you can plan a lot better, you make a lot of companies, industries, more sustainable for the future, gives job security for people and things like this, which I think it's very important.
Well, having seen that, I guess, increase in professionalism in different aspects of motorsport, where does Formula One stack up compared to them? Is it a totally different world, or is it just a refined version of other motorsport categories?
Something in between, because it is a different world, but the different world, you can adapt them. But Formula One, this always pushes the envelope, because there is money there. Because we can say what we want. We always try to do the impossible to make it happen. And once you have developed the technology, then you just have to try to find a way to make it the price better, get the price down, because Formula One, and also the quantities in Formula One, they are relatively small. You've got 2 cars, that's it. But while other racing series have got a lot of cars, and obviously you couldn't spend the money Formula One is spending. So you develop a technology, and then you try to industrialize it, call it like this, that you make it more affordable for other racing series, or even other aeroplane, aircraft and stuff like this, But Formula One obviously pushes the envelope all the time. So that is the advantage of having Formula One around. I mean, materials which are developed in Formula One, just to be quicker with making parts, to make them lighter. I mean, it's always make them stronger. It's always the demand from Formula One which pushes the envelope.
I was going to say, do you see a lot of that trickling out into other areas of the world, other industries, and does
Yes.
enough of it happen in that way? Because I feel like when we brought the new power unit regulations in 2014, there wasn't enough talking about what brilliant technology it was and how it might benefit the wider world.
I think in manufacturing like composites and stuff like this, it's a little bit more and it takes a little bit of time. You know, it is not like a Formula One does it, the next year somebody else does it. But if you go and look for something, then or all the supply chain tries to make the materials which they develop for Formula One because they need to keep on selling. So the supply market, they then sell it on and develop it further and making it cheaper because the first time when you make it, it costs a lot of money because you've never done it. And then you think about it, how to make it cheaper. I think with the power unit, it's actually unfortunate. I think that was just too complex of a technology for a road car. You know, I think the technology is fantastic because the efficiency. I mean, it's never anything like this happened before. But it's just like I think it was a little bit too complex, and then it also moved into this EV hype at the time. So it was a little bit pushed aside, in my opinion. If the EV hype wouldn't have come up, I think some people would have tried to, industrialize it to make it affordable for road cars as well. But at the time, everybody just jumped into EV. And now I think we are past the stage, and I think they can, in the new combustion engine, they will find the same advantages by making them simpler and not this expensive. The efficiency of the combustion engine will go that way, like the F1 power units in the moment. But the thing what we learned, it is actually doable. Before, nobody would have thought this efficiency of a combustion engine will be ever achieved. It was achieved. Now we can look at it and say it was achieved. Now we need to replicate it and make it available for the mass market.
Yeah, it's certainly. I think that's a very, very good point. Now, we've got a few more minutes left, and I want to kind of bring it back around to you and your position. Certainly from an F1 perspective, can you believe the platform that F1 has given both yourself, but many other big figures in the sport in terms of everyone's so famous now, or certainly appear to be from the outside?
Everybody's so famous. Wow. That is something. Everybody's so famous. He is now famous, Chris. You put me on a spot once. Where both of us got famous. For something I didn't say, by the way. But anyway, well done. For you getting famous. How should it's nobody would have expected it, and you could not try to do this. This is things which happen in life. They happen because if you have a plan to do this. I think to make it happen, nobody could come up with a plan like this. It is just like there was a few instances which helped it, and I say COVID. I'm not saying COVID was good. COVID was a very bad thing for the world. A lot of people died. But what it helped, some of the things it helped, and one of the things with this Drive to Survive, which a lot of people watched under COVID because they were bored of watching everything else because they watched it already 3 times, and I think Box to Box, the company which did the series for Netflix, they did a good job. I mean, I didn't watch it, but they must have done a good job. Otherwise, not millions and millions of people watched it, And I think that is what TV does. If you are in this series, it happens. I mean, there is a lot of TV series which I think when they were launched, nobody expected to get this to get the people this famous. But it's one of these things happen. So And unfortunately or fortunately, I was part of it. And you were part of it as well. So I have to blame you as well.
Yeah, sorry for my part, but definitely would say fortunately for the platform it has given. And using that then, looking ahead, 2025, you've probably got a bit more scope and visibility to plan out your next year than maybe you did 12 months ago. So what's the future looking like for Guenther Steiner?
The future, I'm now negotiating the TV contracts. As you well know, they are only done in December, January. That's your TV industry, being prepared for it, well organized. But for sure, I do some of that. I'm already committed to the Australian GP with Network 10 in Australia. I'm Miami GP ambassador again for next year, doing already some work for them this year. I do a book tour for my second book. I forgot. I forgot the name now about it.
Isn't it? Well, it was Surviving to Drive, wasn't it?
No, it's the second book.
Your unfiltered one.
Unfiltered, yeah, came out 10th of October. I did the first book tour, which I just finished 2 weeks ago in the UK. I do a second one. We do a leg in Australia, and then we do another more than 30 events in the UK again from April to July. So, I mean, I'm getting scared now just talking about how busy I am, because it's like, wow. Yes, that's what I'm going to do, Chris. Don't worry about me being unemployed, I'm pretty happy.
Well, it does sound like you're going to be very, very busy. So I think on that note, I should let you get on with your workload, Guenther. But thank you so much for joining us here on Race Industry Week.
No, thanks for having me. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Guenther. It was a great pleasure. Thank you very much.
No,
Chris, thank you so much. We'll see you back tomorrow, correct? So stay with us.
Indeed.
We're going to bring our next panelist and our next host. We're going to actually travel back to the UK. And we're going to bring Lawrence Foster with us. Lawrence from Racer is going to basically hosting Alan Go, and we're going to be talking British Touring Car Championship. So this is the second or third time we're hosting Alan on Race Industry Week. So my understanding, good morning, sir, and good afternoon, Alan. Oh, you're on mute. Alan, you're on mute.
That's the same thing everyone has said since 2020, isn't it? You're on mute. So apologies for that.
There we go.
Excellent. But before we start, Lawrence, my understanding is we have a short video of the BTCC. So we're going to share that video to get a little bit of the action. Okay.
Let's roll it. 15 laps stand between us and the 2024 champion and knowing who that is going to be. The Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit has had some epic showdowns in the past. The 2024 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship final round is ready to go. Lights are red. We're racing for the final time this year. There's a lot of wheel spin off the grid. There's a good stop by Turkington, who then can't get through the traffic. Jake Hill also charges up behind the front-wheel drive cars, and Ingram has not been able to find a way through, but he's on the inside of Hill. Look in the background. Ingram goes ahead of Hill. There's a sideways forward that is just about corrected. Ingram finds himself blocked by Turkington now, and Jake Hill now getting a bit more interested in getting ahead of Ingram. He's sat there, he's assessing what's going on, and he makes his move on the outside line. The two championship fighters go toe-to-toe, but Jake Hill, I think, has got the pace right now, and he's going to be able to get the drive. Jake Hill fighting back in the championship, absolutely level. They're on the hybrid, and Ingram doesn't have a lot to use, don't forget. He's just got his nose in front, but the road should come to Jake Hill, and it does on the inside. Jake Hill goes through. It is right now. This is the replay, watching what went on ahead. So there was the contact between Cook and Taylor Smith, and a little bit like in race one, the road opens up for Jake.
Yeah, perfectly, and then he spots the opportunity to use his preferred line on the outside. This is a reaction in the West Surrey team, NB Motorsport. So much support here for Jake Hill, who is now in front of Josh Cook. He's in second place.
Absolutely right. So not only is he second, he's also put a bit of daylight between himself and the Toyota. Jake Hill may have run out of hybrid, but it's not affecting him, because here, the mistake by Cookie, a bit of a wobble at Graham Hill Bend. Again, the road opens up for Jake. That's Camish, who's up alongside him and gains a place. Ingram drops back a spot, and although he's going to try to retaliate on the way to Sterling's, that perhaps underlines the problems that Ingram and the Hyundai are having in these half-and-half conditions. Ash Sutton wins the final round of the championship, but into Clark Curve on his home circuit in front of a huge amount of support comes the 2024 Quick Fit British Touring Car Champion, Jake Hill. He crosses the line second in the race. The championship is his, and it is going to be a very emotional Jake Hill, a very emotional team as well. Craig Porter, his engineer, is in floods of tears. Jake Hill, I think, can hardly believe it. We've had some very emotional in-laps in the past, and there is another one coming up right now. It's a day release, if you like, of all the emotion, a season's release as well, and especially in conditions as tough as that. It's so important, and you can understand why Jake is absolutely beside himself in the car.
Well, Alan, that sets the scene nicely for a chat about the British Touring Car Championship. Good to see you again. Not seen you for a while.
I haven't seen you for a while, Lawrence, and you actually haven't picked up the American accent yet.
That would be too much of a stretch. So, Alan, just putting the BTCC into a little bit of perspective. Obviously, we got a taste there of the action. We got a taste there even of the good old British weather in October. But just where does it fit into the overall British landscape, sporting landscape?
Okay, so without thumping our chest too hard, the BTCC is by far the biggest championship in the UK by any measure. It has been for a very long time, as you know. It probably came of age from about 1991. It overtook the traditional Formula 3 and open wheeler type categories that were dominant in the UK scene then. So probably since about 1990, 91, it's been the biggest championship in the UK. So it has the highest profile, it has a huge media presence, as you know, and a huge TV presence. So, yeah, as I said, without beating my chest, it is by far the largest championship in the UK with the biggest crowds and everything else.
And a lot of that has been down to the fact that, Alan, over the years, you've not been afraid to evolve, you've not been afraid to innovate. You've sort of been able to capture the sort of almost, this is what the fans want, but at the same time, keeping it where there is a viable, cost-effective base for teams. Just looking ahead to 2025, again, a few changes that I think will be fairly significant. Just walk us through those.
Yeah, well, for 2025, we're going to 100% fossil-free sustainable fuel, which is a bit of a landmark for not only our championship but for British motorsport. And we'll be the first major championship of its type in the world to go fossil-free. And we've done that on the back of coming off of hybrid. We were the early adopter of hybrid technology, certainly into saloon car type racing. So we've had 3 years of hybrid use in the BTCC. And whilst others are now only just starting to introduce hybrid or coming into hybrid, we've done that, ticked that box and moved on, and we're going into pure fossil-free fuel. But you're right, it's something we have done all the way along. Go back to the early 90s, we were the first championship of its type to introduce catalytic converters and unleaded fuel and all these sorts of things. So we've always seen, over the course of the last 25 years, we've had, diesel, we've had LPG gas, we've had biofuels, we've had hybrid, and now, 100% sustainable fuels. So we've always been at the forefront of making ourselves as relevant as we can to what is going on around us, and that's the important part.
And always remembering as well that in the end this is a show. This is why 30,000-40,000 people pack Brands Hatch or Alton Park. I mean, how much of a balancing act is there in terms of making this thing have some relevancy for participating teams and manufacturers, but also knowing that the bottom line is this is the show. This is a British Touring Car Championship.
And that is the overriding aspect of the whole lot. We don't go down the technological exercise just for the sake of ticking boxes. It has to also add to the show, and the show is everything, if you like. We as you know, we have 3 races on a Sunday, 3 short races. They're 25 minutes in duration. It's a lot of work for the teams. But that's what the people come to see. The spectators come to see races. And we could have a 2-hour race. We could have a driver change. We could have a refueling race and everything else. That's not going to add anything to the spectacle. Notoriously, BTCC spectators and audiences have quite a short attention span. Maybe we have taught them to have a short attention span. And every time we talk about doing a longer race, an hour race, by most of our spectators and fans will come to us and say, please don't do that. Don't meddle with what you've got. And likewise with the TV. The TV want short, sharp. Everyone wants to see a race start and a race finish, and plenty of action in between. And that's what we deliver. So yes, that's a long way of answering your question, which is everything we do has to improve the show. If ever we introduce something which has been detrimental to the excitement and the entertainment of our racing, we'll quickly drop it, because that's the most important part.
I know Bernie Ecclestone was a great one for keeping them wanting more. I mean, one of the philosophies of the BTCC as well is it's one of the more compact seasons in motorsports. Obviously the British weather kind of defines that to some extent, late April until early October. But yeah. Alan, you've over the last few years, you've really stuck to your guns on the fact that there are 10 rounds, as you say, each with the 3 races. I mean, how do you arrive at that optimum championship length?
It's you've got to be aware of the team's budget. I could easily go to 11 or 12 rounds if I wanted, and certainly my broadcast would be happy doing that. But that adds another 10 or 20% budget to the teams, and they can't always get that back. So, if the teams all came to me and said, "Look, we'd like to run another event," we will run another event. There's no doubt about that. But we've gone through a few hard years. The world has gone through a few hard years of cost controls and everything else. And the last thing I want to do is impose a cost on them which they can't retrieve. So if they can't get that extra money out of their sponsors and everything else to do extra events, why would I impose that cost on them? So I stick to my guns as far as, you're right about the weather. The weather is a huge constraint in the UK, as you know. It gets dark very early here in autumn and in the end of winter and autumn and spring. So we're constrained by where we race and when we can race. We have sort of pushed the envelope sometimes out to mid-October for a late finish, and sometimes we've gone into a November. In 2020, we went into November. We had our headlights on, for the last race of the year. It's certainly not what we wanted. So we're greatly constrained by the weather and everything else. Our season is fairly short. It's sort of 6 or 7 months, and 10 events, but they're full-on events. It's 30 races, and people seem to forget we race 30 races a year, not just 10 events. So it's a full-on season for those teams.
And Alan, as you say, a lot of what you do is to make sure that this is cost effective, this is viable for teams in what is a national series. I mean, obviously a national series with a footprint beyond that, but one of the things as well, I guess, in terms of the BTCC, in terms of TOCA being early adopters, the TOCA BTCC license, I guess that was ahead of its curve in terms of giving national teams, some skin in the game, something to sort of add value. I mean, what's the thought process on that, and how does it benefit, fairly small scale nationally based teams?
So it was exactly that, and it was actually introduced at a time. All series, most series, go through ups and downs. And there was a time where we had applications for something like 35 cars on the grid, and that was just too many. So that's when we started introducing the license system, so that the existing teams had a it's a franchise, if you like, where it gives them the automatic right to put a car on the grid. And we issued those to our long-standing teams and a few new ones. Although we started, when we issued them, it was something like 32 cars, which is too many. And it's unusual for race series to complain they've got too many cars, but it's just true. You've been around long, you know what 32 cars are like at Knock Hill or Alton Park or whatever. That's just too many.
Well, only for the first lap.
Exactly, yeah. You'll probably lose half of them. But just physically, we just not enough garaging and everything else, and paddock space and everything else. So we, my thought has always been that a grid of about 24, 26 cars is optimum. So we introduced the licensing system to give them an asset, to give the teams an asset of which they can trade with their cars. Teams come and go, and if they want to sell their car, then you can sell your car with a license, and that makes the car more valuable, because there's nothing more invaluable than an old racing car with nowhere to race. So it puts an asset into their hands, and it gives them something in return for what they put into the BTCC and for their commitment to us. So it's a commitment to them.
One other thing as well is the incredible stability in the basic rule set. I mean, obviously, you know, as you say, hybrid has been added, hybrid has been taken out, but the NGTC rules, which have been the core of this series, I think they're going into their, is it the 15th
15th,
season?
yeah. So they were introduced in 20. Well, like the rule set came out in 2010. They were introduced fully in 2011. In 2010, some cars ran into that rule set, and there's been 5 yearly updates since then, and they've been an incredibly, obviously, a very successful rule set. And all we've done in that period is do minor upgrades to it as we go along. Nothing that ever gets the junks a car or gets rid of a car or makes a car uncompetitive. It's just upgrades that you'll do to sometimes to save money, sometimes to make the cars more efficiently to be built more efficiently, be serviced more efficiently. But it's a rule set that I'm really proud of. I don't know any other touring car series in the world that's had a stable rule set for as long as we have. And we're going into our next rule set, which comes out in 2027, and that will be a continuation of what we've got. That'll just be the NGTC rule set, which will be updated to take us into the next 5 years. And of course, the best thing you can do for teams is have a stable rule set where they don't have to keep on changing their cars and updating their cars all the time. Where you've got components that can live. Okay, you life components obviously, but the basic premise of those components are the same as what they were back in 2011. That's fantastic for the teams, and it also gives the teams, getting back to what I was talking about before, it gives them something to sell, because they know that if they want to sell a car, the person that buys that car knows that car is going to be eligible for another 5 or 10 years.
One of the big things as well, I think, in that rule set as well, is that you brought out the concept of the TOCA control engine, but still allowed teams, if they wish to do their own engine development, to have, you know, enough sort of variation in there to kind of give them that, you know, this is our own engine, this is relevant to us. But how fundamental and to the success of the BTCC in recent years has the TOCA spec engine, you know, as a route in for smaller teams, for non-manufacturer supported teams been?
It was incredibly successful, particularly when we first introduced it. I think 50% of the cars on the grid had the TOCA engine. Now it's less; it's probably 15% of the cars on the grid have the TOCA engine, because teams have gone on to develop their own engines. Again, because of the stable rule set, they've seen that they can do some engine development, which will see them over the next 10 years, which is great value for money. But the TOCA engine is still there for particularly for new teams that are coming in, until they establish themselves and establish where they want to go as far as engines and everything else goes. It's a great a great engine to use. It's built by M Sport, Malcolm Wilson's company. It's a fantastic, reliable engine, and it's also the benchmark. It is the engine that we use, on which we base all the performance parameters, and on which the boost and everything else is based as far as the other cars go. So when it was first introduced, I sort of explained it as the Cosworth DFV of Formula One. So back in the days of Formula One, you're a chassis builder, you couldn't afford to build your own engine, you bought a Cosworth DFV, and that's what our TOCA engine is.
You've also brought in an engine. Well, you will bring an engine freeze in the spring of 2025. Again, another concept for parity and for stability until the new rules kick in.
Yeah, all the engine builders hated it, obviously, because they make money from updating their engines every year. But the reality is that we equalise the engines every year, and it was nonsense to allow the engines to keep on being developed every year for us to keep on equalising them every year. What are they achieving apart from spending a lot of money unnecessarily? So we brought in an engine freeze. That'll take us through until the next rule set to the end of 26 for the 27 year. As I said, I'm sure the engine builders hated it. I know I didn't get any congratulatory emails from them, but the teams loved it because, of course, it stabilises their engine builds for the next 2 years.
And one other thing about the BTC as well, the bane of so many series lives is balance of performance. The vexed question of sort of maintaining parity through the constant tweaking of regulations. Alan, you've had something more fundamental in the BTCC basically from decades back, which is trying to get rear-wheel drive cars and front-wheel drive cars to basically be on a par. I mean, how much of an ongoing process is that? And in terms of sort of the to and fro between them, how do you sort of maintain parity without sort of impinging on the show?
Yeah, I think as you'll know, Lawrence, from your experience around the BTCC, we've got great experience in ensuring that the cars are equal on performance. If I go back to the 90s, at one stage we had 4-cylinder, 5-cylinder, and 6-cylinder engines. We had front-wheel drive, we had rear-wheel drive, we had four-wheel drive. We had saloons, station wagons, estates. We had all sorts of different body styles. Can you imagine what we went through equalising the performance on those? And if you can equalise all of those different cars in one season, as we used to do, then actually just equalising front and rear wheel drive at the moment is actually really easy, comparatively speaking. But we have all the tools in the box. It helps that we have a lot of common components. The subframes and suspensions are the same for each car. So and the electronics are the same for each car. So we know exactly what each car is doing, and we can equalise the performance quite easily. Having said that, we hardly ever tinker with it now because the rule set is so good that there's very, very little tweaking. I think the last time we tweaked the difference between front and rear wheel drive might have been 3 seasons ago. And that was a very minor tweak regarding acceleration off the line. And I think where the weight is placed in the car, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was a fairly minor tweak. But we don't make big changes from year to year. We don't have to, because I think we've got it absolutely right. And the results show it by having a look at the results between the different types of cars, both front and rear wheel drive, and all the different front wheel drive cars. I think the results absolutely proves that we've got it spot on.
On the sporting side, 2025, you've never been afraid to sort of mix it up in terms of tweaks, little sort of changes to the sporting regs. If they work, they work. If they don't, you're not afraid to pull them out. A couple of interesting ones for next year. Just talk me through the boost that replaces the hybrid, and also this sort of hiding it from the teams, but allowing us on TV to actually see what the heck's going on.
So for the last 3 years, hybrid, when hybrid was first introduced, we used only the hybrid to perform the push to pass and push to defend and everything else. And in the first year it was only hybrid. In the second year, we introduced a bit of boost into it, and this year we added more boost into it. So we found out where the right level is that we need to make the cars react and perform the way we want them to. Now, with the dropping of hybrid, what we'll do is just replace that hybrid boost with pure turbo boost. So the push, and that's a much easier thing for people to understand because a lot of series do it. So you press the button and the turbo boost gives them that performance that they had this year, but with no hybrid element. Probably making it sound more complicated than it is, but it's really not. So it's just a turbo. So in the sporting regulations, depending on where you are in the championship or where you finished in the last race, is how much boost you get.
Right.
So if you just won the last race, you'll get 1 second worth of boost. Good luck with that. If you're 12th or 15th or whatever, you'll have 15 seconds of boost. So the amount of boost is dependent on where you finished that previous race. And therefore you can't, it just gives everyone a greater opportunity to try and get past you than if you had the same amount of boost as everyone else. Perhaps I'm not explaining it too well, but I'm sure you understand the philosophy of it.
So we start the new season end of April. Start with Donington. You've got 24 cars registered, which is as you say, an extremely healthy amount in terms of it's the right number. It's not too many. Looking ahead to the 2025 season, and looking ahead to we've got a first-time champion with Jake Hill this year. We've got some real sort of a new wave of superstars, the likes of Ingram, the likes of Ash Sutton, your Colin Turkingtons. Have we got the optimum blend for 2025 BTCC in your mind?
I think we've got fantastic drivers in fantastic cars, and there's a couple of there's a couple of exciting announcements to come out over the next few weeks or whenever the teams are going to do it. I'm privileged to know which drivers are going where, so there's a few driver changes, quite a few driver changes happening in the off season, all of which means that yes, next year we've got the right people in the right cars, and it'll be a fascinating season to watch. It'll be so hard fought. You have teams, for example, like Napa Racing. They really hurt this year because they had such a dominant season last year. Perhaps they sort of sat on their hands a little bit too long over winter, and everyone else caught up. I can tell you they'll be out swinging next year because it really hurt them. So will BMW, because as you know, West Surrey are just one of the most incredibly competitive teams around. So Accelerate, with the Hyundais, Speedworks with the Works Toyota, they've got a point to prove. There's a lot of changes that'll happen in the off season with drivers, teams, and their equipment that'll make absolutely 2025 another nail biter.
Well, Alan, that starts on April the 26th, 27th. That's my old stomping ground, Donington Park. Just one quick wrap-up question now. I see the grown-ups have entered the room, but putting your other hat on, and I want to sort of stay clear of maybe some of your FIA stewarding duties at the moment. But looking at you as the head honcho of the FIA Touring Car Commission, just give us a quick take on the global landscape of touring car racing. We've got GT3 and GT4 sort of on the up and up. So where do dedicated national touring car series fit in? Do you see it?
So it's a bit fractured, to be honest. You have the BTCC has its own rule set, one of the biggest touring car countries in the world. Australia has its own rule set, one of the biggest touring car countries in the world. There's a rule set called TCR, which is customer racing, which happens for those nations that don't have their own rule set that want to race customer cars, and you have a world tour attached to that. But then below that, the FIA put in two new sort of categories, which work on the Rally 4 and Rally 5 basis. So they're grassroots touring cars. I don't think there'll ever be a top of the pyramid touring car pyramid that is the same rule set all around the world. I just don't think there will be, and I think there has been for maybe 5 years in my lifetime that I can remember, because it's a cultural thing. Australia is always going to be different to what the UK is going to be, and America will always run different cars to what they will in the other countries as well. So it's fractured as far as the top of the pyramid goes. But the middle of the pyramid is fantastic. You know, when you have a look at all the great championships around the world and the great cars that are racing in the world, it's a great time for touring car racing.
Well, on that note, I think we're going to hand back to the main panel. But Alan, fascinating as ever. Thank you for that, and looking forward to Donington. Well, not the weather, but looking forward to Donington in late April for the start of another BCC season.
Me too, and thanks, Larson. Good to see you again.
Well, good to see you too, Alan. And I'm glad to say, you notice I hadn't picked up the accent. Thanks.
Well done.
Well, thank you, Alan. You know, great honor to have you, and you know, been on a few times, and you know, big fan of your series. So wonderful to see you. Stay with us a second, Lawrence. Thank you for this morning, and then I think we're going to have you back a few times this week. So
got a busy day tomorrow. Looking forward to that. Yeah.
Absolutely. So stay with us. We're going to bring our next host, our great and wonderful Joe Castello, who is basically our NHRA expert here. Joe is going to be coming on any second, and he has a special host, that is going to be bringing with him this morning the new 2024 NHRA World Champion, Mr. Antron Brown. So, Mr. Castello, good morning, Joe. Welcome back to the show.
Good morning, Francisque and Judy. How are you? Do you read me?
We hear you loud and clear. Boy, what an exciting morning we've already had. And here we are having Antron on as well. So how can it be any better?
And yet it will get better and better throughout the week. It is amazing. We're going to speak with Tony Stewart tomorrow, Erica Enders later in the week, talk a lot of NHRA drag racing, hearing from Guenther Steiner and Kyle Larson, Jimmie Johnson. We're really going around the globe as we typically do at this time of the year with the EPAR Trade Industry Week. But I am super excited about what Antron Brown did, and frankly, the future of NHRA Mission Foods drag racing. We're going to delve into it with Antron. His 4th World Championship puts him in rarefied air amongst drivers around the world.
Absolutely. Good morning, Antron, and thank you for joining us today.
Good morning. Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Good. It's nice to have you on again. Thank you.
It feels good to be on. I'm with my co-part here. I got Wild Joe on here.
That's right. That's right. No, we're going to do it again. We're going to do it again. I love EPAR Trade Industry Week, Antron, because and when we talk on WFO radio, everybody watching is a fan of drag racing. They're diehards. But on this venue, you've got sports car people from around the world, dirt track racers, and it's a great opportunity to showcase what's going on in NHRA Mission Foods drag racing, a sport that I love. But Tony Stewart has said it himself. It's its own bubble. It's its own world. And we don't want to pop the bubble, but we definitely want to expand it and showcase it to some other folks out there. So let's start off talking about this 4th World Championship and what it means to you as a driver and a team owner. You're first as a team owner. And I think Antron is frozen. At least it appears to be. Perhaps it is just on mine. There you go. How about now? You back?
Yes, I am.
You're back, baby. Did you hear my question? 4th championship.
You talked about the 4th championship, then you cut off on me.
Well, that's it. Go into it. Talk a little bit about what it means to you as a driver and a team owner.
Well, one big thing for me is for one, it's a dream come true. Something that we kept our head down, and something I always wanted to do. And to do it for us, man. And we formed AB Motorsports. I formed it back in 2019, and we hit the track running with it in 2022. So it's been one of those deals where you go, all right, man, we've been with the monster, the big powerhouse with Don Schumacher Racing, and we won 3 championships there. And then to go out on our own, to be a single car team. And this is all we do. We race. We work hard. We just work as hard as we do off the racetrack as we do on the racetrack to keep all of our partners happy and to make their business successful and to keep striving forward and to literally get here to this moment and to win a championship, which I will call one of the most competitive, super ultra competitive I think our sport has ever seen in Top Fuel. And to make it happen and get it done, where we came in the final and you had no idea who was going to win the championship. Like Justin Ashley had the 40-point lead, but you had Doug Coletta still in the wings. Sean Langdon was still in the wings. I was there. Steve Tarrant had a shot. The top 6 cars had a shot on making this happen. Like Clay Milliken was there. Tony Schumacher was there. And Brittany Force was still in the picture. And to come out through all those names and to win the championship, man, it's mind-boggling, man. But it was a testament of never losing faith and putting everything in the right perspective and taking it one step at a time. And the Lord knows that we never gave up, and we gave it all we had. And at the end, we were standing there strong, man, standing there strong.
So, as a 4-time champion and soon to be, and once again, the face of NHRA drag racing, as someone who has taken the plunge to be a team owner, and you laid it out for everybody, this is all you do. You do not have car dealerships, yet. Maybe the folks at Toyota can make that happen real soon. But what are the opportunities in NHRA drag racing, starting out as a team owner, and where do you see this sport now, and where is it going?
Well, one thing I can tell you for sure is that I put all my eggs in the NHRA Mission Food Drag Racing basket, Joe. And it's a reason why is because I see our sport really taking off and growing. I just see the whole sport of drag racing on every end of it. You know what I mean? Just growing from the sportsman ranks all the way through to the the RVW stuff, Pro Mod stuff, everywhere, the Drag Illustrated stuff, everywhere you look at it. The No Prep Kings, everywhere you look at drag races, everywhere. And people love it because they relate to it, because you can go to a drag strip no matter what you got and you can race it. And you're seeing it from the youngsters coming up to all the tuners with all the fuel injection to everything that you got. The sport right now has got so much interest and so much love, and you can see every walk of life coming to it. Even like Tony Stewart coming in from NASCAR. Like, you look at our sport, you got everything, man, going on right now. The Gary Pritchett story, the guy that was a clutch guy for all those years. I saw Gary when he first started at David Powers on Hot Rod Fuller's team. He was a young buck driving Bernie Burkett's car to look where he's at now. Like, he raced and won his first round of racing in a car that had an 028 light. I mean, good Lord. I mean, you're looking at all the storylines of everybody coming in this sport, and then you see the sport just really, really starting to launch and take off. It used to be like the best kept secret, but when I get on airplanes now, I got people sitting next to me, and they sit down next to me and go, "Hey man, how was your race last week?" And I'm like, "What?" Like, they know who I am, and they know who all the other people are. And it's mind-boggling to see our sport become just a normal sport you turn on TV that's in everybody's living rooms now.
NHRA on Fox has been a big part of that. They continue to grow their programming. And you referenced the Tony Stewart story. It depends on Tony has his own fans that have followed him from the dirt tracks to NASCAR to IndyCar, Eldora. They are fans of Tony. And we've seen many of them follow him to NHRA drag racing. Can you talk about what that story has meant to NHRA?
I think that story's been really, really huge, because you got somebody that has come, literally from the sport of NASCAR, you know what I mean? And to see Tony come up from where he's at and come over, and not just come over and do it. The man came over and he fell in love with the sport. That's the difference, you know what I mean? Like, he literally came over and fell in love with our sport. And now this is all the man eats, sleeps, and breathes. You know what I mean? He's at every race event. And his dad is even getting into a sportsman car. Like, his dad wants to get drag racing now. His dad used to do circle track racing too. And it's just so cool when you see people come over and their whole demeanor changes, because they see how intense the sport is. They like the excitement of it, and they like how when people could show up with any kind of pass, a ticket, and they have all access right up into the pit, and they're in there cheering you on, And it just brings a smile to your face when you see other people fall in love with something that you fell in love with a long time ago, like myself. I fell in love with it ever since I was a kid.
Let's talk a little bit about the the round track or road course racing, professional to drag racing, and it has been commented often, and I know that the highest level of any athlete, is not going to decry anybody, right? But like they're just going straight, Antron. You're just going straight. Like how hard could it be? And so this year, Tony got Rookie of the Year. We'll talk to him later in the week on ePart Trade. But there's a lot more going on. Talk a little bit about that. Take some of our viewers into the cockpit of the race car, and you're staging up finals in Pomona with a championship on the line, first round against one of the best reaction time specialists in the business. A plane crashes at the top end of the racetrack in the pit area. We got very lucky that no one lost their life, but you had to deal with the emotions of that. You're not doing anything in that moment, and then you have to stage up and you have to win a world championship. Just talk a little bit about some of the things that are happening in the cockpit of the race car that you have to manage that maybe aren't similar to turning left and apexing a corner and hitting a braking point, but must be done perfectly if you're going to be successful.
Yeah, well, the thing about it is when we lined up there, Joe, of course, everybody knows Justin is really quick on a tree, and he's very consistent, very good. And but the thing about it is, I think a lot of people forgot that's what I always made my bread and butter on. A lot of people forget that, you know what I mean? Like I leave all the time, you know what I mean? I've been doing it for years. But the thing about it is when you go up into a match like that, I'm going up there against a competitor he's the new kid on the block who's sharper than anything, man. His knife is sharp when it comes to that start line. And for me, I had to go back to my mindset of where I have to show up. I have to show up. And the only other thing is that we know how good that car is with Tommy D and with Mike Green over there is no joke. And we had to look at ourselves. We said we had to go out here. We had to put out a good lap, and we know we needed to run a high 60. And then we had to be on time on a tree. We had to keep the car in the groove but a lot of people forget Pomona is a very tricky track to navigate. A lot of people leave that out the story. A lot of people don't never talk about it, say nothing about it. Pomona is a tricky track to navigate because it's an old school track. You know what I mean? So it's got its character. The track likes to pull you one way in one lane, likes to pull you the other way in one lane. You want to be on the outside, and you want to be on the inside. The other lane, you want to be here, then you want to go to the outside. So you gotta know how to navigate the lanes that you race, and then also you gotta know what lane you're going to be in because the sun influences. It could be in your eye when you're in the left lane at one time of the day, and then it's not in the right lane. You know what I mean? So we had the right lane, but it's the time of the day the sun wasn't in none of our eyes, so we didn't have that going for us. And then when the plane crashed, you're already set. Your mind's made up. You know what you want to do. And we're sitting in the water burnout. And that was the craziest thing for me where it just like, stop, pause, timeout. It's like you're about to kick the game-winning field goal and somebody called a timeout. And we had to get out the race car. And we were like, all right, we might be here for about 30, 40 minutes. Didn't know the extent of it. And then they told us to go back to our pit because it's going to be a long time. We're just hoping then that nobody got hurt in that plane crash, which we know some people got hurt, but nobody lost their life. So that was a blessing right there for all of us that nobody lost their life. And then we got the call that we're going to go back to the staging lanes by 1 o'clock. And we got that call within it was like an hour away for it to go up to the staging lane. So made some more adjustments. The track temperature got hotter. And they're going to prep the track before we go up there. So we knew all that. And then we're like, all right, now it was a reset. We had to get reset, get our mind back in that full focus mode to go back up there to do what we do. And when we went up there, I tell you one thing is that Justin was cool, calm, collective. I was cool, calm, collective, just like any veterans would be. We're going into the final game. We're going to, and this is where it all counts. Everything was left on the line. And ours, the shot that we threw out, it was good enough to win. And we ran a high 69. He went a 70 flat, which were both really, really good runs. They could have beat a lot of other people that we would have raced that morning. and he was 45 on a tree, and we were 40, and we were 43. So we got him by a couple thou. Our main focus was that we just didn't want to leave nothing there, so they didn't gain no advantage there, and we didn't gain advantage there on the starting line. And it was up to what the race cars were going to do down the racetrack. That's the best case scenario that we could ask for, and that's what happened.
Amazing. You go on to win the In-N-Out Burger Finals. You win the race, and you race Doug Coletta, the outgoing world champ, in the final round. There's something to be said about that. Antron, what do you think? And I just want to note, please Google the airplane crash at Pomona if you want to know more about the story. It's really amazing how people were able to walk away from that, and some injuries, but no fatalities, which is why we were able to continue racing later that day. But what do you think the secret sauce is, Antron? I hear a lot of other people talking about competitive, fair, equal playing fields in other sports. Like, how do we balance the competition and achieve parity? In NHRA Top Fuel and the Nitro ranks, just because you listed 7, 8 names that were in the championship running on the final day. What is the secret sauce? Why has NHRA done such a good job achieving parity? And now there are so many people that can contend all the way to the end for a world championship at the highest level. Like, everyone has figured out how to be fast, how to run well, and allow you guys, the drivers, to do your thing from the cockpit of the race car. Why is that?
I think what has happened is in our sport, I think across all sports and above, is that there's no more there's like basically like all of our parts and pieces have specs now. There's no more ingenuity, you know what I mean? Where before, I remember when I first came into Top Fuel, it was like an open box. You could do whatever you wanted to do. You could make different parts, different pieces. You could modify your manifolds. You could change your cylinder heads, where they put a kibosh on that, where you have to operate in this box and you had to refine what you have. You can't come out with a new version of cylinder heads. One thing has helped the cost of the sport stay, just stay platform. You know what I mean? Where you don't have cylinder heads that are obsolete no more, where you got to buy these new versions. You don't have this where you got to do that. You know what I mean? And what it's done is it made all the crew chiefs catch up to one another, where you're running the same parts and pieces, where you got to really dial your stuff in. And when you go out there, that's how you can get a race where you have number 1 to number 16 qualifier under a 1/10 of a second. I remember when I came into sport, number 1 to number 4 will be within a 1/10 of a second. And number 5 could be 15 hundredths away. And the person that didn't qualify could be 2/10 away. You know what I mean? Like the number 16 qualifier would be 2/10. Now you can go up there and number 1 qualifier runs 69, and number 16 qualifier will go up there and they'll run a 77 or 78. I mean, the field is that tight now. So when you have that, I think you got more people doing their homework, more crew chiefs have grown up, like assistant people that were on the teams, or assistant crew chief, car chiefs, become crew chiefs under one umbrella, and they separate. And you have more teams under other teams' umbrellas that have made the teams better. And I think that's why you have so much more parity and so much more competition. And now everybody makes a difference. Like, the car has to be on point. The team has to be on point. The driver has to be on point. Like, everybody has to be really, really good to make the outcome to win. And if you want to win multiple times, the team and everybody has to be in sync to make that happen.
Tony Stewart wasn't the first NASCAR guy to come over to NHRA drag racing. Rick Ware along board, Clay Milliken's team owner. But prior to that, Slugger Labbe with Toyota, and you're a Toyota driver, and Toyota won their first Manufacturers Cup this year. People might not know how much Toyota and their engineering staff helps you. Can you talk a little bit about what Toyota brings to the table in drag racing, especially on a Top Fuel dragster, and how they helped you achieve your championship?
Well, Toyota, I've been with Toyota now my whole career, since 2008. And all they have done is pour more and more knowledge and more technology out there on all kinds of different fronts. When we have part failures, they analyze them and could take them back and then tell us why it failed. If it was a material issue, machining issue, or just a standpoint of the way it was designed, period. And they've helped us along the way, and also just on different stuff of structures, arrow work, wing work, making our stuff cleaner and better, helping us not just from a car standpoint, but from a driver standpoint. They have a Toyota Performance Center in North Carolina where I can go to, and I have my own trainer. You can on a diet, like they got nutritionists. They have a wellness center where they can make you well. They do blood work to make you perform as a top tier athlete. They have different training rooms. Oh, man, they do so much things from the human body perspective to the race car perspective to the engineering design perspective, performance to deal with our engine to help us make it more efficient, more powerful. They have given us the whole realm to make us the best that we can be as a team, period. And my hats are down, man, from David Wilson just retiring this year, the head of TRD, and then Slugger comes out and helps us out in a given deal. Our track analysts and specialists at the racetrack that tells us about the track surface, to weather, to parts nutrition, parts awareness. I mean, it's really unbelievable, man. It's like they are definitely like the code to success and to win championships. And that's why they have been so dominant in all the sports they've been into, because they study it and they keep going, brother, to keep evolving to make things better. Because when you think something is as best as it can be, it always can be better. And that's what Toyota does. They round all the edges, they put all the fillets where they need to be, and they make things right and they make it tight. And that's what's so awesome being part of the Toyota family, period. And without them, we wouldn't be where we're at for sure.
No, excellent to see them out there, and it's great to see all the manufacturers involved in NHRA drag racing. Let's talk a little bit about the future. You have won your 4th championship. Your longtime co-crew chief, Mark Oswald, who is a hero and a legend of the sport, has elected to retire. We've learned for many years that the scale of running one top fuel dragster, to add one maybe is beneficial, since your opportunity costs of going over the road aren't that much more. What lies ahead for AB Motorsports, both in the short term and in the long term?
Man, right now we're just branching out. We're working hard as we can, and we want to develop and we want to grow the team. But to grow the team, it takes partnership, of course. So we've been working full time on finding new partnerships and getting creative on that end of tying B2B business together. That's how our big deals with Hankstafers is right now. We work with Hankstafers a lot and tying them in with other companies, and we're forming and building a team bigger where Hankstafers is going to be the primary sponsor in A Fuel this next year for Angel. And then we're just going to keep building that program up to where we could take it. Hopefully we could take it to Top Fuel and to develop that program and then paved the way for my son coming up, Anson. My daughter Ariana has shown a lot of energy of racing also too. So we're going to start her in the sportsman ranks with super comp and stuff of that nature, and we're going to grow it. And we have other drivers like Corey Mahalik, who is going to be a teammate of Angel's this year in A Fuel. So we're going to have 2 A Fuel cars out there. He's trying to put together we could race a full-time race program, but he's going to be out there for several racer. And he's a heck of a talent too. Really, really quick on a tree, great spokesperson, a very dynamic guy. And we have other people out there like Grace out there, and Grace Rowe, who actually is another sportsman racer who's underneath the umbrella, who's racing really good. And we have a couple other people in the quarter midgets, the Brooks family out there, Cash and Macy out in Northern California, and they're tearing it up racing quarter midgets. So our whole focus out there is to grow the sport and to grow and cultivate new drivers and just try to help them achieve. And that's what our Accelerate program is all about here at AB Motorsports. It's not a driver development program. That's one of the facets that we do, but it's just an overall team development program where we help people develop their teams. We help them with the tools they need to be successful, to go out and chase and get partnerships. And once they get them, we have the tools to help them maintain them. That's the whole key, is not just getting a partnership, but how do you keep it going and grow it? And that's where our whole focus is to help grow every facet of motorsports. And as long as we got the people that have the want to, the determination and the desire and they have to have the work ethic to make it happen. We're here to help them cultivate and make themselves better.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. So next year, the official season start for the National Hot Rod Association is the Amalie Motor Oil NHRA Gator Nationals, March 6, 7, 8, 9. But you guys are going to start a month early at the Pro Superstar Shootout in Bradenton, Florida, which is very interesting because that is an event that is put on by the professional racer organization, Pro, that you're a member of. And it's put on by the racers, which I think is super cool. Talk a little bit about that leading into the start of NHRA 2025.
Oh man, I tell you, I always get excited about that when we go to that pro shootout race. That pro shootout race is like kind of like a cavalcade. It's like the all-star race starting the season off where we're just drumming up and say, hey, we're coming. And it's a full week of us testing, 3 days of us testing, and we go into a race for the fans down there in Southern Florida and engage them to give them a taste of what the Gator Nationals is going to have. You know what I mean? So that's the whole build up for. It's like the beginning of baseball season where they always have the big all-star game in the warm-ups to go into the league when it starts. It gets everybody's juices flowing to see what's happening. And it's a great little track down there, Bradenton, Florida, where Victor and all them guys down there do a great job, and they have a nice facility, and it's the premier spot to be that time of the year. It's cold everywhere else. So the sun is shining, and we get to bring up some of the Southern Floridans down there from Miami to come check us out because that's one of the closest facility to them. And then while they're up there, we say, hey, well, while you're up here, all you got to do is go a few more hours up the road and catch us at Gainesville in about another 3 or 4 weeks. So that's what it all boils down to. And that's what we love doing, is bringing our action to another section of the world and showing them what we're all about, but doing it in a true all-star format like we do.
I love it. And I see Francisque and Judy are on. One final question for you. You're going to be driving a pro modified car. And I think it's super exciting that, you are not just going to sit on the shelf during the winter break and work on books and next year's Top Fuel, but the word grassroots racer has been thrown out there hundreds of times today. And that's a perfect example, right? You can't sit tight for this winter break. You're going to be in a pro mod car, a suspended car that makes 4,000 horsepower. They're wild, wicked beasts, and you want some of that. Tell us.
Well, I always loved the series. I got down there and dabble a little bit with the Pro 275 down there in series, but now Drag Illustrated has a winter series, a 3-race series at Bradenton, one coming up this next weekend before PRI, and then we go back in January, towards the end of January, we go back at the end of February. So I'm really excited about it because when I get to go race there, it helps keeps my skills sharp and hone it. And it's with other racers, and there's some mean racers out there, brother. So Top Fuel is mean, but I love going pro mod because you get to see a little action. Like Erica Enders is going to be out there. You're going to have Stevie Fast out there, Lyle Barnett, Melanie, Salimi. You're going to have Preston Tanner. You're going to have all these great pro mod guys out there and gals, and it's going to be a lot of fun, brother. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm just excited to be a part of it, man, and go out there and see what we can do.
Antron, thank you so much. Appreciate it. You got to represent for the Top Fuel guys against those pro mod guys. They're going to be gunning for you.
Oh, I already know it, Joe. They're already talking some junk. They're always talking some static, but I'm going to go down there and have some fun. I'm just going to let them know that we could play too.
There you go. AB, thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Antron. A great honor to have you on, and congratulations again on the championship. Joe, stay with us. We're going to run a little video from our sponsors, and we'll be right back with you with IMSA, John Doonan.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. Richard James from Racer is with us this morning. Richard, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well, Francis. How are you?
Very good. I think we have John Doonan with us. He should be appearing on screen any second. So my understanding, Richard, is we have a little video from IMSA that we would like to share. And so we're going to say hello to John. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Francis, Judy, and Richard. It's great to see you all. I know this is a huge week for you guys, and I'm so grateful for all the effort that you and your staff and everybody at Racer and Speed Sport have put into making this possible.
Thank you. Thank you. So we just received a video from your team, John. So we're going to run the short little video and then we'll let Richard carry on.
Thank you.
Oh, I guess it should be, sorry, we're going to try again and stay with us. I'm getting a signal from our producer that the video should be on any second. And if not, Richard will carry it. So we'll give it another second or two, and we'll well, I'm getting us into. Why don't you carry on, Richard, and then we'll pop up. Ah, there we go. Richard, you're on.
Good morning, John. I'm
Hey,
gonna try
bud.
that. I'm not sure that video played exactly like it was supposed to, but it did show us some of the wonderful venues and exciting action that IMSA and particularly the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship provided us last year. And as we sit kind of halfway in between last season and the next, how are you feeling about IMSA and the product you're putting on track right now?
Well, first, it's thrilled to be here and appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit with everyone across the industry and around the world. We talked in the office about there not being an off season, just immediately flowing into preseason. But I always encourage my IMSA teammates to take a moment to celebrate what we accomplished in 2024. And you see some of those videos, it brings back a lot of really special memories from the season. 11 of 12 events with all-time record attendance for IMSA at those venues was incredible. Full grid counts, nice problem to have. If there is a problem that we're facing right now, it's pit lane space with not enough pit boxes and paddock space that's fully packed. But really feel excited about what we accomplished in 24. But immediately, and I looked at the ticker clock this morning, and it's 45 days until the roar before the 24 at Daytona. So a lot of excitement coming out of the year. And as you've seen, and you've helped be part of it, trickling out stories about new teams and new drivers and changes in manufacturer is really an exciting storyline heading into the new year.
Excellent. Well, you talked about the records, the record crowds, and we certainly saw some of that in the video, the packed grid walks that we've seen. Is it the product on track? Is it the excitement from new manufacturers coming in and multitudes of manufacturers that's kind of driven that?
I mean, as always, it's a combination of things. You hit on the manufacturers. We announced at Petit Le Mans, our 19th manufacturer. We're incredibly proud to provide this platform for the auto industry. So we added Cupra to a host of 18 others that have been with us for many years. So I think fans of the sport, longtime fans, certainly identify with their favorite brand. At the same time, new fans coming in have essentially Auto Row, which you have here in any town that you live in, that dealership row to choose from when it comes to your brand of choice. I also think our access has been incredibly expanded over the years with a grid walk that allows anybody with a general admission ticket to come out and see the cars and certainly the drivers and teams from the WeatherTech Championship, from the Michelin Pilot Challenge, as well as the VP Racing Sports Car Challenge. So when people get that opportunity in an open paddock to get up close to the cars and the people that make it happen, and then right before they roll off, they're gonna be able to see everybody right on the grid. We did a video, sights and sounds, and it just gives me so much hope. There's a little boy that says to his dad, "Daddy, that's a Cadillac." And when you get that kind of brand identification through sports car racing, especially in a prototype, it warms your heart. And so I think our audience has spoken with joining us at the races, and they've spoken by tuning in on the NBC sports platforms, Peacock. Our YouTube growth is incredible, and certainly engagement through all of our social channels.
Well, as you mentioned, there's been some real growth in the audience, not just at the track, but elsewhere. When the Weekend has been a popular YouTube series for you.
Incredible.
And the fan engagement has really, it looks like IMSA has really stepped that up in recent years.
Yeah, you're right. And we're grateful. The announcement we made back in June of our NBC relationship extending till 2031, coupled with the fact that we announced WeatherTech till 2030, Michelin till 28, with some great discussions going on now about the future. VP Racing, also a partner of ours till 2030. that provides stability. But back in June, we announced an extension of our NBC relationship till 2031. That, of course, is NBC Network, USA, Peacock, which we're seeing over 50% growth. I think 54% this year in Peacock tune-ins, which is really a statement about how IMSA fans take in their content. They're sophisticated. They're multi-screen viewers. They may watch the broadcast. They may watch scoring. They may watch an onboard camera. And then, of course, back in March at Sebring, we took a flyer, as they say, on YouTube. While it's geo-blocked in the U.S., we added 250,000 YouTube subscribers to the IMSA YouTube channel this year. Now 115 million video views since we established that space in 2013. So it just tells you that our fans are taking it in a variety of ways all around the world. When you have that many manufacturers and brands like WeatherTech, Michelin, who are recognized globally, that's come maybe to be expected. Socially, 2.1 million followers across all of our channels. So we're really excited about being able to provide the full-length races as well as short-form content that the fans seem to be really attracted to.
Excellent. Well, you kind of alluded to some new teams and things coming in, and we'll get to some of that. But why don't you, from the preview that you had at the test a few weeks ago, what's most exciting you about 2025?
Well, as you know, the cars tend to be the stars in IMSA with 19 manufacturers. So to add the Aston Martin Valkyrie to the mix in GTP is going to be incredibly exciting for those at the test, and you were one of them. Hearing the sounds of the V12 were really special. I know also when they come to Sebring is going to be an extra sound because they had to run a bit muffled at Daytona due to homologation standards, but we're thrilled with that. Obviously, they made it public, but Genesis is coming to the top category. Not necessarily in 25, but you're going to hear more and more news about their entry. The Hyundai brand has been a staple with 5 manufacturer championships in a row in TCR, but now to bring the Genesis brand to the top category, incredibly special. Of course, when we had GT this year, the year of the GT, if you will, adding Mustang back into the mix is really special. The Dark Horse is an awesome piece of machinery, and they performed very well at the December test, I think leading all sessions there in GTD Pro. But what about AO Racing? When you look at what they've accomplished, not only on track with Rexy, Roxy, Spike, but in the paddock, and you probably got caught up in the crowds during the autograph sessions, Richard, because I know you do interviews at that time. But what a special marketing effort. They were recognized with the IMSA Marketing Award at the banquet at the WeatherTech Night of Champions at the end of Petit Le Mans weekend. So really incredible things to celebrate for 24, but new cars, new drivers, and new opportunities in 25 are coming. We're going to add TCR, the Cupra, as you know. We're excited about that. We're also adding GT3 cars to VPRC. So there's some really neat opportunities, and doing that at the events and adding those things are great. But one of the things I'm really excited about relative to the NBC partnership are 2 network shows that happen to take place when races are not going on. And that's the first one in January, which will be a 1-hour NBC network show to kick off the season on January 4th. It's a great opportunity for us to set the stage and storylines and personalities and characters for the season, but also educate some new fans. As I said, we're seeing tremendous growth from new folks. You mentioned Win the Weekend. 80% of those people had never been to the IMSA YouTube channel before. So we're really seeing an influx of new, exciting, and energetic fans. But those network shows, the one at the preseason and the one before Petit Le Mans in October next year, end of September is really going to give us an opportunity to build some storylines and to educate those who are just tuning in for the first time.
Excellent. That's cool news about the preseason show. You mentioned AO Racing, and I want to go back to some from this last season and just the nail biter that the GTD Pro Championship was at Petit Le Mans. They went up and down the whole race between AO Racing and Heart of Racing's Aston Martin. What does that say about the competition environment?
You raise a good point, and obviously 5 years ago I cared a lot about who won when I was operating a DPI program for the Mazda brand. But nowadays, I come to the races and hoping for big crowds and great racing. But then you fast forward to the end of 24, 18 manufacturers before we announced Cupra. Every single one of them stood on the top step of the podium in the 2024 season, whether that was in the WeatherTech Championship, Michelin Pilot Challenge, or VPRC, the VP Racing Sports Car Challenge. So that's a report card for me. But I got to tell you, that race at Motul Petit Le Mans for GTD Pro had me on the edge of my seat, and the racer in me inside was churning, and I was just feeling so much for PJ Hyatt, for Gunnar Jeanette, the entire AO Racing family, certainly Lawrence Heinrich, who was separated from a teammate, so he's the sole champion. But there's a lot of drama there. The steering wheel malfunctioned for them. They figured out why. The driver behind the wheel at the time, I think Julian Andlauer was behind the wheel, realized that when he turned a certain way is when it would work, and so he's going down the straightaway with the wheel cocked and things like that. What a great storyline for essentially an independent team to take on the big programs of pro drivers and some of the top names like Corvette and Aston Martin and Ford and those types of folks. So what a great storyline. And I had the chance to visit PJ and Gunnar at the shop outside of Chicago a few weeks ago, and they're just thrilled to be seeing what they are from a fan standpoint, being able to compete and run up front.
Excellent. Well, you said the cars tend to be the stars, and it tends to be, Corvette versus Mustang, Cadillac versus Acura versus Porsche. There's drivers in those cars, and there was a pretty exciting announcement last week that Robbie Wickens was going to be joining the WeatherTech Championship. One, of course, that's good news for the series, for him, but it also talks about an opportunity that one, technology, but also that IMSA has provided him. Can you talk a little bit about that opportunity and what it means to you?
Yeah, and this one's again. I have to be careful because I can't play favorites across the teams, the drivers, or the manufacturers. But this one means a lot to me. Anybody who's a fan of motorsport understands the challenges of the sport, just in general, putting programs together, running a race, running a team, and all the variables that face us. And you look at Robert's story and what he's accomplished. There's only one word that comes to mind for me, and that's perseverance. And he has a never give up attitude. He was determined to get himself physically back into a race car and in physical shape to do so. Clearly, that comes with support from his wife Carly and all the people around him. But when he reached out about the possibility of sports car racing, everybody at IMSA embraced that. When he did the first test at Mid-Ohio in a TCR car, we were there with him. Then to see what he's accomplished, race wins, a championship, helping Hyundai to several manufacturer championships is incredible. But he's not done yet. Okay, I think everybody needs to know that. And when he said, what's the next step? And it's the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. The folks at GM Performance have worked incredibly hard getting the Corvette acclimated to the system. Bosch deserves a huge kudos here. They have developed a new hand control system for Robbie that's got less delays, if you will, in braking, and latency is so much better. The feel is better. And then, add in DXDT. They have been a tremendous sports car team, grown over the years, done a tremendous amount in the GT category and SRO. But when David Askew and Aaron Gehagen mentioned that they wanted to join the WeatherTech Championship, planets aligned, and I was able to introduce them to Robbie. They all put together a really exciting program. So I'm thrilled for him. I'm thrilled for the sport. I'm thrilled for DXDT, Corvette, Bosch, and everybody that's playing a role there.
Excellent. The GTD and GTD Pro have produced some exciting action over the last couple of years. Minor change to the rules for 2025 in terms of keeping those a little bit more separate. In the past, they qualified together, and however they qualified, however the classes were mixed, that's how they started, and same in the race. But IMSA's made a change where they'll have separate qualifying. They will line up separately, on the grid for the start, and be separated in the class split after yellows. What's why the change?
Well, first, when Mr. France, Ed Bennett, myself, our other board members decided to make that step into GT3, we kind of went early with GTD Pro and GTD itself, and the reason we did separate it is based on manufacturer feedback. They wanted programs like Corvette Racing, programs like Multimatic and Ford Performance with the Mustang, and others. You got Aston Martin in Pro, you got a Lexus in Pro. You've got teams wanting to run, Porsches, Lamborghinis, and Ferraris in Pro. So we wanted to have that Pro category based on manufacturer feedback. The foundation of IMSA from day one has been, independent privateer teams as well. So having that mixture is key. The fact of the matter is they are different classes, and while the cars are all the same platform, the same balance of performance, we felt like this next step would provide even greater racing within the classes, and we're really excited about what it's going to prove. It's a challenge for our race control staff, getting those full course yellows sorted out quickly, getting wave buys done, getting all the pit stop cycles completed. But they've got a good plan. I think we're excited about it. And talking to the drivers and teams at the test at Daytona last month, they were excited about this change. And of course, torque sensors come into play. This year, we waited on that while we were early and going with the GT3 platform for our category. We were a year late, if you will, but a year delayed. And we wanted to see how that unfolded with the WEC using torque sensors. Essentially, it's another tool in the toolbox for balance of performance. We want good racing. We want equity across the platform. And I think that's going to prove to be a really nice tool as well.
We put a lot of focus on the WeatherTech Championship, and for good reason. The excitement of that level of competition and the technology of the GTP cars is impressive and crowd drawing. But IMSA's got a lot of other series going on, and really the leader in one make championships. From Wayland Mazda MX-5 Cup, Porsche Carrera Cup North America, Lamborghini Super Trofeo, and sanctioning Ferrari Challenge as well, which just had its race on the streets of Las Vegas with F1. How important is it to cultivate those series, especially given how many of the stars of those series are going to end up in the WeatherTech Championship at some point?
Well, one of my favorite sayings is that these single makes, in our mind, are the prized possession of these OEMs. You look at the cars that are represented, of course, the Porsche 911, the Mazda MX-5, also fondly named the Miata, the Ford Mustang, the Lamborghini Huracan, and of course the Ferrari 296. So these cars are the prized possession or the icons of these brands. So for those brands to entrust us with running those championships means a tremendous amount to my teammates and I. As you say, we definitely have quite a few of them. It makes a bit for a challenge on the weekend with schedules, but when a fan comes to an IMSA race, they're going to see cars on track from 8 a.m. in some cases all the way to 8 p.m. or in the case of the Rolex all night. So we're proud to provide the entertainment. But you hit the nail on the head. I mean, you look at some of the teams that are now in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship or in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. They started out in single make racing. McCumbee McAleer is a tremendous example. You know, they're MX5 Cup team for many years. Now Ford Mustang Challenge. They've been running a Ford Mustang Dark Horse GT4 and Michelin Pilot Challenge. So that's just one example of many where these teams have developed drivers, engineers, crew members, people in the PR and hospitality space. So for us, I think the single makes are a tremendous pipeline to the future of participants on track and in the different championships. And you couple that with a STEM education program that we announced at Petit Le Mans that'll be kicking off in January in 25. And then, of course, our partnership with SCCA. We've got a tremendous corner marshal, race official training set of modules up now. So I think in our case, we're trying to build this with a pipeline for the future.
And where does Michelin Pilot Challenge and VP Racing Sports Car Challenge kind of fit in there? I mean, those are important parts of the pipeline as well.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, if someone's in a single make platform and then they're looking for multi-class racing, which if someone is aspiring to be in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, multi-class racing at a sprint format, where you don't have to do pit stops. That's what VP Racing Sports Car Challenge represents. And then, of course, anybody that's watched a Michelin Pilot Challenge race knows that the TCR and GT4 combination is just tremendous. And those races also, usually on Saturday before the WeatherTech race on Sunday, have produced some incredible shows. And once again, teams, drivers, people at different levels of the sport have come in there and used it as a springboard to realize their dreams at the top level.
Well, as you mentioned earlier, it's 45 days until we get back at it again. You know, there's of course been a flurry of announcements. Can we expect any more surprises in terms of teams and drivers?
I think so. And as always, those announcements are theirs to make from a team or from a manufacturer standpoint. But first off, it's, you know, so much of a blessing for us to be in the situation we are with record counts on the grid. There is more to come in terms of announcements. We're really, really excited for the 63rd running of the Rolex 24. The Roar is going to come, but there are going to be more announcements. I think there'll be a few more tests for teams in the final days of this calendar year. But we're going to kick off 24 or put a bow on 24 here now and kick off 25 with a lot of momentum for endurance sports car racing. And we're just proud to be the caretakers of it and the stewards of it. And we're going to continue to grow it every way we can.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. I see that our time is about up, so I will look very forward to seeing you in Daytona in a few weeks and seeing what surprises await in terms of teams, drivers, and the renewed competition.
Well, thank you, Richard, for all the storytelling you've done, and as well as all the other journalists and Francisc and Judy. Again, thank you so much for all the effort that your team puts into making this happen. It's, as you know, now become world recognized, and you all deserve a tremendous amount of credit for what you're doing here and putting all the stories and the industry on notice as we turn the corner into the new year.
All right. Thank you. Well,
Thank you, John. That
Means a
means a lot to us, and you were one of the pillar of this event, 5 years ago, and you'll be on every year since. So thank you so much for sharing your expertise and your wisdom and your passion for racing. So stay with us. We're going to run a very short video, and we'll be right back.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Thank you very much, and welcome back, Mr. Hammond. What a great session we had this morning with Jimmie, and I'm sure you enjoyed it very much.
Yes, I did. I thought that Jimmie was, very insightful, and I think we all got understood a little bit better, especially myself, of what makes him, what drives him. He's a very competitive individual, and he's definitely got a lot of long-range plans for Legacy Motor Club and his future as far as the motorsports industry world is concerned. Just excited about having him on.
And I think we've got our next guest on, Mr. Wilson from TRD. We're waiting for David to start his video, and there we go.
There we go.
And congratulations, David, for the big award you received at the NASCAR banquet. That's a big deal.
Deserving.
Are you on mute, David? We have you on mute.
Okay.
There we go.
There we go. Are we good?
We're good now, David. Yeah, very good.
Happy to see you all. Awesome.
Good morning, sir. Now
Good
that we
morning,
got that
Jeff.
little communication problem kind of took down. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. Doing great. Beautiful morning here in Southern California.
Well, I've got to go ahead and do a follow-up on that. Congratulations on the Bill France Award of Excellence. For those who maybe do not understand the meaning of that award, let me quantify it by saying, to me, NASCAR and the NASCAR world, they have knighted you as far as I'm concerned. I mean, it's just like being, you're now Sir David Wilson when it comes to our world, because you have done so much for the industry as a whole, but most notably in our world of NASCAR, you have done so many wonderful things, David, and you have been such a gentleman. And I don't know, I can't say enough really positive things about you. We're going to be sad to see you, throttling back and stepping away. And we know that you need to pass the torch on, but you've done an outstanding job. And I think that award, I mean, to me, the pictures I saw was not there, but I saw the pictures afterwards. I think you were a little bit surprised, weren't you? And I think that, has it really sunk in what they have bestowed upon you?
Well, first of all, thank you, Jeff, for the kind words. I don't think it honestly has sunk in because I'm still trying to wrap my head around the significance of it. And I can rest assure you in the audience that there are awards that are presented live on television that are in fact surprises. Because I was joking earlier in that evening that, well, I might as well have a cold drink or two, because I know I'm not getting up on stage because we weren't collecting any hardware that night. But somehow I ended up sitting right next to Steve Phelps, and right behind me was Mike Helton, and when I saw cameras started camping out, I was like, oh boy, what can this be? And sure enough, I still had this out of body experience as Jim France was talking about it and ultimately introduced me. But I I was stunned. I really didn't have words to truly express how special it was and how much it means to me. But you know, I tend to come from a very humble place, and the only way that I can wrap my head around it is by looking at it as a recognition, not just of me, but the team that I helped to build and brought into the sport. And yeah, and so that for me, like I can be super proud of that. But but deep down inside, make no mistake, this is just such a wonderful, generous honor, and it kind of comes back full circle, Jeff, because a lot of people these days are asking me about my tenure, my legacy, and one, I don't think you define your own legacy. I think it's defined for you. But if I had to pick, kind of one of the things that I'm most proud of, it was being a part of the team that brought this company into the sport of NASCAR. Because Jeff, you were around back then, and you well remember that not everybody, fans certainly are polarized, but even inside our own industry, I think it was a bit polarizing as to whether or not Toyota belonged. And so having having a hand in building, it was one of the biggest building business cases that I've ever put together. Sold it all the way back to Japan because we all knew just how significant this was going to be culturally for our company. And if not done the right way, it could actually do more damage than good. And so fast forward, some 20 plus years later, I'd like to believe that today, while you still have, again, you have Ford fans, you have Chevy fans, you have Toyota fans, I'd like to believe that today, whether whomever you root for, you do believe that our sport, the sport of NASCAR, is better for having Toyota a part of it. And for me, that goes straight to my heart, and that is again something that I will take with me.
Well said. And just to add a little bit more to my perspective of the prestige of the award, this is not something that's given out every year. I mean, this right here is something that NASCAR takes very serious, because that they consider the fact that Bill France, the man who started NASCAR, he had a way about him, and a way that he wanted this organization to be perceived, I think, throughout all of other racing competitors, you might say. And I think the family has done an outstanding job of naming the award correctly and giving it out when it was justified. And there again, going back to what you're saying, and from the competitor side of it, yes, I was on the other side of the fence. I was the enemy, and you were trying to get in. And yeah, there were a lot of things that came out of that. But to your point, and I will echo your point, because yes, our industry is better because Toyota is in it. And it's in it for the right reasons. And that's one thing that I respect about you, is everybody wanted to get a piece of the pie. Okay, especially when Dodge bailed out and some people were looking for a place to call home. You guys came in with a game plan. You said, hey, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. We're not going to grow too fast. We're not going to expand just because we can. We're going to do everything. You came in with a battle plan, you might say, to go up against the competition of Chevrolet and Ford. You executed it well. You have definitely proved that you belong in NASCAR. And I think, I want to finish this comment. You're right, 100%, sir. You did it the right way. I am so happy to have known you. I am so happy to have competed against you and your company. But more importantly, right now, to know that it's going to be left in good hands, and that you have laid the foundation for the future. And I think that's what's some more I want to get into after I shut up here a second, because I want to hear what you got to say about that. But again, from my heart to yours, I really, really am happy for you.
Well, that means the world to me. It means the world to me, Jeff. Appreciate you, kind of underscoring, some of those highlights and how we did it. But just looking back in that day, I've shared a little bit with this as I've reflected on our career, but we did well before we turned a wheel in anger on the racetrack. We wanted to really understand and learn about the sport, and make sure, again, that we did it the right way, make sure that we earned our way in. And I had a lovely visit with a good friend, Wayne Otten, who is also calling it a day. And I gave him a big hug, because Wayne is one of those guys. Back in those days, most fans probably don't realize it, but we didn't, come in through the truck series. We actually came in through a regional touring series that doesn't exist anymore, but it's called the Goody Stash series. And the Huffman family, I got to see Robert and some of his family last week in Charlotte. It's people like Wayne Otten who kind of put their arm around us and helped guide us and helped minimize the mistakes that we might make. But it really was having a respect for the fans and listening to some of their concerns. One of the widely held beliefs was that a company like Toyota was just going to come in here with briefcases full of money, and we'd buy our way in, and we'd win, and then we'd leave. And one of the biggest challenges I had in trying to articulate what that means to our top management is that the power of the sport and the power of the fan base, because at the time when we came in, I call it, I think it was the bubble of NASCAR around 2006, 2005, 2006, where Fortune 500 companies, everyone had to be a part of the sport. And there was, the fan base was roughly 1/3 of the population. And so if you didn't do it the right way, it could really work against you. But we understood that this was a driver-centric sport. Like, the drivers were the stars. Now, over the years, working with NASCAR and our colleagues from Ford and Chevrolet, Dodge back in the day, we've done a lot to help promote each of us and promote the rivalries between the OEMs like it was back in the day. But no mistake, the drivers, carried the most influence, and that's a big reason why we were, and still, I'd like to believe, are pretty selective about who are our ambassadors, who are the drivers, the team owners that will carry the Toyota, the TRD badge on their fire suit, because we know how influential they are. And it was largely guys like, Michael Waltrip back in the day, who said to his fans that these guys are okay, right? And just got them to give us a chance. And then, of course, when we came in, we struggled. We got our butts kicked. Back there were no charters back then, Jeff. You remember?
Oh, yeah.
We our first Cup race in 2007. We didn't know if we were going to run the race because we had to qualify our way in, and there was drama that weekend because of some shenanigans that were going on in one of the Toyotas. But by and large, it humanized us by us getting our butts kicked, right? And the president of Toyota US, a gentleman by the name of Mr. Funo, he understood the social aspect of it so well that when we would come home and after a weekend getting our asses kicked, he was like, "Good job," right? Because he had he fashioned on his own this Rocky Balboa mentality. Like the early rounds, just it's okay. You're gonna get beat up a little bit, but just keep fighting through it, and you'll our day will come when it's okay to win, and as if we did as if we didn't try the most we could from day one, which of course we did. It's a tough sport. It is a tough sport, and you do have to earn your way. But have so many fond memories of the teams that took a chance on us,
Right.
and so much respect and love for guys like Coach Gibbs and his family, who had already won 3 championships with their affiliation with General Motors and Chevrolet and Pontiac. And on paper, it absolutely made no sense for what they did, but so many people, just contributed to helping us along the way. And in the end, as I look to step back, what I will miss most of all are the people, and that will keep me coming back to the track on occasion, just to see these wonderful people and friends that I've made along the way.
Just to make sure we don't get away from that thought process. Address the friendship, but the driver development program that you guys initiated, and really, not to say it wasn't going on, but I think Toyota did it in a different way than the other manufacturers. And I think producing the results have turned out to be, head turning. Least of all, when you think about, Kyle Busch's and the Christopher Bells of the world that have been around now and helped through Toyota. Any of that moments there, as far as in the last 20 years of bringing people into the sport and getting them up through the ranks, that they stand out to you, or memories stand out to you?
Well, I'm glad you gave me the opportunity to share that story with you, Jeff, because I think it was an interesting origin story, and I love origin stories because they always tell you something that you may not know. But our origin story, when it came to driver development, and there there was bits and pieces of it, but principally the paradigm was the team owners. The team owners are ultimately responsible for driving, for driving their driver development, and that's why a lot of them had, Xfinity teams or may have had truck teams to help with that. And in fact, my predecessor, you may remember Lee White.
I do.
Lee, who was an old school racer, right? And Lee White, anytime we mentioned that, he would say, nope, manufacturers have no role in driver development. Drivers will either break your heart or they'll die and break your heart. Leave that to the teams. Let's focus. And we don't own racing teams. That's the other side, right? So we kind of came from that place. Now Lee White retired. I stepped on board, and here's a great factoid, and that is the gentleman that will succeed me, and in 14 days from today, will take over the mantle as president of Toyota Racing Development, a young man by the name of Tyler Gibbs. Tyler and I have had the pleasure of working together for nearly 30 years, some 28 years. And it was Tyler Gibbs and a couple of his lieutenants, Jack Irving, Trent Rodriguez, who had been hanging out, at places like the Chili Bowl, and looking at some of the things that we were doing, because we were involved in grassroots racing back in the mid 90s. We worked with Steve Lewis on, he ran a Toyota midget back in the day, and we saw this really special talent like on dirt, and Tyler came up to me one day and he laid out a proposal of taking a step towards driver development. And it was very, very well constructed. It wasn't about Toyota writing a big check. It was about building a partnership of sponsors like Safelite, like Gear Wrench, like ExxonMobil, like Mobile One, JBL, who for not a whole lot of money, we pool those resources and we start investing in some of these young men and women that we're watching running on dirt or in late models. And long story short is we are fully vested now. We have a number of team that do everything from scout every weekend and virtually every dirt track in Middle America you can think of, to nutritionists, psychologists, trainers, sports psychologists. We have relationships with the Texas Rangers and a couple of other stick and ball sporting organizations, because we wanted to understand like what is best in class. How do other sporting enterprises build resources and tools to make their athletes better? Because if there's one thing that we've learned, Jeff, across this endeavor, is it's not teaching a batter to hit a baseball. It's not teaching a race car driver how to drive a race car. It's working on those 6 inches between their ears and giving them the tools they need to handle pressure, giving them the physiological tools they need to handle intense heat, and along the way helping them develop their own social skills. Because of a lot of young up and coming drivers, what is the first thing they do? They drop out of school and they leave that environment where they socialize with other kids of their own age. Well, we run a school now. And guess what? We don't have drivers train alone. We always are partnering them up. And they're in there shooting hoops, they're throwing baseballs, things that a lot of them never even had the chance to do. So to get to the competition side of it, because at the root of it was we wanted to grow our own, and we understood the pitfalls. First one, we don't own racing teams. That's the biggest one. And that's why, again, organizations like Kyle Busch Motorsports, Joe Gibbs Racing and their Xfinity team, the Venturini family, Bill McAnally, the key is to align yourself with organizations who share your vision and have the right mentality to coach up these young drivers. Because again, you can't just throw a young talented driver into a race car. You have to, it's coaching and treating everyone with respect, because the other challenge in developing athletes is each one of them needs different things. Each one of them is going to grow up and excel at their own pace. There are a few unicorns like Kyle Larson, like Christopher Bell, like put them in anything and they kind of find their way. And of course, Christopher would be what we would call our star alumnus. He's the guy that really proved our business case. And here's the other thing I say, because I get, on occasion some hate, which I don't understand, but what about William Byron? What about Alex Bowman? What about Austin Hill? What about Jesse Love? Here's what I'll say. Every one of those kids we spent some time with, every one of those kids know who we are and know the type of people we are. When I walk down pit lane at any given race, I can bump fists with about 30 out of 36 drivers on that field, because somewhere along the way they touched our company. And racing is a small sport. You never know when opportunities leave somewhere. I'll venture a bet that any one of those kids, given the opportunity to come back and drive a Toyota, would come back because of that relationship and the respect that we showed them at a very early age. So while the endeavor was focused on, kind of selfish, going fast for Toyota, it's turned into as much of an altruistic, it's part of the way that we give back to our sport. And I love that, Jeff. Some days we're racing against, we were racing against one of our alum, William Byron, in the championship finale this past 2 weeks ago in Phoenix. That's okay. He's still a good kid. I love his family, and I'm proud that he drove a Toyota one day.
Well, we started this off by saying the reason why NASCAR recognized you with the Bill France Award of Excellence. For those of you who had the pleasure of listening to what I've just done, you understand why this man has gotten this award. Mr. Wilson, the sport is better because we've had you in it. We look forward to seeing you around the racetrack. And thank you so much for being a part of our Race Industry Week and sharing your story. And once again, we're going to miss you on a weekend basis, but I know, like you said, we'll see you on pit road somewhere along the way. Thank you very much for joining us.
Jeff, thank you again for visiting with me. I've loved this tradition. I'd ask you to take care of Tyler next year when he's on. He's actually on a plane to Japan right now, or he was actually going to join me, but I'm sure you guys will catch him next year. And again, I appreciate just the consideration and respect that you've shown me and your team there at Racer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
You have a lot to be proud of, David.
Thank you, Judy Francois. Again, thanks for inviting me so many years ago. I love the tradition, and say hello to my friends. I'm assuming Mark Rushbrook and Jim Campbell will carry
Yes.
their OEM flags.
Yes.
All right.
Mark is next. So
All
thank
right.
you, David. Thank you
Give
very
my
much.
best. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, guys.
absolutely. Thank you, Jeff. So we'll take a little video. We'll watch a little video from our sponsor. We'll be right back with you with Mark Rushbrook.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
For over 25 years, Wisconsin-based C-Tech Manufacturing has been engineering and manufacturing the toughest, most accessible aluminum tool drawers, cabinets, carts, and tactical storage solutions for America's hardest working professionals. Whatever you need to store and however you need to store it, put your trust in C-Tech Manufacturing. We build it better. Visit our new website at ctechmanufacturing.com or give us a call at 715-355-8842.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. We had so many sessions this morning already, and we're almost half through it for the day. What a great first part of the day. So Brad Gilly, welcome back. We're bringing Mark Rushbrook with us. We had a terrific session with David Wilson. That was a treat, right, Judy?
Oh, such a treat. You know, I'm so happy for him. He has done so much with TRD in all forms of racing. Happy for him, but I'm going to be sad not seeing him at the racetrack. So I'm sure I'll see him now and then.
I think Mark is with us, so we'll wait for his video and for his microphone to be on, and then we'll let you take over, Brad. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. How are you?
Good to see you again.
Good to be here. Thanks for having me.
Well, wonderful. We'll see Francisque and Judy here in just a few minutes. Mark, first of all, I want to say thank you again for joining us here on Race Industry Week. I know you got a lot to talk about, a lot to brag about as well. It's been a pretty good year for Ford, hasn't it?
It's been a great year. We love racing. We love competing. We like it even more when we win races and championships. So had our fair share of wins this year and championships at the end.
That's really cool. Well, you are the global director of Ford Performance. And, you know, a lot of times here in the United States, we get caught up just in the NASCAR world. But I mean, gosh, so many more things even happening here in the U.S. with NHRA and a lot of different things. If you would, Mark, give us a quick overview of everything you oversee worldwide.
Oh, wow. We only have half an hour. No, we have a lot of great things going on for sure. We have a great team of people here inside of Ford Performance, and we partner with the best teams in all the different racing series. And I'd say we got a lot more serious in these last 2 or 3 years about our motorsports programs and really trying to take everything to the next level to make sure we have a good, deep strategy. And the way we break it down is into 4 quadrants that we talk about. And it's all about winning races and championships that matter. It is about innovation and tech transfer two-way from road to race and back to road, and just keep that endless cycle going. And then marketing to tell customers, fans about our company, our products, and our people, and where we compete or how we choose to compete. A lot of it is around our icon Mustang. That is one of the 4 quadrants, and that includes racing Mustang globally, whether it's in NASCAR Cup and Xfinity, NHRA, Australia Supercars, Formula Drift. And then in the sports car world, we've got Mustang GT3, Mustang GT4, Dark Horse R with our own Mustang Challenge Spec Series. So Mustang is the best-selling sports car globally. Is something that we need to be competing and winning globally. So that's the first quadrant. Second quadrant is own off-road. And what we've done going back to 2019, I mean, we used to race off-road in Baja in 1969 with Rod Hall and Strop and everybody, and great success, but we were out for a little bit. And we came back in 2019 to prove that Bronco, as we brought it back to market, was a real capable off-road vehicle. So own off-road became one of our mantras, and we've been racing at Baja these last 5 years, 6 years, at King of the Hammers, with Bronco winning the stock class the last 3 years. We race at Fink in Australia, and we race our Raptor T1 Plus is going to Dakar next month in January, and we can't wait for that. So that's the second quadrant, own off-road globally. The third quadrant is around electric, where we looked for a full electric series. We didn't find one that really provided what we wanted in terms of reaching the right fans, the innovation and tech transfer that we were looking for. So we created our own, effectively, by the ability to build these one-off demonstrators as literally rolling test beds for learning and innovation, but also to go do these spectacular events, whether it's Pikes Peak or setting a lap record at Bathurst, or competing at Goodwood. Those have been incredibly beneficial for us, both technically and from a marketing perspective. And then the fourth quadrant is Formula One. Stands on a quadrant all by itself. The announcement that we made in early 2023, the partnership with Red Bull Racing to together develop an all-new power unit for the 2026 regulations, hybrid power unit using responsible, sustainable fuels. So we're 2 years into that partnership, still about a year away from racing. Still a lot of work to do. We've made great progress, but still a lot to do in that last year. But we're super excited about coming back into Formula One in the right way as a technical partner with Red Bull on the power unit, and then together on the racing team with Red Bull and V-Carb as well.
That's wonderful. And I know that was such a big, broad question for everything that you do, but I really wanted to kind of set the tone for our conversation in that you are the, global director of Ford Performance, and it truly is around the globe with everything you do. While we're talking about Formula One, wow, what a great partner to have in Red Bull. Can you give us an idea of what happens behind the scenes? Obviously, the things you can tell us, but how development happens and everything, because, you look at that and go, man, 2023, and you guys aren't even going to race until 2026. What has to happen to get Ford back on the track in F1?
Yeah, I mean, the power unit rules for 2026, they're all new. It's ground up, a new power unit, including the combustion engine, turbocharged combustion engine, all new battery, all new motor, all new hybrid control system around it. So that's a very long project. So from the very beginning, when I sat down with Christian Horner about the potential partnership, even in that very first meeting, we put down a list of things where for sure Ford would be able to contribute, areas where we definitely wanted to learn. And I'd say there were maybe 8 to 10 items on that list from the very first meeting. And every time we meet, every time we go there, that list just gets longer and longer because there is such great opportunity. It is, in terms of the motorsports world, the ability to really innovate there with so much being built individually with each team or with each power unit manufacturer. It's an endless list. So we're making parts here in Dearborn at our additive manufacturing place that are going over. We're making parts daily. They're getting shipped over there daily to contribute to the development cycle, such a fast iteration, but then ultimately to production as well. We'll be racing with some of the parts made here in Dearborn. And there's so much learning from it, and the pace is so much faster than what we see in other places. So we're excited. Like you said, they're a great partner. And I think with any partnership in motorsports, you have to approach it with what can we contribute? What can we learn? How can we make each other better? And that's been the mindset for these last 2+ years together with Red Bull Racing. And like I said, we're excited about it. We can't wait to go racing. And it seems like it's a long way away in 2026, but it's effectively tomorrow in this world. So much going on so fast.
Yeah, for sure. I'm glad you mentioned making parts in Dearborn because I was curious about the development and how global that is. And I know you yourself have an engineering background, but just how many people are really contributing from all around the world?
Yeah, well, it's the number of people that all the work is centered in Milton Keynes in the UK. That's the Red Bull Racing campus, and that's where the powertrain business is set up. And it's a staggering number of people. Like it's close to 2,000 people in total on campus for the racing and for the power unit development. And they work so hard, like in any form of motorsport, and just the endless cycle with that. When we started this partnership, we gave them a full review of our company and what facilities we have in all parts of the world. And they came and visited many of those facilities to really see what would be useful for the program or not. And we've chosen a lot of those places and a lot of those people. But again, yeah, very regular meetings, very regular visits there. I was on site there last week, as was Jim Farley, our CEO, which shows the level of interest in importance of that program. But it's all on the table, whatever it takes to win.
That's really cool. Well, let's get back a little closer to home and let's talk about more recent successes. You actually took over this role in 2018, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
That's right.
On the NASCAR side of that, Joey Logano and Todd Gordon won a Cup championship that year. Since then, there have been 3 more, which includes the last 3, 2 with Joey Logano and the 1 with Ryan Blaney. And that's just on the Cup side of things. Obviously, there are successes on the Xfinity side and on the truck side, where if you combine, let's just take the last 2 years alone, 6 available NASCAR championships in the top 3 divisions. Y'all have won 5 of them. It's been a pretty good run here recently, hasn't it?
Absolutely, it has. I mean, in the United States, NASCAR is our bread and butter in motorsports, and we've got great teams and great partners that make that success possible. But we provide technical tools and support behind them. But great drivers, great team owners. To see what Penske has done, especially in Cup with the last 3 Cup championships with Joey and then Ryan and then Joey again. All of that with Roush Yates Power, with Doug Yates in the engine shop and the great work that they do. Xfinity didn't get the championship this year, but Cole Custer got it last year, and Stuart Haas had been such a great partner with us for 8 years. They'll look a little bit different next year with it being Haas factory team replacing Stuart Haas, but such a great ride we had with Tony and Gene and Stuart Haas Racing. But then trucks, we love trucks, F-150 and Super Duty trucks that we have, but to be able to race trucks in NASCAR and to have Front Row win a championship 3 years ago, and then these last 2 years with Thor Sport, with Ben and then Ty, it's just absolutely incredible when we had the opportunity for Thor Sport to come racing forward again in trucks. Immediately took advantage of that opportunity. Duke does such a great job, family team and great people there to be able to get those results.
Yeah, and looking ahead, really with the strength of the Ford supported teams this year, you guys added Front Row on the Cup side as one of yours with a partnership with Team Penske. We have the Wood brothers that are a part of that as well. RFK Racing expanding to 3 cars next year. Plus, you mentioned the Haas factory teams, Cole Custer coming back into Cup, and there's a really nice tight alliance there. Could you just kind of give us an overview of the way you start to shape what are going to be, say, your premier partners when it comes to the teams and how all of that comes together?
Yeah, there's definitely been some shifts, as you mentioned, in these last couple of years, and we're always trying to optimize the results on track, and but also a balance, of course, with the interest of the teams. And from the time that Penske came back to Ford in 2013, they've just continued building their program. And initially, there were only two cars, and then they grew to three, and effectively with Wood Brothers and such a tight alliance with them, we consider that four Penske Wood Brother cars. And they've done a great job for us, obviously, with great results. For Front Row, for the 10 plus years that have been in motorsports, and like you said, since 2018 as the director, what we've seen with Bob Jenkins and Jerry Freeze at Front Row is they've tried to get incrementally a little bit better every year. And I've got complete respect for that approach, because they knew they wanted to get better. They knew it wasn't going to be one switch, flipping it overnight and suddenly having success. But every year they've added something to get better, whether it's hiring the right people or right drivers or the right tools, or in this case, the right alliance with Penske, we felt was the right way to bring Front Row up to the very top level. So they've got full access to all the aero data, all the simulation tools, simulator tools, tire models, like any other tier one team. So we're excited to see Front Row and some of the success that they've had. And then the resurgence of Roush Fenway into RFK, and now going to three cars. So we weren't sure where they were going to go a few years ago, but certainly with Brad coming in, and again, it's about the people. They had a lot of great people there that were able to untap their potential and brought in some additional people, and great success that they've had these last 2 years. And now to be adding a third car to be able to take that same goodness that we had in the 6 and 17 to get it into the 60 car. We're really excited about that. And then we're happy for the Haas factory team, because given what's happened at Stewart Haas and the change in their future or plans that are coming for 2025, to have the Haas factory team there, it's only one cup car, but there's great people inside that building still. Their alliance with RFK, I think, will bring some results as well. And same thing, they'll have full access to our resources at our tech center down there. So those are all great teams. Also appreciate Rick Ware Racing and what they've done for us through the years, and continue racing it forward. So a lot of great teams across our cup lineup. And like I said before, all powered by Doug Yates and Roush Yates Power. And that's an endless battle inside a Doug shop, that you're scrapping for every half horsepower that you can get, and it never ends. But Doug never quits. So happy to be partners with him.
Yeah, and what a great way to sort of transition this as well, because what happens there at Roush Yates Engines and with Doug Yates goes well beyond NASCAR with Ford as well, correct?
Yeah, I mean, they've been great partners with us. They worked with us on the Ford GT program from 2016 through 2019. They built the engines for the Ford GT Mark IV, which is a track day only vehicle, non-street legal, that they built a special version of that V6 EcoBoost engine that we raced, that we put in these track day cars now, making over 800 horsepower. So he's a great partner for us in the engine business beyond NASCAR, but also in the parts business as well with the work that he does.
And Mark, you also mentioned the Ford Performance Center, which is there in Concord, North Carolina, just a little north of Charlotte. But that gets used for more than NASCAR as well, correct?
Yeah, when we opened that in June of 2014, which seems like just yesterday, but would leverage that facility in so many different ways. And in June of 2014, we had literally just installed a full driving 6-degree of freedom simulator there. We now have 3 of those driving simulators, or actually they're all better now than the one we had back then, but we've got 3 of those. Of course, they get used by NASCAR teams, whether it's Cup, Xfinity, or Truck, but we also use those same simulators in other forms of racing, whether it's sports car with Mustang GT3, GT4, Dark Horse R. We use it for WRC, for our rally program. And we also use it for road cars and production vehicles as well, where the production team will come into the tech center there and use those exact same simulators to develop road cars that people can buy and drive on the road and park in the driveway and garage. And we've got more than just the simulators there. We've got a full aerodynamics development program there, whether it's CFD, computational fluid dynamics for designing everything in the computer, whether it's a scale tunnel model running at 50% scale at the Penske Technology Group tunnel in Mooresville, or running full-scale aero at Windshear, or even in our own wind tunnel here in Dearborn. So a lot of great people that we have in there. Again, when I first went into that building, when it was first opening, there was one engineer sitting in the corner with ceiling tiles falling on top of them, and now we've got, I would guess, about 35, 40 people in there to complement the work that we do here in Dearborn. But those 35 to 40 people in the tech center there in North Carolina, they do great work in interfacing directly with our teams.
Yeah, I think it's great. I love hearing about how Ford Global Performance all can come together, as well as what people see on the passenger side of things too. I was fascinated when, to learn from you a few weeks ago that how passenger car technology even gets benefited from that. Let's move on to a little bit of a different one. Rally car, another big thing that you guys are a part of. Just wrapped up the season there. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, it was an interesting season. We had several podiums. We didn't get any wins. It's a very competitive series with Toyota and Hyundai, so congratulations to them on the drivers championship with Hyundai and the team championship with Toyota. They had a lot of success, a lot of good competition. It's very much a series with a lot of spectacles, with the way that the cars compete. They look fantastic, they sound fantastic on roads, whether it's, some of them are tarmac paved roads, some of them are gravel roads. But a lot of excitement, a lot of opportunity. It's a global series, which has a lot of benefits to it. We compete there with our Puma. And we've learned a lot actually with the hybrid technology there. Yes, it's a spec hybrid system, the motor and battery, but our own combustion engine. But we've learned a lot from the software and the calibration in that series that has been able to also transfer to our road cars as well.
Yeah, that's really cool. Off-road, we know Dakar's coming up in a month, like you mentioned. We're actually going to have them on a little bit later this week, which I'm very excited about. But with SCORE, and you mentioned the Broncos and everything, what can you tell us about, all that you have going on within that? Because I know it's a lot.
Yeah, we love Baja, and we consider that a proven grounds for especially our Raptor. So in order to earn a Raptor badge, there's a lot of technical DNA that needs to be met in terms of what gets designed into it. But at the end of the day, it needs to be able to, as a stock truck with minimal modifications to meet the rules with safety cage, fuel cell, etc., a Raptor needs to be able to finish Baja. It is such a tough test. So when we take these stock trucks down there and compete and finish, it's a badge of honor to be able to say that a Raptor can compete and finish it at Baja. This just 2-3 weeks ago, we had a Ranger Raptor competing there, finished and won its class, and then a Bronco DR, same thing. That's a turnkey race truck that we build and sell to customers that they can buy the truck, take it home, put a number on it, take it to Baja, and go race with it. So that's been a great proof point for us. But globally, the big off-road race is Dakar. It is such a massive challenge. We've partnered with M Sport to design an all-new truck, and it embodies everything that is Raptor. So it's a Raptor T1 Plus built to FIA rules and homologation. And we'll have 4 of those going and starting with the race, the prologue, on January 3rd in Saudi Arabia. And it is such a massive challenge. It's a test not just for the trucks, for the vehicles, but for the drivers, the people, the teams, because it goes for almost 2 weeks. Not a lot of sleep, a lot of prep work going on through the night to rebuild or fix anything through the night, and then they're off again early the next morning. So I'm excited. I'll be there myself, as will our CEO, Jim Farley, which again shows the importance of these programs to us, to be there and wish the team success and interact with them as they get started.
I'm jealous of that. I think that's really, really cool, and we wish you great luck with that. Mark, let's shift gears because in talking about all of the different series, we've talked about a lot of different in F1. It's called the power unit. We talked about hybrid. You mentioned not finding an EV series, so creating your own. We know when we start to talk about the future of moving forward, let's just call it that. There's anything from electrical to alternative fuels to any combination or hybridization of all of that. Where do you see us going in the future, be it short term or long term?
Well, that's a tough question. All these other questions are easy compared to that. For us, like I said, we didn't see the right electric series. That's why we've done these demonstrators, so we can truly learn about that technology and how it can transfer that learning, how it can transfer into our road cars. And that's worked very well for us. And we can tell exactly what story and we can learn exactly what we want. But the fact that we didn't find the right full electric series, and kudos to Formula E, right? They've been in existence since 2015, I think, so 10 years now. They've had success for sure, to still be running and they put on a good race or show. And there's a lot of manufacturers involved there and a lot of fans. It just wasn't right for us in terms of what we wanted to be able to learn. But the fact that we don't see a lot more series switching to full electric, I think is a signal that that's not what the fans want to watch as a technology. Now, it still can be a great road car. We have a Mustang Mach-E in our family, and actually, I drove it to work today. I've got combustion engine Mustangs in my garage, and we have a Mustang Mach-E as well. But the full electric technology is actually very good on the road with a right use case. But in racing, it hasn't provided the spectacle per se that the fans want to see. It doesn't have the same sound or the smells or the feel and the vibration. So we do believe that ICE still has a long time to play in the motorsports world. Hybrid is also very good because you get the sound of the combustion engine, you get the technology, the opportunity for learning from the electric part of the hybrid. And then especially like in Formula One or many of the other series, when you combine that with a responsible fuel, you can race a combustion engine cleanly and tell a great story about it. So I honestly don't know what the future holds. I think that we need to continue working together as stakeholders of the sport with the other manufacturers and with the different racing series to look for those opportunities to make changes when appropriate. But I wish I knew all the answers right now. I certainly don't.
No, that's okay. It's actually probably more of a great way in your answer to showcase that what Ford is doing is involved in every part of it. So if it does turn one direction or another or somewhere combined, you guys are right there on the front end of it, and being a big part of it. I know we didn't mention the NHRA. We know you're very involved in that too with John Force Racing and the Mustang and all of that. But we appreciate you giving us some time here today, Mark. It's great talking to you and catching up with what Ford has going on in motorsports.
Yep, absolutely. I enjoy being here. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Stay with us. We are going to show a little video from our sponsors and partner, and we will be right back with you.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Thank you, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. We're going to be bringing our next host, George Tamayo from Racer, who should be with us any second. And then we're going to be talking with Chris Stewart from Grid Life. So I am waiting for George to join us.
And I'm pretty sure that Grid Life, Chris has been with us for 5 years now. So
absolutely. So this is the 5th time we're going to be hosting Chris, which is a little tradition. And my understanding is we have a little video also from Grid Life. So George is with us. Good morning, George. We're waiting for George to start his video and his microphone. Good morning, George. Welcome back to the program.
How are you?
Very good. Thank you.
Good.
So we should have Chris Stewart with us. Give me 1 second. I'm getting a signal from our producer. And when Chris is with us, we will show a little video from Grid Live that Chris and his team prepared for us. So good morning, Chris.
Good morning. All right, unmute and share my video. How's it going?
Excellent. So let's roll the video.
Touching me, touching you. Bang your head. You're barely live.
That's pretty cool. Thanks for sharing that, Chris.
Yeah, that was our 30 seconds Grid Life in 30-second video. So like all the things that we do kind of encapsulated into really bite-sized moment.
Yeah, nice. Hey, congrats on a great 2024 season.
Thank you.
By all accounts, a record-breaking one. So kind of there's a few things in there that I want to take a deep dive into, but give us your sort of top-level overview of what made it such a spectacular season, and were there any personal highlights for you?
Well, I think the season as a whole, is kind of a highlight across the board, right? We've got this was our going into our 12th year. It's the second year when we've actually had like kind of a full nationwide footprint from coast to coast. And I would say we've been talking about kind of this era, or like what we're moving into is the next area, is kind of like the Grid Life 4.0 era. So it's like, I think the just the kind of realization internally of like the level of maturity that our organization is at, and producing, new festivals, like 3 new festivals in the last 3 years, and kind of bringing, that motorsports festival and kind of the motorsports inclusion to, all these different facilities is kind of a big dot on the exclamation point. I think if I had to single out one thing, it was our launch of the Summer Apex Festival, which was our first festival event at Road America. So we're based out of Chicago. We've got that Midwest energy. Road America kind of is our pro track, up here in the Midwest. And to be, asked and given the opportunity to bring the festival there, and then to have the first year, kind of pop off and be such a, a well received and by all accounts a successful event, definitely is kind of the cherry on top for the year, I think.
Fill us in a little bit more about that specific event. What was it that was so unique about it compared to the others?
Well, I mean, I think the formula of what we do is pretty consistent. When we're talking about the festival events, right? So it's a music component with with like real production and real headlining artists. I think just on the music side of the house and like kind of that production element, I think when I first started Grid Life, we talked about how crazy it would be or how cool it would be to get Deadmau5, to perform, because we knew he was a car guy. At that time he was had the Ferrari. So we had a Ferrari. Now he's a McLaren guy. He does track days up in Canada. So I was like, oh, that'd be crazy. Oh, could never happen. And then we had Deadmau5 as the headliner for that event. So that's like a pretty like full circle moment. And then just being kind of entrusted with the keys to the kingdom and being able to like kind of activate all the different parts and pieces that Road America has, as a part of their facility. It's one of the largest facilities we've ever produced an event at. And, that's also really intimidating. It's like, how do you corral the people? How do you distribute the energy? How do you like keep this vibe and this flow going between, multiple on-track presentations to, stuff that's happening in campgrounds and things like that. So just like getting it all like to come together and, having the team kind of pull it off, and having like the goal of that event was I wanted the front office to be like nodding their heads with smiles. And then, right. I think we definitely like accomplished that, because, every time we go to a new facility, people entrust us, with the experience that we bring, but they also don't know, like they don't know. So like, and
what are they getting themselves into?
Yeah, we do things a little differently. So like, they're like, and we also do a lot on our own. So, because we're our own promoter, when we go to some of these larger tracks that, function in a little bit more where they're the promoter, and especially if we like collaborate on some efforts, we just do a lot, and we lift a lot, and we bring a lot with us. So I think that always comes across a little bit unexpected, because they're like, oh, this is easy. We were worried.
Yeah. So you touched on a couple of the points that I want to dive into deeper, but first one being, this year you guys had, I want to say it was like around a 30% increase in your total entries and car counts and stuff. What was the factor in making that growth? It's a pretty significant number.
Well, I mean, I think it's a lot of it is like expansion in region, right? So we did 3 events in California, so we opened up kind of a whole new community there. We also went all in with the Rush series, so added like a whole new motorsports program into the mix, which brought a different clientele, a different group of individuals like into our paddock, and then just kind of volume of events, right? So the ability for more events means more participants, and the majority of we kind of have like an inventory issue in some cases, because our most popular events sell out in minutes from a driver's perspective, so it's really been kind of trying to manage that control, and then also kind of keep it grassroots and make sure that the longtime fans get access and all that type of stuff. But when it comes to kind of the growth of the attendees and the amount of registrants, it's really starting to open up more new motorsports products and new opportunities for people to get on track.
Yeah. So perfect segue into the next question, which is, you mentioned the Rush component, the Rush Series as an addition to it, some other things that were new this year, the events and things like that. Give us a little bit of an insight into your internal conversation about growth and how you guys think about managing it, and do you set guardrails for yourself, or how does that whole internal discussion go in terms of how you guys manage the growth of the series and the brand?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question for like kind of this moment, because I think I mentioned this in this conference past, where like whatever goals we set, like whatever the ceiling was, we like blew through it. And then we like set kind of these micro goals and then blew through those. We really are constantly presented with like multiple forks in the road in regards to like which ways that we can move. And really like the trying to like set some guardrails around our like strategic foundation and like our principles as an organization. So one, we're grassroots, we're about motorsports participation, we're about for lack of a better term, kind of every man and every woman. So like that's a really core ideal. So like that is considered in any of the decisions that we make, as this just needs to be accessible to the individuals that fit that profile and are a part of our community already. So we have to serve the community we have, right? So and that is grassroots, right? So it's a certain price point, it's a certain accessibility, it's a certain energy and kind of feel. So that's important. And then it's also as equally important to identify like what we aren't, and have that as be like a strategic pillar.
That's interesting. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah, it's really easy. I mean, there's a lot of like different models. And I don't know if like I'm a creative, as the founder, and then Adam, my co-founder, is just he's a tradesman, right? We're just kind of regular folks. We're not necessarily businessmen. Like obviously we're running a business, but that's not the primary goal. So it's easy to kind of look across the aisle and look at other motorsports models and like look at business structures and things of that nature, especially as we like mature as an organization and creep like right up on the edge of what I would consider like a pro series. So we're kind of this grassroots series with like these pro ideals and this pro functionality. We've got this really elaborate live stream that we're committed to. We've got a really large staff that we travel with too, and like all this these different types of touch points that we try to like make best in class. So it's easy to like look at the struggles of like keeping that up, and then look over to like other models and I don't know, get a little bit enticed about how like the business of motorsports is structured on on the pro side of the world. So I think just identifying like where we want to stay, and it's kind of like hand in hand. It's like we service these types of individuals, we service this community. It's those are the ideals of our community, right? And it's not that those ideals don't exist, on a different type of model, but there's definitely things that like potentially are in conflict, to that accessibility or that comfort or that inclusiveness and all those types of things. So it's a very interesting moment, because there's like the business side of things is somewhat at odds at times, with the community side of things. So there's like a back and forth. So internally, we recently brought on a CEO. So I hired my own boss, which is proving to be a good idea thus far. But just to have a little bit of a different perspective. So Michael Hershen, who we worked with for a long time from FCP Euro, and he's a racer himself, and so he's kind of in the mix now to kind of providing that counterbalance as we like think about strategically what we're doing as we move forward, and what the next year looks like, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, and what we want the events to be, the community to be, and then the brand also. So it is like a lot.
Yeah, I can imagine. And so as part of that, and again, you referenced it a little bit when you were talking about your event at Road America, but I think that there's certain things in any series, it doesn't matter whether you're talking NASCAR, Formula One, or grid life, that there are certain fundamentals, right? You need a schedule, you need classes, you need venues, you need rule books, you need all of these sort of basic element framework things, right? But the big differentiator to me ultimately comes down to events is the experience.
Yes.
And experience is sort of, it seems to me, for grid life, perhaps the most crucial element, because the experience is not only, I would think, what brings in all of the array of competitors and participants and things like that, but also the experience is what brings the fans in to that. And one of the things that you guys have locked down is that sort of 18 to 34 age demo at, some almost 3/4 of your demo fits into that age bracket. So tell me a little bit about how you guys view the experience there and how you continue to sort of massage it and cultivate it, and where experience fits into those internal discussions about expansion and where you take the series next.
Yeah, I mean, I think experience kind of layers across all of it, right? So, and my background and kind of the way that I think about things is, I'm a creative, was a creative director on kind of the design side of stuff, and so I'm always like ideating first and kind of working backwards sometimes from what I want that feeling or that experience or that end result to be. And like you said, there's kind of all this brass tacks that like has to fit in and like, lend itself to that experience, or, the experience can't exist if the other bits and pieces, aren't into play. So it's been, as we've like scaled, that's been probably one of the bigger struggles, is like, how do you create, consistency and how you operate that framework, and how you build your base operations, and then where is the room for like new experiences and like plus ups and all those types of things. But I think like we constantly like reference terms like vibe or things of that nature, which are like, they're almost like a measurable points of data. Like you can feel it, and you can like try to survey it, and you can try to like quantify it with a bunch of other points of data that like lead to it. But it's really like a combination of things that are like a little bit more art than science. It's this authenticity that we strive for, right? That accessibility. So, open to all, bringing the right people and the right programming. We use music, rely pretty heavily on that as like a hook. So we have like an audience that we call the car curious. So, and that's individuals that are like adjacent, to, like, us as like enthusiasts or motorsports fans or motorsports participants, right? We know a bunch of people, right? We have friends outside of this world too. So like trying to build an event that like, is inclusive to those individuals, so that we can like kind of allow the community to build itself. So talk about the experience and like brings people in, bringing people in with that experience promise and kind of the marketing stuff is probably the most challenging part, is like off the jump, because you can show it and you can say it, and I can play videos like the one that led this, and you can be like, oh, that's cool. But it might not be enough to like push you over. But if I can get you there and I can get the right people there, and we deliver on that authentic experience, and that like, we've been talking about measuring, if we could measure success in core moments, like we wouldn't really have to worry about like how we're going to fund the next year, because we produce so many of them, or we strive to do so. So, like it's considered above all things, as even as we talk about like business goals and things that are, focused on, revenue targets and keeping the lights on. And obviously that's first and foremost, but like, I'm always like, but is it cool? But is it authentic? But does it make sense for our community? Is it abrasive? And Adam's the same way, right? Like, we're kind of like, we're still in it, like we're still in You know, it's not like we're on top of a thing looking down on you know, the people. We're like in the people. You know, like we've been building the event that we wanted to attend and the community that we wanted to be a part of, like since the beginning, and that still like kind of reigns true. Like we want to be comfortable in our own skin. So like, you know, all those decisions like go through that filter, you know,
Right.
and the experience is at the front.
Why do you think that music and car culture are so synchronized and so much of an attractor from one to the other? Because it's kind of been that way all along, right? If you go back to the 50s and the whole, you know, that era of hot rods and things that were, you know, you go to the diner and there was rockabilly playing, and rockabilly is associated with a certain kind of car, and whatever the case may be, it's obviously different now. But why is music such an attractor and so a part of car culture, do you think?
I think music as a whole is as universal as a communicator as you can get, right? There's obviously like different genres and you know, different preferences and all those types of things, just like there is in car culture. You know, but like music has a universal appeal as a whole, right? So you know, you put a band, you know, you put a band in a bar and the bar becomes more lively, you know, in most cases. Right. I also think that like music and like, where do you listen to most of your music? In the car too, right? So there's like those two things that are, you know, kind of quantified together. And then, you know, just like with action sports or anything else, when you're presenting something that is high adrenaline or high action, and you have music or a soundtrack that matches it, you know, it's all just kind of a different part of the story and the fabric, you know. So there's a lot of different like ties and associations to it. I think when, you know, like I used music and kind of this festivalization of grid life came from, you know, my own hobbies and my own preferences of going to a lot of concerts and a lot of you know, different music festivals, and I'm a big Deadhead, a big Fish head, so like just these cult like music communities. So there's a lot of parallels too, you know, when you're in like a particular music community, just like you're in a car community, you know, like the parallels to like how that feels and how those groups interact is pretty similar. So, you know, I think there's a lot of like different touch points that like bring, you know, music and car culture, you know, together. And you can almost like look at a particular type of build, like you mentioned, like, you know, rockabilly is this type of car, you know, like metal is this car or this truck, you know, and like dance music looks like that car. You know, so you know, it's all things that people have passion and opinions about, you know, both cars and music. So that stuff like kind of intertwines as well, just from how individuals identify themselves and what makes up the fabric of who they are.
Yeah, definitely. Sticking on sort of this theme about experience and the age group, I wonder, in any of your conversations, do you guys, is it a stated mission? Is it maybe an implied mission to sort of bring in youth and expose them and make them passionate about car culture? Does that ever enter the conversation?
Yeah. It's not like again, when we go back to the authenticity of it, right? So it's not, we don't try to do those types of things heavy-handed. You know, we really try to do it through like authentic experience or authentic connection. But it's, you know, with music festivals, we kind of have two different tones when we talk about some of our events, especially if they have a larger music like music festival component, where, you know, one of the marketing threads or one of the communication threads is come to this music festival with an automotive theme, right? And then some of the other communications are like, come to this race event with a dope concert,
right?
You know, so you're like kind of talking, you know, you're saying the same thing, but you've got these like, you've got this like little bit of a skew, whether you're leading with the artist or you're leading with the motorsports, you know. And it's you know, like everything that we do at this point, you know, is now starting to move towards presented motorsport. You know, and we believe a lot in context and storytelling across the community. So like even when you look at the variances of the motorsports stuff that we do, right? On the same track, we've got, you know, GLTC, which is, you know, sports car racing. And then we've got the rush cars, which is, you know, spec racing. Then we've got time attack, which is, you know, build your weapon and go as fast as you can. And then we've got drifting, right? And those groups are like, you know, one of them, you know, like drifting, you know, is probably punk, you know, and then spec racing could be, you know, as far off as country. So like you've kind of got, you know, like, because you're presenting all that stuff together, you have the opportunity to like build context between them. And we do the same thing with like with the attendees, right? So it's like, the more that they can understand what they're looking at, you know, the better. And because everybody and the majority of the individuals that are on the track, you know, are also attending the concerts, and because the paddock is open and because the cars are relatable, and it's like, I drove here in a Civic. Look at that Civic, you know, or I like 350Zs. Look at that 350Z. There's one drifting, there's one road racing, you know, and I think in most cases, if we do our jobs well of presenting, you know, those motorsports, you know, the grassroots motorsports in like an exciting way, I don't think anyone's going to look at it from the sidelines and be like, that's dumb. And some of them are going to be like, that's cool. And then that's the hook. That's all we need to like kind of bring them into it. So it's not forceful. It's all intended to be kind of authentic by like offering enough context and nuggets of exposure across a wide variety of different things so that somebody can move from one genre of music to the other, or one genre of car culture to the other, or like, or come from the outside and be like, you know, come with a friend who's super into cars and be like, hey, I get it. I understand, you know, I understand your community.
Yep. Switching gears a little bit and looking forward, you guys have not yet revealed your 2025 schedule, but any nuggets you can drop, anything you can tease us about what might be coming next year?
Yeah, I mean, so we're going to be revealing the schedule at PRI coming up on the 13th. So we have for anyone who's attending that in-person trade show at 11 o'clock. And I forget the rooms that we're in, but we've got our annual State of the Grid, which is kind of our driver summit. So the schedule will be coming out at that time. So kind of our strategic mission for this year. We had kind of two different types of events that we presented last year. One was called the Festival Tour, which has all the bits and pieces and music and all those things. And then we had what's called our club circuits, which is basically like a club race weekend. Yeah. But the new March is every grid life is a grid life. So everything matters. So, you know, starting to bring all that kind of stuff together in everything that we do. And we've also gotten to the point this year where we've got a lot of really good circuits on our schedule, right? We've got Lime Rock, we've got Road America, we've got Laguna, you know, we've got mainstays like Gingerman. So it's gonna be pretty similar. You know, we're getting into the point of you know, kind of repeatable expectation, which is great, right? We're not having to like bounce around or like, you know, talk to the tracks and be like, please, sir, can I have a date? Yeah. You know, like we've got our dates. And we've got a couple of surprises that haven't quite reached the finish line that I hope they will. So there is some new stuff, both on the motorsports product side, so some new motorsports offerings, and then potentially a new track as well. Nice. So those are my teasers.
There you go. Perfect way to wrap it up. Thanks, Chris, for your time today, and best of luck next year.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Chris. Always a pleasure to have you. Big fan of what you're doing. So, and we'll see you next week at PRI. So thank you, Chris. Stay with us. We're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we'll be right back. And we're going to be talking to Kevin Miller from USAC.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
Thank you and welcome back to the program. Good afternoon, Mr. Kirshner. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Great, great. Thank you for joining us and to represent Speed Sport, which, by the way, we are live on speedsport.com as well as on racer.com, on YouTube, on social media, and we were broadcasted this morning on Speed Sport 1, the new TV channel from Speed Sport. So that was very exciting. Mike, we are going to be bringing on Kevin Miller from USAC. He should be with us any second.
And Francie, I want to step in here and say we have such wonderful sponsors. They are hardcore racing brands. And we have some that have been with us for 5 years. We have new ones, and it's so fun to watch their videos. And they love what we're doing here.
Yeah, absolutely right. We could not make this week without their support. So thank you. While we wait for Kevin, a big thank you to ETS Racing Fuel, Penske Racing Sharks, Peak, Fifth Third Bank Motorsports, Scott Lewis Associate, Quarer, and of course ARP, C-Tech Manufacturing, Performance Plus Global Logistic, and 3P FP Transers. Good afternoon, Kevin.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good. Good to see you again, Kevin. Thank you for joining.
No problem. Great to be here.
Mike?
All right, I'll take it away. Hi, Kevin. Welcome.
Mike, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Another season is behind us, getting ready for next year already. But let's ease into this. And how was 2024, both on and off the racetrack for USAC?
It's been a tremendous year. A lot of exciting things happened at USAC. Obviously, we just finished our end of our circle track season was just last Saturday night at Turkey Night, which was a phenomenal event. Great new winner there, great crowd. Always great to end our season in Ventura, California. But as we look back at 24, we saw a lot of growth across all of our platforms. USAC has really diversified in the last 10 years. With the circle track division as our core sprint car, midget, silver crown, or quarter midget program. But our road racing program, which opened up a few years back, partnership with SRO, as well as our new Porsche series. We announced a new Mustang Cup series that will be coming in 2025. Our rally series with American Rally Association, and all of our off-road partnerships. So across the board, it was a great year of growth, both on the track and in the office as well. We saw great momentum in car counts. The fan engagement has been growing every year. I think that's alluding to a lot of more social interaction with fans that we do. And then looking forward to 25, we're excited about a lot of the opportunities that we're presenting. We're really pushing the envelope as much as we can in technology. We've held that term for several years as we, as a small organization, have grown with pretty big numbers. But the backbone of all that is being efficient with technology and seeing where things are going in the future.
Let's expand on that a little bit. How exactly are you using technology to help your organization grow? It seems like through the history of motorsports, at least I've been around 30 some years now in motorsports, and that's something that hasn't really, it's the old way a lot of times still, with a briefcase and a notebook.
Yeah, I think that's really what set USAC apart and allowed us to grow. And when I walk in our office today, we're a pretty big organization when you look at the number of people licensed under USAC and all the various series. But if you walk in our office in Speedway, you'll walk in and go, where is all this happening? Because there's very few people. In fact, generally you'll find 2 to 3 people in the office. The USAC has become a very broad organization. I wouldn't call it remote, but what's driving USAC is the powerhouse behind what we put in place in 2015-16, an architecture that allows us to do scale with very few people. And we've achieved that and allowed us to grow. And actually, it was enticing to other series that partnered with us to utilize that same technology to help them. And so we've become the backbone of several race series because of the scale that we can provide and what we've achieved using technology. That's a 10-year-old project now. As we look backward, it allowed us to grow. And I keep going, how do we continue on? I mean, obviously, 10-year technology, people have caught up doing what we do. How do we take it to the next step? And I think that's the most important thing I'm looking forward to is where do we go? One thing we just did, we did announce this, but we're a small piece of this. But a couple of years ago, we started an initiative. Really, wasn't our vision to do this, but out of a need that we developed our own kind of homemade timing and scoring system for road racing. Most of the big players for road racing, scoring, timing are all out of Europe. And we kind of did a homebrewed version that worked very well. And it still works very, very well. But as we look down the path, the amount of development it would take to continue to grow what we were doing internally is pretty immense. And some of the tools that are available for race control, for track lighting, in-car or TV graphics, it's all bundled together. There's some really good firms, and a company called Alcamel out of Spain, Alcamel Systems, one of the world leaders in timing and scoring. They're not big in the US, but they do all the WEC, they do IMSA, they do Formula E, they do Extreme E. They are major players in Europe. They dominate the market in timing and scoring, and that's the technology behind all of motorsports. They've announced they're going to open an office actually in our building, Speedway, and we are building out a remote race control, timing, scoring, and production for broadcast in Speedway over the next 6 months. So that would be a technology play that we put in place during 2025 that will actually, again, looking down the road, I don't know if we'll get there in 25, but looking down the road, we could actually run a race remotely out of Speedway, just like the NHL does for I hope I don't see this day where we're reviewing this. We're going back to Speedway to review the finish. But I mean, that's where things are going. I actually know that Alcamel, they do a lot of remote timing of major races out of Spain. And that's our vision, is to be able to provide more services and enhance our services, again, being cheaper, faster, quicker, and more efficient. Yeah, with what we do. And so everything we're doing right now is built around that model. In fact, we were just at COTA, Circle of the Americas, just 2 weeks ago, and we did a 6-hour Porsche endurance race. And part of that was a 6-hour broadcast on Flow Sports, all live. And that's a challenge, 6 hours of live broadcast on a road course race at COTA, which is vastly spread out. And with our budget, which was less than $10,000, we had 8 cameras, 2 drones, probably 12 in-car cameras, and achieved that number. We were very happy with that direction. But again, we start with our technology, all of our initiatives. We don't usually start with hey, we started 100,000 to try and get it down. We go, we only have 10 grand. How can we get this done? So that has been our motto of, in fact, for many years, streaming. If you go back in time, we streamed a race in 2008. It was the Turkey Night Grand Prix. In 2008, we streamed that live through, we borrowed time on the IndyCar server, and we did some other things, and we streamed the race live, but we had no clue what we were doing. And as we progressed through streaming, the quality wasn't there. So I just kept saying, we're not going to do it till we do it right. And we didn't do that till 2019. So obviously streaming came into play. It was working in the teens and 15, 16, and we had partnerships, but we didn't take it on ourselves to 2019. And this year with our Porsche series, we started out this year pretty horrible. And again, it wasn't like we were trying to save money. We didn't know what we were doing. And we worked every race. We got better to the end of the race, end of the year. Even Porsche commented how great the stream was and how well we would get along. So we throw a lot of things at it, but in a budget constraint mode. And honestly, where I see a lot of things going are AI supported. People don't talk about that in motorsports. I always get laughed at when I talk about it, but I truly believe that there are so many things that could be enhanced with the technology that's relevant around us right now. It's in play. You see it in your phone, you see, everything's being done, all AI, these buzzwords, right? But what could it mean for motorsports? And I want to make sure that we aren't going to miss that opportunity. So we will invest and play and test and throw things out there and see what sticks on technology where we can. I joke about this, but I'm very serious. I want to hire an AI specialist at USAC, and that person's job is to look at everything we do through a different world of AI, and how does that enhance what we do at USAC? Because it's pretty phenomenal, the technology that's grooming and growing out there. How do I make everybody's job easier at USAC, make them more efficient wherever we are? And I think that is a key thing that I want to focus on for the future.
I think everybody's trying to do more with less.
Yeah, for sure. Look, let's be honest, at motorsports, it's pretty interesting, especially when you look at our circle track environment. Our circle track environment, and you're close to it, Mike, I know, where you see we get hit on all the time, like, oh, the wing guys are paying $50,000 to win. USAC's still at $10,000 to win. You guys got to pay your guys got to pay yourselves more, your guys more. And the problem is you walk into a track, our model is we walk on the track, and the actual people paying the bill is the people that bought the tickets, because we're charging the track $30,000 to pay out $28,000. Yeah. And there's no margin for USAC to promote that race. The promoter has to pay that bill, and the promoter's bills are paid by the fans. So it's a big circle, right? And at the end of the day, we can't go in and charge a promoter $10,000 more tomorrow and raise our persons. It's just not going to happen. The bubble breaks. So it's been a delicate balance for us for since I came here. I mean, in 2007, we were paying $4,000 to win max for sprint car races. We made a standard of $5,000 to win a few years later. Now we're generally drifting $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 a standard sprint week. We want to take that to 10. We have several purses now, $20,000, $30,000 to win races. Unheard of a few years back. And we've had to help groom and grow some of those events. Our model right now is we need to make our events bigger, not make more events. We have plenty of events.
Yeah.
We need to make events bigger. And you see that trend throughout racing. But our focus is, we look at our schedule, our midget schedule, incredible midget schedule. How do we make each one of those better? And that's one of our big focuses there. But going back to the technology side, we have to be as efficient as possible wherever we are. When I look at the number of people that we take now to a sprint car midget race, I mean, the margin we have between what we charge a promoter and what we pay out, we lose money, thousands of dollars per race that we do. We're underwater on a pure business model walking in and out of that track because of the number of people we take. We do our own production for Flow Sports. We have, camera people, announcers, pit reporters, all things, and more guys for the banner crew, more people we've ever taken before, and we're getting
more
paid.
vehicles and trailers and so on and so forth.
Hotel rooms and flights and all that stuff has doubled in price in recent years, but we're not getting paid any more money for that. So we've got to figure out how to do things better. And that, honestly, going back to why we're building a remote studio in Speedway, is if we could figure that out, and I know other people do it, but we want to get there, but we want to do it in a quality way. And so our intent is to get there sooner. So we're producing things in a stable environment, not hauling equipment back and forth up the stairs to the rickety old, tower and putting high dollar equipment up and blowing something up and then carrying it down and dropping it every night, repeated that way. We're laying fiber right now at tracks, and those fiber reels are thousands of dollars a piece. So, I mean, the more we can get away from that, and again, go back to the word efficient, using technology, that's what we're doing. And my guys know that I push the envelope on technology. That's one area where if we can find a tool, we'll invest in that. We'll experiment with that. And we're doing that constantly, experimenting and finding what works. A good example of that is wireless technology. Wireless video transfer at a track where there's so much interference, and it's come a long way. And we were at Sebring International Raceway 2 years ago. We couldn't get a wireless signal 50 feet down pit lane for a remote pit reporter camera. Like, why can't we can get it 400 feet at a sprint car race? Why can't I get it 50 feet? Well, there's so much concrete, so much steel, and so many radios from the teams in those environments. It's vastly different. And again, through trial and error, we found one unit, one brand that we were able to go around the entire track and get a video signal. Well, now that's what we've invested in. It was expensive, but we bought 10 of those units, and we go to any road course and set up video with no fiber, no worries, and we're producing the entire thing with wireless, and that saves us people, time, resources for setting up networks.
Fascinating how we used to always talk about technology under the hood and in the race car, and now it's all aspects of motorsports. It's really changed over the years.
Another example. One more example of that. We had 2 weeks ago at COTA, working with a partner company we've been working with all year. We had 18 in-car cameras. We didn't pay a dime for them. Whereas, the old school way, you're paying thousands and thousands of dollars per in-car camera. We had our choice of all 18 cars in car for our broadcast. And again, we didn't pay a dime. So it's changing so fast. And if you're not in front of it, you won't take advantage of that. And we were the group that never could afford an in-car camera. So we just went without. And now we have the luxury of, we figured it out. We can have them.
Let's change gears a little bit. How important has the youth racing component been to USAC's all-around business model?
It's huge. I go back to 2008. I was sitting in my office, and I'm a motorsport guy from when I was a kid, when I was 7 years old. grew up around it, went to college for it, involved at Chrysler Motorsports. I thought I knew motorsports. Yeah, I had a go-kart when I was a kid. Sit in my office, a guy walks in, wants to talk about quarter midget racing. And I'm looking at him kind of dumbfoundedly, like, what are you talking about? And he's talking about the youth. I had no clue what he was talking about. Here I'm running USAC and don't know what a quarter midget is. And I think that was the hidden gem of what was out there. Obviously, QMA had been around for a long, long time. They'd been partnered with USAC before. And what I recognized in 2008 was USAC was dying. I mean, you go to the grandstands, it was a bunch of old guys, and it was not a healthy future for USAC. And the one thing I recognized was we've got to rebuild from the youth. We got to reconnect with that. And so our quarter midget linkage started at that point. We have built our program up to now over 60 tracks. We have now partnered with NASCAR. It's the NASCAR U Series. And working directly with Jim France, Mike Helton, and Chip, all the guys at NASCAR, we've really all endorsed that program, because when you look at the throughput and look at some of the kids that have graduated from quarter midgets and where they are today in Cup, in Xfinity, in trucks, in sprint cars and midgets. I mean, throughout those, it really, really has exploded. There's always been a past, There's always a Jeff Gordon, right? He was a quarter midget kid, and there's always one or two of those guys. But today, the numbers are unbelievable. The impact that sport is bringing to the forefront across motorsports. And so I think it's a huge investment we're making in quarter midget racing. And there's a balance. I mean, we are constantly, these tracks, the health of the club is extremely important. And we've been holding national events at NASCAR races, or we've had them at Disney, we've had them all over the places. Part of the balance is we want the kids to have this great experience at a NASCAR weekend. And I've been in a Daytona when they've been interviewed by the press room, the kids, and what a great experience. But that event took away from a club opportunity, and the club to make money, and the club to earn, to gain members. So there's a balance, and we're trying to achieve that balance. Every year it's a struggle where the balance is, because we've got to build the sport. Like I said, I didn't know the sport existed. We got to build the sport to get it exposed to the masses. But we got to keep the club, these 60 clubs, and to help the clubs. You know how struggle it is when you've got a parent led business where you're reliant on those kids to support the club every week for the financial viability of that club to operate. And so we've been trying to put that balance in place. Next year, in 2025, our schedule includes a lot more club events. We've got a new showcase series where it's not points related. Points always, whenever you put national points on an event, it raises the stakes for everybody, especially parents. The anxiety for
baseball,
everybody.
right? You can't just have a bunch of all-star teams. You have to have a lot of kids playing in a lot of leagues.
Right. So we put together, I think there's 6 to 8 races next year called our showcase series, where it's a non-points event, but we're going to showcase those clubs on Flow Racing, and we're going to show people, try and build up the marketing side of that. So for us, the most important thing for the NASCAR U Series is exposing the sport and bringing new talent in and grooming what we have. It's just a cycle, and we've got to expand our network. So we're doing a lot of things. Though we've actually hired a full-time marketing person that will be putting in place templates for clubs, for drivers, so that you could pull a template, throw your picture in there, and say, hey, I'm racing at New Smyrna this weekend, and then put it on your social. We want to build the social network of our drivers, our kids, and our clubs. And so we're going to really help them this year with a toolbox to do that with social help, so they can promote themselves.
That leads to another question. I can't imagine if Jack Hewitt would have had a social media account. How much emphasis?
Let's hope
not. Yeah. How much emphasis does USAC put on social media, and how does it help?
Well, I think there's two views of this. Number one is what USAC does we actually measure our social media through a third-party group called Meltwater. Meltwater is it's a very costly service, but annually we have to present to our sponsors, right, the feedback, and we've always said it's hard to, in the past, how do you measure your success in motorsports as a sponsor? And now that you have digital tools, and they pretty much measure digital footprints, impressions, reach. What I'm very impressed about is that our social reach and impressions are a massive amount. And I'm not just comparing it to we have a sponsor that in 2017, they changed their management of marketing, and they wanted to know how we measured. We didn't know how to measure back then, to be honest. And we went to Meltwater, got these big numbers, but we didn't know what to compare those numbers to. I mean, if you have a billion impressions, is that good or bad? I can't tell you. So what we did is we took that sponsor's, the rest of their relations in motorsports, and we got their numbers too. And we found out that, and this is a sponsor who was involved in pretty big series, like Supercross. We got the numbers back, and our relationship with that one sponsor outdid everything they did in motorsports combined. And I honestly had to go, whoa, I was just, so I gave them our login and said, you guys go check, because this doesn't make sense to me. But after I thought about it, they were a major sponsor, a title sponsor with us. And on our sprint track side, we race 100 races a year. Well, they're getting play at 100 races a year, where most series race 7 to 8. And you start measuring that digital footprint of how much you're talking about your title sponsor 100 times a year. And then in 2019, we added Flow. Well, Flow's now talking about that relationship. So you've doubled everything.
Yeah.
So when you look at that measurement, it's so critical that you do that and measure and relay that to people. On our side, I would say that our volume drives that measurement. It's not strategy. We talk about all the time that, I just had a conversation this morning with Levi Jones. He's on Eldora Speedway and talking about strategy. We don't have strategy. We have a lot of volume and a lot of basically viral type marketing that people take on themselves that makes it work for us. If we added strategy to that, it'd be pretty damn powerful. So that's one side of the equation. The other side of the equation is the driver's side. And I think that's where we would like to figure out how to get more active with our drivers. We're not NASCAR, and NASCAR obviously has this network of drivers, and they're promoting, and NASCAR, I'm sure, helps them. And we've seen some of those templates. And we would love to get our drivers much more involved in cohesive marketing. But sometimes the best message they send are the ones that they're not happy with us. And those messages, honestly, grow the sport just as much as positive ones. So the combination of everything we're doing with volume, I think, is what makes us successful in that arena.
I think we're about out of time here. I had a couple other things I wanted to get into. 30 seconds, if you can. How has gambling impacted you, Sax, since you introduced it this summer?
Interesting conversation. It took us 2 years and $200,000 to get to the point where we could actively get USAC Super Track into a world of gambling. Our first races that was Indiana Midget Week was the first race, and our flow viewership went up 25% that week. So we did it. Look, it costs us money. We don't make money on gambling. It costs us money. What we do see is it builds the future of our sport. It builds a fan base. We know that the NFL fan attendance went up 21% from 2019 due to gambling. Our whole mission there is to expose our sport to a new crowd base that can come support us. And in fact, I think Turkey Night was a great example of, we had gambling, we had Larson, we had Kyle Busch, we had Gibbs. I'm missing somebody. Had four guys from NASCAR racing. And that exposes our sport to a different base of people, as well as gambling. So we're looking at the big picture holistically long term.
Well, thank you very much, and sorry to be the timekeeper here, but
No problem.
we are delightful to have you on, Kevin, and thank you for being with us. And we'll have you back again for sure.
No
We
problem.
need to.
Always
You know,
here.
Kevin, you just make things happen. It's been a joy to see how much you brought USAC forward, and now you're just thinking ahead, and you just make it happen. I'm impressed, truly.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We're having a lot of fun right now, and 25 is poised to be even a grander scale for us. So we like to we work hard, but we play hard too. So it's all good time.
Well, USAC's in good hands with you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Mike,
Bye.
thank you very much as well. And we're going to run a short video from our partners, and we'll be right back with you.
ePartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Thank you, and welcome back to the program. Kelly Crandall is with us, and she's going to be hosting Women in Motorsport. Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Sound great.
Absolutely.
Well, I guess good
very
morning
happy
for
to-
you guys. Good afternoon for me, right? Everybody's all over the place.
Yes, I believe Cindy's over back in the East Coast too.
And I think she's with us right now. I can see her logging in. So we're going to let you take over, Kelly. And good morning, Cindy.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Well, you're in good hands with Kelly.
I know, the best of the best, with her monkey or not Mickey Mouse ears on.
Well, this is what happens when you work from the desktop today, where I have my whole setup as I get ready to co-host on Sirius XM tomorrow. How are you, Miss Cindy? I always enjoy getting to talk to you.
I always enjoy seeing you.
Well, you have a wonderful background, and that's what we're going to talk about today. And I have the Women in Motorsports bio here in front of me, but I figured, how about you explain what Women in Motorsports North America is? You are, of course, the executive director for those that don't know. So I want to let you take it away, explain to everybody what the organization is, and then we're going to jump into more about it, as well as a very exciting program that's coming up.
Thanks, Kelly. Well, as you know, Women in Motorsports North America was founded or co-founded by Lynn St. James, the amazing race car driver, mentor, speaker, and Beth Peretta, who is IndyCar owner with Peretta Autosport and now is a VP of sporting for Formula E. You know, we've only been around a short time. We were actually kind of created in 2021, but really didn't get incorporated till April of 2022. So we've done a lot in a very short time.
I like to think of WIMNA, the abbreviation. It's so easy to say WIMNA. I love that. I like to think of it as a resource for people, right? And it's not just women, but it's men and women who are devoted to motorsports all across the board, not just any particular series. Can you explain, Cindy, how this idea came about to have an organization like this, and how it got started, and why, I guess, there was the importance of something like this?
Well, it was needed a long time in the motorsports industry. And in 2021, we put together a women's summit. At that time, we didn't have the organization and there wasn't Women with Drive. And we were hoping a couple of our friends would show up in a honky tonk bar in Nashville, Tennessee, and we had 110 people show up. That next year, Beth had her almost all women's team at Indy, and Lynn St. James was on the grid. She could see all these women over the wall. She had a moment. She even says she cried. That's kind of a joke between the two of us, and I know she's watching and laughing at me right now. But what happened was Beth gave her a big hug and said, we're finally not alone anymore. So the next 4 or 5 months, we gathered a group of men and women. One of the things we're really pride ourselves in saying, we're not trying to change motorsports. We are trying to grow motorsports, representing 52% of the population. So after this time of 4 or 5 months of many, many meetings, creating a fabulous board, creating a mission statement, we launched. And that's really how it all started.
We have Lynn, who has popped up in the chat here.
I knew she would come on.
we launched WIMNA to be to the motorsports industry on ePartrade in 2022. So how about that? Look at everything comes full circle. I love that. It's such a small world.
Yeah. So WIMNA's just exploded in many different ways, and we're really here to serve the motorsports community and men and women alike. We have so many great men supporters. We call them our allies, and they're there 100%. I can go on and on and on listing all the names.
I want to touch on real quickly there, because we've said it now twice, that this is not just about women, it's women and men. And I feel like that's something important to note here, because it's probably maybe not well known, or maybe there might be a stigma, I feel like, attached to it, right, Cindy? When you hear Women in Motorsports North America, as you said, there's probably a lot of preconceived notions that come with that of what it is. So can you discuss and dig into how important it's been to make sure that it's not just women, it's women and men, and how important it is men supporters, how much they have impacted this organization?
Oh my gosh, there's a lot of stories to tell, but I'll just point out a few gentlemen that have been amazing. John Doonan as an example. He was on earlier today, and he's been there every step of the way. We ask a favor. For example, we have a program with Bosch called Electrify Your Career in Motorsports. We've done 5 of those events. We contact IMSA. Can we get tickets for the ladies? Can we get parking passes? Can we get suites? Not only is IMSA helping us out, John Doonan, but the tracks, Connie Nyholm at VIR, or Doug Bowles at Indy, or we had the entire WEC organization with Andrew Craig this year at COTA. So we really rely on our male counterparts to be able to provide us access to bring either the high school girls or the college gals in who are exploding in the sport. We'll get into that in a moment.
Absolutely. So before we dig more into that, and I want to talk about the programs and how much this has impacted the motorsports community already, you said that it's not about changing motorsports or anything of that nature. So Cindy, what would you say, how would you sum up what the biggest mission or the goal is for WIMNA?
Well, we're going to be launching this at the summit next week, but we have WIMNA 2.0, and really we've boiled it down to being, we call it ACE, Advance, Connect, and Enable Women in Motorsports. That would be the easiest way to put it. Advance, Connect, and Enable Women in Motorsports.
Well, that's a good segue. So let's jump into the programs that WIMNA has already been working on, or that has established, or the ways in which that, as you said, it has supported and advanced women in motorsports. What comes to mind, Cindy? For me, I know that the Accelerate Her program was a big deal when you all took that on. I think it was last year, maybe 2 years ago. But talk about those programs. What are some of the things, what are the impacts that folks can see that WIMNA has already done?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Accelerator. This is our second year. It's a prize pool or contingency fund program funded by Busch Light. The last 2 years, including this year, we will have given $200,000 a year away, so almost $400,000. I'm not at liberty to announce the winners for this year because they'll be presented their check on stage. But if you go to our website, Women in Motorsports NA, and look under contingency fund, you might just be able to figure it out. So 3 incredible women will receive $200,000, $125 for first, $50 for second, and $25 for third. We don't know if we're going to renew that for next year. We are looking for a partner, so I've been throwing that into the universe. The challenge with Accelerator for us was it was limited to 21 years and older, and only NASCAR. We'd love to create a contingency fund program for all women, all series, and all ages. This has always been a dream of Lynn's. We've got the formula. We know how to do it. We've had 2 years of proving grounds, and we're really to unleash this amazing contingency fund program. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, because I was going to say I want to talk about the summit, but I know there's probably so much more that you can talk about other programs.
Yeah, the other one we're really proud of is our Shiro Award for outstanding women who've made amazing contributions. This is our second year for that as well. Jostens has been our partner, and Advent Health came on this year. We had 24 applicants, and what that means is somebody nominated an applicant or a nominee, and it was really tough. It came down to a handful, neck and neck, and we'll be again announcing the winner at the summit on Wednesday around 5:30, and everyone's going to be real happy with who was selected.
The summit is next week. As you said, it leads into PRI. It's going to be in Indianapolis at the Indianapolis Convention Center, December 10th and 11th. Shameless plug, Cindy, can I just say that December 10th is my birthday, and I'm going to be spending it with you all. So do I get brownie points for that?
Well, we might have to get you a cake, right?
I'm never going to turn down cake. Come on, you've met me.
What's your favorite cake?
Anything chocolate, right? Chocolate
Okay.
or red velvet, but we'll keep it simple.
Okay.
So
note to self, chocolate cake. Add it to the list of things to do.
Right. I'm sure you have a ton still to do. Here we are a week away. So on that note, as we get closer, this is going to be the 4th year. First off, just how exciting is it to see that here we are in the final 7 days. It's all coming together in such a great city like Indianapolis. So first off, just preview it from that aspect.
Well, today I felt like the fireworks have come off, and every summit I've said at the very end, please do not wait to the last minute. Guess what? Everybody's waiting to the last minute, which happens to be today. But Kelly, we've been really blessed. As I shared, the first summit, we had 110. The second year was in Charlotte Motor Speedway. Thanks to Jessica and Marcus and the entire team, we had 330. Last year, thanks to the entire team at Phoenix Motor Raceway, I think it is, we had 450. So last week we get these registrations, and I always wanted to have 600 for this year's summit. So I've been very vocal about that. But I said if we had 451, I'd be very happy, because that would have beat last year's event with Latasha and her team. Well, I woke up one morning and there it said 451, and I was shouting to the world. As of this morning, we're just topping 500. And I was doing some database researching, comparing the 3 summits and who's come 3 times, 2 times, and 4 times. Kelly, you're one of them that's come every single time. We've had over 1,073 men and women, roughly 20% men, 30% men, attend our summit. And I was hoping to have before this call how many were 3-timers, 2-timers, and 1-timers, but the computer's been exploding today.
Let's give everybody background on what the summit is and how this came together. Because as we said, this is going into its 4th year. So how did this summit come together? What is it? Explain that to everyone.
Sure. It's again, not about change, but growing the industry. And just a short little background, in 1991, I was with the Ladies Professional Golf Association, and created a women's golf summit. It was Summit 91, teaching the economic value of the women golfer. And this woman named Lynn St. James and another woman, Tina Barnes-Budd, who was also with the LPGA, we put on our first summit. We probably had 400 people at that summit and did 2 more bi-yearly. And it totally changed the way the golf industry marketed women. In 91, right coming out of COVID, I was approached by Matt Cruz, who was just starting the Music City Grand Prix. And he said, Cindy, we're doing our first year Indy event. Nobody does anything for women. Think big. And I called Lynn and I said, Lynn, we're bringing the band back. Tina, we're bringing the band back. And we did the summit there in Indy. And like I said, sold it out. And we said, well, we're going to have to do this again next year. And really, it is about connecting, engaging. We have an average of 70 to 80 speakers, an average of 50 to 60 sponsors. We could not do this without our amazing partners. We call them partners because they're our partners, they're not our sponsors. But every year, we've had Mobile One as so it's Women with Drive, driven by Mobile One. PRI this year came on board hosting it right before the convention. Gamebridge, I mean, the list goes on and on of the partners that are supporting us right now. So we do have some really cool things coming this year. I don't know if you all saw or you saw, Kelly, the promotion we did with Taylor Swift and the helmets.
Yes,
Hugely
yes.
successful, garnered about 2.3 billion in media impressions, raised about 25,000 auctioning of 12 of her helmets, actually 11, and we have one running right now, the 13th helmet, which is actually number 12. That's part of a sweepstakes. So that helmet will be on display at the summit along with the IndyCar, the Taylor Swift Air IndyCar. And then those two, the helmet will go to the Bell Helmet Racing booth during PRI, and the car will go to the MAV TV booth. Speaking of MAV TV, second year in a row, they'll be there filming, and then we'll have 3 30-minute episodes coming out in June, and then a ton of showings in the month of March for Women's History Month.
The speakers, as you said, are I feel like the highlight and obviously so beneficial. What goes into trying to pick and find the right people who can deliver either inspirational messages or connect with the attendees at the summit?
You know, that takes a lot of work. And Lynn and I really take that very seriously into heart. And we sit down and first we have to map out what are going to be the questions, the panels or the breakouts. And then you try to fit in the people into the panels and the breakout topics. So we will send an invitation out to folks. They'll respond. And then we'll set up a call and have a conversation. Are you really the right person? Do you really want to do this? Then when everything's formed, then we get all the panelists and the moderators together. Sometimes our biggest challenge with all that, it's not so much the topic and the speakers, it's getting good headshots. So this year we're solving that problem, and Coforce has come on board, and we're going to have a booth at the summit where everybody gets a free headshot. No excuses for bad headshots anymore.
I saw the social media post about that the other day, and it made me chuckle, as I'm chuckling right now, because again, it's either going to solve a lot of problems or there's going to be folks like me who say, you know what, I'm a lost cause anyway. I don't need to be going anywhere near in front of a camera.
No, everybody needs a professional headshot. It's really important. You never know, like Kelly, you speaking today, you know, you have to be promoted. You got to have the proper headshot. We actually had one person submit a headshot with their head, the back of their head in a ponytail. I'm like, that is your head, but that is not the proper headshot. We've seen it all. Trust me.
What are some success stories or the impacts, and do you feel like the summit in these 3 years already has had, either on attendees or as I said, success stories that you've heard? Just what has this summit meant to people?
I think the biggest thing is people finding jobs or internships or mentorships. When we do an event at the track, like I was talking about with Bosch earlier, I can tell you how many emails we get that somebody connected with somebody else and got a job opportunity or internship. In fact, we have had 2 interns. Both of them came from events that we've done. That's probably the greatest glory, is when you hear a woman getting an opportunity to work in motorsports, to chase her dream. It's amazing every year too, when we go to the racetrack, you see more and more and more women, not PR or hospitality, but engineers and mechanics and tire changers. You know, one of the things a lot of people think we're just about promoting the drivers. We love the drivers. If you recall, Lynn used to have her Women in the Winner Circle driver development program, and many drivers, probably 300 plus, have come from her program. But we've broadened Women in Motorsports North America to be every career, from, let's say, volunteer all the way to the drivers. And it's working.
You kind of teased it a minute ago, and I should follow up and ask. You said about some exciting things that we can expect for next week's summit. What can you share? What can you tell us, Cindy? What can I expect next week? I'm excited as it is, but give me some more.
Lots of goosebumps. It starts out Tuesday morning, thanks to our friends at IMS, a bus ride from the Westin Hotel to breakfast at the Brickyard, hosted by Doug Bowles. We have also got our wonderful honorary chair, Allison Melangton, who's been incredibly engaged. So we get back, we start the summit. We have a lot of surprises. So I can't tell everything. So if you want to see the surprises, you can still sign up at womenwithdrivesummit.com. I told you I want 600. We're at 500. So we have a few seats left, and we'd love to see anybody listening on the show today to join us at the summit. I will have to do a little shout out to Judy. I haven't seen you registered yet, but Francois, you have. So I'm going to give them a hard time about that.
There's still plenty of time to get people to sign up. So just pound the pavement, right? Cindy, I know you're good at that. Work that phone, girl. I know you're good at that.
Oh yeah, I'm trying. Some other things we have going on is Williams Formula One, in partnership with Racing Prodigy, the first e-sport to live racing. We'll have a booth there. We're going to be giving away a gold ticket to a qualified female, and I'll be announcing that this time, sometime this week. We have Sound Gear there. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of Sound Gear, but they're the hottest product out on the market right now. We need to protect our ears at the racetrack. So we're going to be doing form fitting right there at the summit. I have a really special coloring book coming out that I'm really, really excited about. We have a scholarship for a 17-year-old girl who invented that. We'll be announcing that. I talked about MAV TV. We also have a program called Speed Networking. First time we've ever done that. A fast track your career. We have 37 women from universities signed up in 20 colleges or universities. The last 3 years, we've had about 3 universities. That's been a very heavy emphasis to get the next generation out there. 7 ladies were selected that are going to be interviewed by 7 industry professionals for 7 minutes, and we'll be giving a scholarship award to the 3 winners of that Speed Networking interview program as well.
I want to go to the chat. I've had a few questions pop up, and I think they're really good. So Cindy, one question from Mary wants to know, are you doing any collaborative work with international women's groups?
Oh, yes, of course. In fact, we are really excited to have, I'm going to bastardize her name, but Burcu, B-R-U-C-U, Burcu, I hope you're not watching. She is the head of the FIA Women in Motorsport. She's flying all the way in from Turkey and then has to immediately turn around to go to the FIA meetings. We have women from the Ireland Women organization. We have a number of women coming from Formula E, thanks to Beth Peretta. This will be our biggest year of European followers. And, you know, maybe one day there's a Women in Motorsports around the world. That would be a dream.
Another question, we mentioned this, the summit leads into PRI next week in Indianapolis. So the question is, will WIMNA have a booth at PRI?
We will actually have a hospitality area in Wabash 1. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. It's a very nice area. Anybody's welcome to come and say hello. We'll have some snacks, and we have these really cool water stations this year. We're into sustainability that McLaren has sponsored. So they're branded coolers, and bring your water bottle, or if you're really nice, mobile ones providing water bottles for everybody. We want to keep the plastic bottles out of the landfill. So yes, Wabash 1 will be there Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We'll also again be at the booth, Bell Racing or Force Racing 1913, and the MAV TV booth, which is 4601. So we'll have a presence all around the show.
Nashville, Charlotte, Phoenix, and now Indianapolis. Cindy, what goes into deciding where to take the summit and why move it around each year?
Well, we might not be moving it around after the success of this year's summit. And when Lynn and I and Tina originally designed this, the theory would we go into new markets. But as we keep growing and the needs keep growing, like hotels and transportation, Indy, you can't beat it. It's all right there. All the hotels are right there. The transportation is easy. And while we haven't announced we'll be back, there's probably a good shot that we will be. It's just been a joy to work with PRI, the Convention Center, IMS, and all the vendors in the organization. A special shout out to Michael Good, the president of PRI, and his leadership, Jim Lau, Erica Stafford. She's been our day-to-day point person. They've been amazing to work with.
I know we're coming up on our time, so a personal question for you, Cindy, what has all of this meant to you and being involved and playing such a big part in WIMNA?
I get asked that a lot, and I think God put me on the planet to do what I'm doing right now. I'm known as the super connector, and what I love to do is make a difference in people's lives. And that's where I get great joy. I'm so blessed to have Lynn St. James and Beth Peretta and our entire board put the trust in me to grow WIMNA. And we see great things ahead for all women in motorsports and the men too.
I am very excited to be there next week. You mentioned I've been to, I think this will be the third one. I was not at Nashville, but I saw a little bit in Charlotte. That got me hooked. So I'm looking forward to next week. I know Judy and Francois are going to jump in here in a minute, but Cindy, I always enjoy talking to you. Is there anything else that folks should know about WIMNA or what to expect next week?
Just let's have fun and stay warm.
I haven't looked at the weather. Don't tell me that.
Yeah, we're doing our big annual photo op at the Yard of Bricks, and the biggest concern is, are we going to be warm enough? Because we always have all the drivers in front in their uniforms and then everybody else behind. So we're working on contingency plans right now.
Oh gosh.
Cindy, I'm going to jump in here. I've been to a few of your events and they are awesome. You and Lynn know how to produce events. I'm in awe of what you do. And every year is just grown. Not just the people, men, women, but your sponsors. People asking me how to be in touch with you, and they just want to support what you guys are doing. So I just want to give you the kudos because you've gone far in such a short amount of time.
Yeah. Well, again, Tina Budd, who's our show producer, we go way back 30 years. We worked at the LPGA. I mean, she and I are now every 5 minutes on the phone. We're not sleeping at night, but we love what we're doing so much. It's a joy. And thank you, Judy. I appreciate you saying that.
Thank you, Cindy. Great pleasure to have you on. Thank you, Kelly. It was great to have you back on the program. Stay with us. We're going to run a short video from our partners, and we will be back with you shortly.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
over 25 years, Wisconsin-based C-Tech Manufacturing has been engineering and manufacturing the toughest, most accessible aluminum tool drawers, cabinets, carts, and tactical storage solutions for America's hardest working professionals. Whatever you need to store and however you need to store it, put your trust in C-Tech Manufacturing. We build it better. Visit our new website at ctechmanufacturing.com or give us a call at 715-355-8842.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you and welcome back to the program. Richard James is back with us. Richard, we should be bringing RJ any second. So how did you enjoy the morning so far?
It's excellent. What I've been able to see has been quite educational, and some very interesting speakers you've brought.
It's really a behind the scenes peek at what's going on. You know, you learn so much from each interview here. Kevin Miller, I could just sit there and listen to him. He's got so much going on. With every problem, he seeks a solution, and just amazes me all the time.
Yeah, it's very nice to be able to take a peek in the industry, especially, you know, when we're always telling stories about what's happening on track. It's nice to see what happens behind the scenes.
Yeah, yes. Welcome, RJ.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes, thanks for joining us again.
Good deal. Yeah, thank you for having me back on.
All right. Well, hello, RJ. Nice to meet you virtually, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing some more about World Racing League. Having heard a lot about it, looking forward to an inside peek.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys for having me back on. Had a lot of fun last year. Excited to do it again.
So y'all have your last event of the year coming up at Circuit of the Americas this weekend, correct? Just kind of taking a glance at the entry list. Nice 86 cars, I believe, and some recognizable teams. I mean, some teams that I recognize from IMSA and SRO competition, but many others as well. So why don't you give me an idea who are these people? I mean, there's a wide range of cars, and I assume a wide range of drivers and talent.
Yeah, definitely. You know, if you're not familiar with World Racing League, we're actually on our 10th year. This is our 10th anniversary season. It was kind of created from the beginning to provide a space for experienced drivers of all backgrounds, ranging from people with, you know, significant HPDE experience. We have an entire process to bring those people in and vet them and check on them and make sure that you see how they're doing and make sure they're ready for WRL, to people with IMSA FIA licenses that you're used to seeing on all your favorite professional, race series. As you mentioned, we've got quite a few professional race teams, tons of amateur teams. And kind of the goal that WRL is trying to provide for everybody, whether they're coming from a very amateur background, coming out of something like HPDE, Champ Car, other endurance or club organizations, is just a fun, fair, equitable, and safe place to race. So, you know, a lot of our teams, like you mentioned, are IMSA and SRO teams. They've identified that, we've got a really good value proposition when it comes to the amount of seat time that you get for your money. Of course, running on the 200 treadwear tires brings costs down. So it's a really good place for drivers to develop and for teams to develop and get ready for the next level, which is what we see a lot of. And then, of course, you know, the bulk of our entries, I would say, still to this day, 10 years later, are the true amateur teams that will go toe to toe with these professional organizations, which is really, what keeps me excited about the whole thing.
Well, you talked about fun, fair, and equitable. You've got a minimal number of classes, a small rule book, how do you keep all that kind of even? How do and know that people, so that people know when they come into a WRL event, they've got a fair shot at it.
Yeah, I think that's ultimately the challenge that everybody faces, whether you're talking, to me or to John Doonan or anybody else. The challenge is controlling cost, which, everybody wants to spend more and more as time goes on. But it's really important that you protect, your customers that are coming from a more amateur background and make sure that they can play on a fair playing field. So, the way that we do that is with a power to weight based classing structure. So we don't follow, conventional BOP methods. We are going off of dyno jet wheel horsepower, which people can validate at their own dyno at home, which is helpful because they don't have to come just to us, although we do have one on site. And then we also balance, we use that horsepower to drive a number of other factors, primarily weight, obviously, which is going to give you your performance. But also now we're using horsepower to drive our fuel calculations, which tells a team how much fuel that they have. So everything's kind of formula derived, formula based, and it's all driven by data that we've collected kind of throughout the last couple of years.
Excellent. Well, I think the budget, non-pro endurance racing as a whole has kind of taken off over the last several years. What do you see as the attraction of that format as opposed to, the sprint racing that organizations provide?
I think it's just the dynamic of the entire weekend and of the experience is so different. I've had the opportunity to do a couple of, my background is all endurance racing, both what I've, primarily raced in. But I've had the opportunity to do a couple events with historic sports car racing, which now is under the IMSA NASCAR branding currently, and a couple of our employees at World Racing League actually work for them. Jim Davis and Steve DeBreck work for historic sports car racing. But a sprint race weekend is so different just in the amount of downtime that you have, the fact that you're primarily racing yourself, and it's kind of it's not really a team environment. When you bring the endurance racing component in, it becomes about the whole team, from the guy holding the fire bottle to the gentleman or lady that's doing the fuel calculations. All of that stuff comes into play, and the entire team, that may be 10, 5, 10, 12, 15 people, are all playing a component in the race. I think it keeps everybody involved and invested. And I think that's really what keeps people coming back, because you kind of build and grow these families within endurance racing that you race with. You become really close with them and you learn how to work together. And that's what we've kind of seen over the years in WRL, is we've seen a development from, really just being teams of friends or, people who have raced together in the past coming to race with us, to, some more rental teams. And those have kind of phased out. Now we're kind of back to these groups of friends, because people have found that, having a cohesive group of people that how to work together with is really a key to winning an endurance race. And having all those people, involved it's a very different experience. I don't know that one's better than the other. I really enjoy sprint racing because it's just, you got to be on right away, which is a lot of fun. But, endurance racing does bring a different, it's just a totally different environment, involving a lot more people. So, you can bring all those people along with you, and they all get to experience the same, success and ups and downs that go with racing.
Well, I know some guys who have done that. What you're talking about, they race in a sprint class together, but then built a car specifically to go endurance racing with WRL, and so they could all race the same car together. What's kind of the mix? People that are doing that are building a car, putting together a team of friends and going racing, versus the pro teams, prep shops that are fielding a car, primarily for arrive and drive drivers.
I'd say even at the higher end, higher end, you say, but when we're looking at teams that are coming in the GTO category, which is going to be our largest class, and that's going to be where most of the professional teams are. In a lot of cases, you're seeing the same lineups coming out of SRO or, Porsche Sprint or whatever, teammates that are coming in to get this additional seat time or to experience a track before they're getting ready to go race there professionally. So while we do still have quite a few rental programs, They're kind of spread across all the classes now. And I would say, the groups of friends together racing has really probably turned into 70% of the field, or 75%, with the other 25% being, seats available for rent, which, I think that's kind of the way that that's developed. Is a lot of these guys who were renting seats in cars, a lot of times will recommend that as a route for somebody who's looking to get into endurance racing. Once they do it one or two times, they see how it works, see what they like, what they don't. Then they'll endeavor to go and start their own team. So we've seen that a lot, and we've seen a lot of these teams, morph and create other teams. And so far that I've seen, it's all been extremely positive. Everybody wants to see more cars out there. But for sure, we've seen, the development of these stable driver lineups over the last year or two. That's really, again, even ratcheted competition up more from where it was before, which, we've always felt was really high.
Well, if somebody, it says, okay, this sounds like fun, I want to go do this. I'm not, I don't have a car, or I don't have, people that I can race with. I don't want to do an arrive and drive program. How does somebody go about finding a seat for rent?
So the best way with us is, we used to have a forum. Those things are constantly being compromised, so we've gotten away from that. We've moved everything to Facebook, but we've got something called the WRL Racers Group. It's 15 or 16,000 members strong as of today. And there's a lot of, just general discourse about what's going on in WRL, rules, things, questions, all of that. So it's just a really good place to be, so you can kind of experience and see what's going on with WRL. But oftentimes that's where teams will post seats that are available for rent. There's a number of teams that are, kind of stalwarts of the rental game with WRL that offer options in every class. So that's generally the best place to start. And for somebody looking, I'll often recommend they just post and say, hey, I'm looking to drive a BMW at COTA. What do you have available? And a lot of times people reach out, and more often than not, when you see that happen, you may have a team that is typically the same group of 4 guys or girls or whatever, and there's only 4 of them, but somebody can't make an event, so they've got 1 seat available. They wouldn't typically rent a seat, but they'll do it for that event because they just, it'll help with offsetting costs. But that's another really good way to get in. And then a lot of times those guys will wind up with 2 cars because they've done that a couple times, and then they realize, hey, we like all these people we've brought on. And we'll expand what we're doing. So we see that kind of development and growth from these teams. And then of course, a lot of these teams spawn off and go do professional racing as well, which is exactly what we want to do from the position that we're in, kind of sitting between club and professional racing. We want to enable people to move up to the next level.
Well, talk about that positioning. I mean, that's kind of an interesting way of putting it, kind of as maybe a stepping stone between club and professional racing. Is that one of the things that kind of sets you apart in the endurance racing spectrum, or is there are there some other things that you say would make someone choose WRL over some of the other options?
Well, I think, first and foremost, I think the thing that's wonderful right now is that you're spoiled for choice with endurance racing. There's an organization for just about everybody and every budget. So, I recommend anybody go and research and look into all the different options, see what fits your car, see what fits your team, your geography. There's plenty of great options out there. As far as World Racing League goes, from the beginning, we've kind of positioned ourselves as this, as a higher level endurance series. And it's kind of progressed on from that. And a big part of that comes down to our compliance, and how we manage, rules and driver standards and things like that. A lot of the other, organizations, which is where I started, will let you come in with no experience. We do require a base level of experience, which you can gain through those entry level endurance series, which, again, from my position, which is biased, coming in through something, getting started with something like Lemons or Champ Car or organizations like that. I think SCCA now has added endurance format that doesn't require formal licensing. I just think it's great because it removes a barrier to entry that is scary to a lot of people. But those people, have all the potential to become really good race car drivers. It's just if you can reduce these barriers of entry, get more people into the sport. A lot of times you find those people going back to the racing schools anyway to get the licenses they want to compete at the next, wherever they want to go. But leaving that door open is awesome. So, we kind of position ourselves as the next step after that. And, again, what we've seen is it's kind of just come to fruition that we have a lot of these teams moving in both directions. They're either coming up from these entry-level series and coming down from the professional series, and they're all racing together. And that's what really, again, is the thing that excites me the most about WRL, and what keeps me excited about pushing the thing forward is just the ability for these really good amateur drivers to go toe-to-toe with and oftentimes beat, recognizable professionals.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the things that I think people would find striking is the fact that, yeah, your largest class is made up of, GT4 cars, Porsche Cup cars, that sort of thing, along with some other creations. How do you kind of balance that idea with the idea that, okay, this is not high dollar racing, but when you look at the biggest class, it's made of some pretty high dollar cars.
Yeah. And I think that's kind of where, within motorsports, everything is kind of relative. We have 5 classes. So we've got the general production classes where, a GP2 car, GP3 car are going to be, an E36, E46, Miatas, stuff like that. And then at the higher end, you've got the GTO class, which, initially was created as a catch-all when the series founder, Joey Todd, was just trying to get more cars out to the event. And he had people reaching out saying, hey, I want to race this or that. And he was like, well, just come out. We need to grow this series. And it's developed into, a super competitive, class that now is becoming kind of a place to be in endurance racing, and it means a lot to win that championship. Same thing with GP1. We've seen a huge surge of interest in that class with 20 cars for COTA. 20 car fields were commonplace there. But when you look at the GTO class, the biggest thing is you start looking at the weekend budget versus running in a professional series. And then you do that math again against the number of hours that the car is on track, where we're offering, with our base entry fee is 20 hours that the car is going to be on track across 3 days. For another usually $500 or $600, you can add another 4 hours on Friday. So you can do 24 hours in 3 days pretty easily, and then running on the street tires is another huge thing. The cost of slicks obviously is high. Oftentimes, if you look at other endurance series that run slicks, you're changing tires every hour, every 2 hours. So we've taken that down. And in the GTO category, the tire is still open, but we are investigating options for a spec tire there, with the goal being that a tire should last 8 or 10 hours. And that's what we want to see. That helps reduce the cost of crew. It helps reduce the cost, obviously, of tires. And it just kind of keeps everything, again, on a level playing field in a way that reduces costs, and then also forces people to drive the cars a little bit more, because, you've taken away some of the grip that the car has, and you're having to fight it a little bit more, which has always kind of been the basis of all these endurance series. But you start putting these GT4 cars, as you mentioned, a Carrera Cup car. We've actually are going to have 2 at COTA, and we have more people inquiring about them. But because of the way that the power to weight balancing works, it allows something like a Carrera Cup car, NASCAR chassis. We've had Cup chassis out there. Richard Childress had been out with us, Richard Childress Racing, the last 2 years with some of his pro guys and then up-and-comers. And those cars actually have been sold out to another outfit, and they're bringing along now like NASCAR Welland kids and stuff like that to get them road course experience. But, back to your question, as far as controlling the budgets, when you compare especially by the hour, a lot of times we're 4 or 5 times less expensive than, what you're going to be spending at a pro weekend for the same amount of seat time. And then you take into account the fact that you can put 4, 5, 6 guys, have them work together, and again, just develop your team. The value proposition really goes up, which is why I think we've seen subscription, and that class in particular, being so high, because the cost of racing those cars with us is so much less than it is racing them in other places.
Okay, but at the other end of the spectrum, you can show up with a spec Miata, for example, and go have have as much fun and get the same track time, right?
Yep. Yeah. And then, on the focus of tires. So Continental Tire is came on as a sponsor with us this year, and they're the spec tire of the GP category, with their EC Force tire. And that's kind of been a game changer in the industry, because there's been this focus on 200 treadwear tires, making them stickier and making them work faster, because their biggest market is autocross. And those tires need to work from cold immediately. And those, when you look at an autocross, a national event may have 500 or 600 entrants, and they may be going through 3 or 4 sets of tires a day. So they're the biggest consumer of tires in this category. So to see Continental come on and say, hey, we're going to make a tire that can last on these GP cars 20 plus hours. So you're talking a full weekend. We have quite a few teams who are running an entire weekend on one set of tires. So we probably won't be getting 20 hours on a GT4 Mustang or Mercedes, I would guess, on a spec tire. But the goal would be to get at least a full day, which will cut that tire budget in half or more from where we are today.
So I'm curious. You mentioned ex NASCAR stock cars. What's the wildest thing you've seen?
The wildest thing that we've seen, actually, I think it was a Saturn Sky that somebody had put a Chevy Colorado truck bed on the back of. But these guys are like stock car fabricators as well. So it was like the most beautiful thing. It looked like something that had rolled out of General Motors. And it was an ex-Lemons car, but it was just really, really nice. And those guys raced with us at Road America last year. It was just kind of crazy to see it. It was relatively quick, and now that car, I think, is they're moving on from that car and building a dedicated BMW or something for WRL. But that, or the NASCARs that we've had show up. Richard Childress, RCR, built a kind of dedicated WRL chassis out of their chassis shop that was built around our rule set. That was something that just for me was cool. Growing up with my grandfather watching NASCAR. As a kid, to have somebody show up with something like that was personally for me really neat. So we've had a lot of cool stuff over the years.
Yeah, excellent. So what's a typical weekend like? I mean, it's you mentioned as much as 24 hours of track time. Kind of break that down for me.
Yeah. So, and actually it could be quite a bit more than that. So we have a testing partner, Max Track Time, Charlie Stryker. And so he'll host a Thursday test for us, which is hugely helpful for us logistically, because it lets us get in on Wednesday. So I'm actually grateful for you guys having me on today, because in the morning I'll be headed down to Dakota, so we can help them load in on Wednesday. So they'll load in on Wednesday. Then he's got 8 hours of open track on Thursday. Because of that agreement that we have with him, that allows our load in to be at 2 or 3 p.m. typically on Thursday, which helps with logistics for the event. So usually around 2 or 3 p.m. on Thursday, we'll load everybody in, get everybody set up, track walk if we can accommodate it. Then on Friday morning, we'll do a driver's meeting really quick. Then we've got a warm-up session, which is 40 minutes. It's untimed. And then an interesting thing about World Racing League and the way that we function, because we have 500 members that come in and out of WRL throughout a year, more than 500. So what we want to see is we want to get everybody out on track on Friday together in a semi-competitive environment, so they can see each other, be aware of each other, and get used to that multi-class traffic on this track in these conditions. So all of our qualifying is combined. So for example, at COTA, we could have 85 cars, 86 cars trying to qualify at the same time. But that's intentional. We want to get all these cars out there. And so what'll happen is we got that first warm up, and then we've got 5 additional 40-minute qualifying sessions. We make them 40 minutes so you can do driver changes or fueling practice or whatever you want to do on pit lane. It's just treated like an open pit lane for those 40 minutes. And then in between those sessions, we've got 40-minute HPDE sessions where you can take out, your street car or your IMSA car or whatever you want to do. So we have a lot of teams that'll come and bring those cars out for testing as well, and then they can participate with those cars on the Thursday. So it kind of becomes this really good driver development thing where you can bring multiple cars out that are either eligible or not eligible for WRL, and run those on Thursday and Friday. And then moving into the rest of the weekend for at COTA, we'll be doing 8 hours on Saturday, starting at 8 a.m. We'll also have all that broadcast live on our YouTube channel. So if you guys are looking for some racing, it's kind of the period of the year where you don't get a lot of it. So check us out there. But we'll run for 8 hours from 8 a.m. till 4 on Saturday. And then on Sunday, we do 7 hours. So we'll start at 8 a.m. and run till 3. That's something that we've just kind of done to help with travel and getting everybody back on the road. The other big thing that we've seen is if you run endurance races of odd or even lengths, it helps with cars that are on different fuel strategies or have different tank sizes or things like that. So running an odd and an even hour race on the same weekend, they're almost always 2 race weekends. We'll do a 14-hour every year at Daytona. This last year we did a 14-hour at High Plains, and I think we're planning on doing some more long races next year. We're still working on that, so don't want to spill any beans too soon, but we're probably working on a super endurance sort of championship within our championship. We did this year, unfortunately, Daytona. We weren't able to host our race because of the updates they were doing to the bus stop there to get that paved. So we'll be returning next year to do another 14 there.
Excellent. Well, speaking next year, 11 events on the calendar. What's next for WRL? Is are you looking at expanding the number of events, or maybe perhaps pushing all the way to the West Coast?
Well, I think the thing with WRL that we found, we've actually been reducing the number of events that we're doing over the last couple of years, and the reason for that is, I actually started in racing as a mechanic working on a Carrera Cup team and a couple other series prior to that. So I really understand what it takes to get a car ready for an event. And when we're giving teams 3 weeks between events, or we've got 3 events in a 9-week period, it's really challenging for teams to get their cars back together and make it to the next event. So, we've been trying to allow at least 4 weeks between events, especially for more of the amateur teams. It makes it a lot easier for them to attend more events. And honestly, everybody wants to race against good fields. So condensing the schedule, focusing on the tracks that are, the most desirable to our customers has been a goal. And for 2025, we're making our first trip west of the Rockies, or maybe in the middle of the Rockies, to Utah Motorsports campus. So we're really excited about that. We have a lot of, I actually just saw Rob Henretta pop up down there with HQ Autosport, be joining us at COTA. They're out there on the West Coast. Palomar Racing, HM Road and Race, Toyota and Honda development programs are both out there. So these teams are traveling predominantly to the East Coast to race with us. And we keep seeing more and more of these teams pop up. It seems like there's a hunger for what we're doing out there. So, Utah is going to be the first step. And if we get good numbers for that one, we're looking to expand hopefully into the West Coast further in 2026 and beyond.
All right. Well, our hosts are coming back into the picture, but before we let you go, is there anything else you'd like to add about the future of WRL?
We just keep pushing forward. We're adding technology. We've got the Flagtronics units now we're using for compliance and a bunch of other stuff. Just anything that we can do to add to the experience for our customers. And we've been super excited to have almost all of our events this year sold out, and we're excited for a big 2025. And thank you to everybody who supported us.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, RJ. Thank you very much. Richard, thank you. We are going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Thank you, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. This is day one. David Marsha Lopez is joining us. Hello, David. How are you?
Greetings. I'm good. How are you?
Great. Great to have you back. You are lined up with some great sessions this week, right?
Yeah, I got lucky. I'm not sure they did, but I did. So that's good.
Excellent. So again, thank you for being with us this morning. Special thank you to our sponsor. Also, we'd like to mention that our partner, racer.com and speedsport.com, are basically broadcasting live the event on their site, as well as we're streaming on YouTube, on social media, and we also on Speed Sport 1, the TV channel from Speed Sport. So any second, we're going to be bringing Jim Campbell from GM, who is going to be sharing a lot of great things from GM this year. And while we wait for Jim, David, any Jim is on. That's even better. So we're going to be bringing Jim Campbell.
And we have Jim on, and this is his 5th year as well, joining us. So we're honored to have him on. Hello, Jim.
Judy, how are you? It's great to see you and Francisque, and also David. Good to see you all.
Good to see you, sir.
Excellent. So why don't you carry on, David?
Okay. Well, Jim, welcome back. Motorsports is obviously hugely important to General Motors, and we see this through its involvement in a large portfolio of series with the Chevrolet and Cadillac brands. So it's been another excellent year for both brands. Let's start with NASCAR, because for the second straight year, Chevy's managed to sweep the manufacturer's title in all three principal series. Just looking through the stats here, the 15 wins in Cup, including, of course, Daytona 500 and Brickyard 400. We've had Xfinity triumphs in which you also powered the drivers' champion, Justin Allgaier. And in trucks, you had 12 wins, more than double that of your competitor. How closest competitor, how gratifying is that at the end of what is always a hectic year in NASCAR, just given the sheer scale of the ventures?
Yeah, there's no doubt it was an intense year. I'm really proud of all of our teams in all three of the series, and to sweep the Manufacturers Championship in 2 consecutive years. We've done it a couple times, and it was very special. It's one of our key goals every year is the Manufacturers Championship, and the teams in Truck, Xfinity, and Cup did their jobs. They put wins on the board, which typically correlate to great points on the Manufacturers Championship run. And so it's, bottom line, it was just a great year. I really appreciate what all the teams did, and just how they prepared individually as teams, and then also utilized our tools that we have here. I'm actually here at our technical center in Charlotte, in the Concord area, and the teams really use a lot of the tool sets here, whether it's driver in the loop simulators. We have 3 of them here. We have a lot of human performance support for them in terms of preparing for the races. We have KNC rigs. We have a lot of simulation tools that we prepare here. a lot of data analytics. The list kind of goes on and on. But the teams from the competition leaders, combined with our drivers and crew chiefs, they really leveraged this facility and all the preparation they do at their own shops to prepare for every one of these races this season. So it was a great year. Super proud of them. Hyper competitive. We didn't get the drivers' championship in the Cup side. Obviously, Justin Allgaier, super proud of him. 7 years in that championship run, and he finally delivered one. It was awesome for him and JR Motorsports, for Kelly, for Junior, and the whole team. Awesome job.
Yeah.
And there's a picture of our technical center here, and we call it the GM Charlotte Technical Center, and you can see the driver in a loop example in the bottom right, which is fairly commonplace. We've had, I think it was 8 or 9 years ago, we put our first one in. Now we have a second generation of DILs, and we got 3 of them here in the facility here in Charlotte, and then we've got a couple more up in our Warren Technical Center.
And on that topic, how many different series can that cover, the driver in loop simulator? Can you simulate like a truck
It
team?
covers most of them, David. Certainly NASCAR for sure, as we just talked about. IndyCar, the drivers get here and use it to prepare for IndyCar, both road courses, street courses, and even the ovals. Sports car with Cadillac in both IMSA and the WEC. Obviously, the drivers that are here in the U.S. use it a little bit more, but certainly the drivers that are in WEC get over here and prepare as well. We also use it for production vehicles from time to time as well. So there's a lot of use in these simulators, and it's a tool. There's less testing in a normal race weekend than less testing and less practice in a normal race weekend. And so utilization of simulation and tools like driver in a loop, super important to prepare to get to the track with speed.
Absolutely. And kind of you mentioned that the Cup champion didn't come from the GM's stables, but and how frustrating is that for you as a manufacturer to kind of like win the majority of the battles and not win the war that at least has the greatest prominence, for example?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's certainly at the beginning of the year, and you can put up the slide there, Sam. It has NASCAR on it. Certainly, manufacturers, as I said, is a top priority for us, but also doing whatever we can to support our teams and drivers to win races and generate enough points to get to the playoffs, to get to the final race in Phoenix in this case.
Yes.
And so when you get there, super proud. When you win it, it's special. When you don't, it's motivation for the next year. So you can see in the shot here, you got William Byron winning the Daytona 500, first points race out of the gate in the season in 24, and then Justin Allgaier getting his win there, and it looks like Nick Sanchez with his I think first win as well in the Truck Series. So yeah, it's frustrating when you don't win, but I'll tell you what, motorsports, when you win, you celebrate and figure out how do you keep the momentum going. When you don't win, it's a special and important moment because it's all about how do you react for the following race, for the following season. And that's motorsports. You don't win them all. It's about what you do when you don't win. It's as important as a moment of celebration when you do win.
Absolutely. Well, I don't want this to sound bad, but obviously sticking on this subject of slight frustrations, I definitely felt the Cadillac V Series R was often the fastest in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship this year. I mean, it's not just a case of me thinking it. The evidence was there. I think you got 6 poles between the Cadillac Racing Ganassi entry and also the Whelen Engineering entry, and yet just 2 wins. Is that just the nature of endurance racing, and you just have to suck it up in that regard?
Yeah, it's a great question, and you were reminding me of some moments that were very special, and some moments that we're going to focus on doing better. And obviously, you mentioned the 6 poles and 9 races. That's pretty cool. 2 wins. Came second in the championship, But when you don't win the championship overall, it's definitely something that we think a lot about, and as we prepare for the following season. And so you can't rest a minute in what used to be called the off season. There is no such thing anymore, and
Right.
we're preparing for next season as well. Obviously, a number of changes coming next year.
Yes.
We have, we'll have obviously Action Express, so we'll race with Cadillac in the IMSA series, and they've been with us for a long, long time.
Yeah.
Wayne Taylor Racing comes back to Cadillac after being away for several years, and so they'll rejoin the Cadillac team. And then obviously they'll have 2 cars, so there'll be 3 in IMSA, which is great. And then as you look at the FIA WEC Series World Endurance Championship for 25, we'll have Team Jota, Hertz Team Jota,
Yes.
and they'll have 2 entries. So we'll have 5 entries this coming year, and doing a lot of work preparing right now for the new season ahead. And so there was definitely some highlights in this past season, and getting the pole at Fuji with Alex Lynn was certainly an important one as well. That was a highlight, but we certainly strive for more in terms of getting to the more wins across both of the series, and then the championship, both manufacturer, and then working with the teams for them to get the team and the drivers championship. So we're excited about the year ahead, and a lot of work to do as we prepare for the Roar and IMSA and the season at the FIA WEC.
With the introduction of or reintroduction of the GTP nameplate, obviously there's been a lot of excitement over the last 18 months. Do you think the hype about the hypercars has lived up to the hype? I mean, it's certainly from the outsider's point of view, it's been terrific racing. Inside, has there been, do you believe that IMSA's on the right path?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Obviously, in 23, the Cadillac, the Whelen team won the championship. That was very special. It's fun to see more manufacturers come in, more teams.
Yeah.
We talked about we're going to go from 3 cars to 5 next year. There's other manufacturers that are coming in. A lot of people think back to the 60s as, the prime time in sports car, and they are special. It's always great to see pictures and kind of videos and TV shows that capture those moments. But what's happening now with so many manufacturers and so many teams entering both IMSA and FIA WEC in either the GTP category for IMSA or the hypercar for FIA WEC, this is a special time, and the racing is incredible. We certainly want to get to the top of the podium for sure. There's a lot of people that want to do the same thing, which makes it super exciting. And you can see it in the attendance at these races. And every time you go to a race, you think, wow, there's a lot of people here. I'm telling you, compared to where we were when we started our journey, both with Corvette and in terms of full factory effort in 1999 in the series, to where we're at now, obviously with Cadillac, we've been in the series with Cadillac for quite a while. The people turning up, the fan response, both at the racetrack and online and on TV, absolutely incredible. So I think this is a very special time. This could be the best time in sports car racing right now. We're probably living in it right now. We want to do better in the coming year, and that's our focus. But we're super excited about it, and it's great to see those stats that are about fans watching, social media engagement, as well as people showing up at the racetracks globally. It's a great time.
The Corvette Z06 GT3R, again, another super fast car, and super sexy as well, of course. It must be nice to have 2 full-time entries again in GTD Pro, but I'm sure that's remaining the same for 2025. But in the GTD non-pro class, you're expanding to add DXDT racing. Does that take a lot of extra commitment to now supply to customer teams, the other one across AWA?
Yeah, it was a great question. I mean, obviously with the convergence in the GT category to GT3 globally, that has been that's another category where you see incredible competition, number of manufacturers and number of teams, both at the pro level as well as the pro-am level. And so we, to be GT3 compliant, you've got to build a certain number of cars over the course of a couple of years. We're on track to do that or better. there's a lot of demand for the Corvette, both at the pro level as well as at the Pro-Am level. So that we're actually expanding, as we should be, going into 25. And so we'll have, obviously, pro teams like Pratt Miller Motorsports, which has been a long time partner of ours. Obviously, you got, AWA, you got TF Sport with a couple vehicles as well. And then you got, a number of teams. DXDT is going to be in there with, vehicles in the Pro-Am category and running in different series. So we'll be running in IMSA and the GTD and GTD Pro categories. We'll be doing the same in an FI WEC series, Asian Le Mans series, the GT World Challenge Americas series. There's a British series we're going to have a team in. So this is a great time for GT3 racing as well. We obviously had a brand new car this year, some teething issues early on, and then really gained momentum near the back of the season. And so excited about what that means for next year, which would be year 2 for us with the GT3 based on the Z06. And we've got great teams. So I think that's another reason why fans are turning out is this GT3 category has so many competitors, so many entries, cars that are relatable in terms of what we sell in the showrooms, including the Corvette Z06. And so there's a lot of energy and interest in that category as well.
I'm sure you won't take this amiss when I say that the one of the big stories for DXDT will, of course, be Robert Wickens.
Absolutely.
Is there a lot of I don't want to get too far down the technical route because you can find stuff on online about how it's being done, but is there a lot of modifications to make a Corvette compliant to his unique demands?
Right. Yeah, I mean, first of all, this is very exciting. Known Robert a long time from his IndyCar days and his affiliation with Air McLaren for many years. And bottom line is that this was, he had contacted us and said he was interested. John Doonan, Dr. Eric Warren, who runs our technical center here with the team, and our team that runs our GT3 program, found a way to put the program together, and super proud of that along with the other drivers. And so there are modifications we do to the car for sure. And so Robert is super excited about it. We are as well. And it's going to be fun to see these guys debut this coming year in 25.
Yeah, absolutely. Regarding this, your overall ambitions for the Z06, are you expecting to be able to compete for any of the GT3 titles in 2025?
Yeah, that is definitely a goal. Obviously, I think back to 1997, 98 when we were in 96 when we were preparing for our Corvette entry to sports car racing as kind of a full factory effort. We debuted in 1999 at the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. Had a podium finish with one of the cars, and you never know on race car programs, are they going to go 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and here we are from 1999 to 2024 going into 25, and Corvette is still going strong. And one of the expectations we have is that we do compete for obviously the team and the drivers championships with our partner teams, and we're now more of a factory support effort versus a full factory effort, but and then also manufacturers championships. So those are definitely both priorities in the pro categories, both in IMSA as well as in FIA WEC. There is no doubt. And so year 2 of the car, I think we finished stronger at the end of the season.
Yeah.
That bodes well for coming out of the gates stronger in the coming years. Yeah, definitely a goal for sure in 25.
Okay. Right. To pivot to the NHRA Mission Foods Drag Racing Series, magnificent year for Chevrolet. Austin Prock wins the Funny Car Championship, and Greg Anderson wins Pro Stock. But let's start with Austin. Have you ever seen a debut season in a category like that? 8 wins. God knows how many times he reset the fastest speed time, but he ends up with 341.68 miles an hour. And yeah, I mean, it was an emotional triumph too, obviously, because of what poor John Force went through this year as well. But I mean, just a magnificent, magnificent application of talent from Mr. Proctor. You must be so proud.
Oh, so proud of him, and proud of John Force Racing overall, and all of the Greg Anderson as well, all the
Yeah.
racers that are running our Chevrolet products, our brands. And so yeah, Austin obviously, was running the previous year in the Top Fuel when Robert
Yeah.
stepped out of the car. Austin went in it, absolutely focused, and had an incredible season. #1 qualifiers, 8 wins.
Yeah.
Brought the championship home in his rookie season. Like, it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. And it was fun to talk with him after, a number of his race wins, and the energy and excitement, his voice, the focus of him and his crew, the John Force Racing crew and his family members that were there every step of the way to give him, kind of the car that he needed. And he executed so well. He is on his game. He's in prime time. He's got that racer's edge. He's got all those things that we've seen so many racers that went from kind of, earlier in their careers, in this case, his rookie season in funny car, and he made it happen. So proud of him. Couldn't be prouder of him. And also everybody at John Force Racing, John Force, Robert Height, the whole crew. And also special that Jack Beckman, stepped in for John Force. And it was great to see that John Force was back at the track at Las Vegas and Pomona. He's on his road to recovery. Jack stepped in, and obviously the way they set it up is all the races Jack was in, he was able to generate points for that car. He finishes second. So that's an incredible story as well.
Yeah.
And so proud of the job they did. And then Greg Anderson, what can you say? The guy has driven nothing but GM products his whole career.
Yeah.
He takes it to all the young kids, and he does it. He clinches another championship. I think it was his 6th.
That's right.
And proud to say it's all been with products from our company, and he is just a great guy on top of it. So it was a great year, and factory experimental class, a Chevrolet driver won that one as well. So wonderful season in NHRA for sure.
Yeah. And speaking of Camaros, supercars.
Supercars.
16 wins. I think, 16 wins compared with only 8 for Ford. And 1-2 in the championship for the Triple Eight drivers. We have seen Triple Eight and GM dominate before, but I don't know. With only two manufacturers in there for now, the whole GM Ford clash seems even more polarized. So does it feel special to be taking that kind of dominance over your prime rival?
Yeah. Well, you know what? It's definitely over, whatever, how many decades, 5, 6 decades, 7 decades, the Chevrolet Ford kind of rivalry is there. It's a key storyline, particularly in supercars, as it is in other series. Triple Eight did an amazing job this year, finishing 1-2. It's been great preparation by the teams and our engineers that work together on homologation, submission, powertrain performance, which you got to give these drivers the power they need. You got to give them the durability to last, and then obviously the efficiency relative to the competition. And so they did that. So it was special. There's no doubt about it. Passionate fans there. Obviously, when we wound down Holden, we talked with the series, and they asked us if we would stay in some capacity. And at the time, we were ramping up a GM Specialty Vehicles group there that was featuring a number of Chevrolet products as well as others from GM. And so we decided to stay. Super happy we did it. It kept the series, gave them momentum, and it gave them that storyline between us and Ford. And obviously, Toyota's coming in 26.
Yeah.
So another, get multiple manufacturers in there. That's always a good sign. So it was a terrific season, both on the manufacturers kind of cup side and then the driver's side with a 1-2 finish with Chevy drivers.
So we've seen Camaros triumph this year in NASCAR, NHRA, and supercars. What can you share with us about the future of what is a truly beloved nameplate like Camaro? and
Well, yeah, good
and,
question.
in particular its future in motorsport?
Yeah. Well, it's a good question. There's still some Camaros out there for sale in our dealerships. You'll see Camaro back on the track in most of the series, which is, and then we're working on, what could be next. So nothing to say or announce, but in the meantime, we'll continue to run Camaro in most of the series, and the teams are tuning up for 25 as well in most of the series in which we're racing in right now.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear as a fan of any muscle cars, but particularly sexy Camaros. Chevrolet's 9th manufacturer's crown in IndyCar since the 2.2 regs came in 2012. I assume of the 10 wins, the highlight, there's a picture of Mr. Newgarden getting his second in a row at the Indy 500 has to be the highlight, right? But maybe one of the highlights of that weekend was the top 8 cars on the grid, all Chevrolet powered.
Yeah, that was special. At IndyCar, Chevy's got a deep history in IndyCar, and I probably mentioned this before, but it's unique. Manufacturer, the co-founder of the company, Louis Chevrolet, him and his brothers, they raced and they raced in Indy. And so for us to be racing the Chevrolet with the Chevrolet powertrain with the teams that we have here many decades later is pretty special. And so in the top right there, Rob Buckner's our program manager, has done an excellent job. Dr. Eric Warren is on the left side of the manufacturer's trophy with Mark Miles, who runs IndyCar and the Penske Entertainment Group. So super special, and to have that many Chevrolets in qualifying and finishing the race was very special. What I do know about IndyCar is that the competition's fierce, and so as we look forward to next year, we certainly are in preparation mode again, because you cannot rest a second. But Joseph Newgarden getting 2 in a row. You can see him there on the left side with the Borg Warner Trophy. It's such a special trophy. And then Pato Ward picking up a win at Milwaukee, super popular. And we have a talented group of teams and drivers, and looking forward to 25 as well. But it was a terrific season, picking up another manufacturer's championship. This is another one where we did not get the drivers' championship. And so that is on our list to do. Another reminder, motorsports can be, great and exciting, and moments of very special weekends. And then you can also be reminded that there's work to do. We got to get that drivers' championship back in the Chevy camp in 25.
I'm sure you must also be gratified at the transition to, or not transition, but the addition of the hybrid unit and bringing that on board in, I would say, fairly seamless manner, especially for the bow tie brigade.
Yeah, I would say, listen, it was, Jay Fry had put in a kind of a technology plan and a plan to apply it to the series over, 6, 7, 8 years. This was one of the steps. We kind of delayed a little bit during, a year or two, given all the things that happened and on the supply chain basis. And then we finally got there. It was a team effort between Chevrolet, Ilmor, HRC, and the IndyCar team. It really was. It's, typically we're fierce competitors, or we are fierce competitors with the other OEMs in the showrooms. And actually, where our technical center is here in the Charlotte area, Concord area, there's some dealerships right around here I'm looking out at. And we're fiercely competitive in the showroom to sell cars to customers, and then on the track, fiercely competitive. But there are moments where these race series pull the OEMs together to say, let's work together to solve a problem and lift the series in a positive way. And so I think together we did that, and the debut was actually very, very, very positive and smooth. Where there were a couple moments in other races where it didn't go quite as smooth, but all in all, the hybrid system ran really well. And so that was a team effort in a different way. And so I applaud Jay Fry for pulling everybody together.
And do you agree with IndyCar's the way it's been introduced is just like it gives them a fairly small power boost, but in years to come it will eventually replace push to pass and become push the engines as if the 2.2 liter hasn't been squeezed already. But
yeah, we squeezed that one hard for sure. We keep looking for ways to squeeze more power and efficiency out of it. Yeah, I think, listen, it's a great first step. And then obviously they've indicated, the series has, that they're looking for what the next step could be to provide the drivers a little bit more power. Obviously, the hybrids in the LMDH platform in IMSA and in the FIA WEC with Hypercar, and the Cadillac, is pretty unique. You can hear it run. You come in and do a pit stop, the Cadillac with the hybrid system, and you leave your pit lane under electric power, and you get to about, I don't know, 20 miles an hour. We fire up the Cadillac V8, and there's not a better sound. That combination is unique and special. And so a number of the series have been looking at it and have implemented it and done it pretty well. So, but yeah, I think there'll be, potentially another step, I think, for IndyCar down the road.
Excellent. Obviously, time is not our friend here, but quick word about Formula One. How satisfying is it to have been basically given the green light by your future rivals that the Cadillac brand will be most welcome from 2026?
Yeah, well, clearly, I mean, F1 has had this amazing growth spurt. It's incredible around the world, actually, and particularly North America. It has not gone unnoticed. We've noticed it. We've seen it. We see it in the fan base. We do a lot of, just research, and also just being very, kind of aware of what's going on in different series. And so that caught our attention. And obviously, it's been a long journey to get to this point. And candidly, the process still goes on. The Formula One management team, which owns the commercial rights to F1, that's issued by the FIA, gave us the support. It goes back to the FIA with the president and his team to then make a final call. So we're in the process, but that was a key step here in the past week or so after a couple of years. It's exciting. There's much work to do. I will say in this technical center here, along with our partners, we have a similar location in Silverstone, and there's a unit going up in Fishers, Indiana. And we are basically have been preparing. We never stopped. And you have to, because the time is so short. So we're looking forward to 2026, and then, as you probably heard, we did commit to doing a power unit near the end of the decade, and so a lot of work ahead. But pinnacle of motorsports, and it's a chance for us to really demonstrate our engineering expertise and ability to innovate within the rule set, and it's going to be exciting. So a lot more to come. And still a couple steps in the process to formally get in, but key step in this past couple weeks.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations, Jim. Magnificent year as usual for GM. But yeah, very best of luck in 2025, and look forward to speaking to you again this time next year.
That's great, and this is certainly a team effort. I mentioned Dr. Eric Warren leads our motorsports competition team, and Josh Wilson does our aero, and Patrick Knupp leads our technology group. Mark Steele does all our program management. Matt Borland, just a super important leader in our team. Matt Dix and others. So definitely a team effort with the teams, the crew chiefs, the drivers, the technical leaders of the teams. It's the only way to roll in motorsports. You got to do it as a team. And so thanks for having us on here again for another year. So Judy, Francisco, thank you. Dave, thanks for doing the interview.
Of course, Jim. Of course. Thank you very much for being with us. So stay with us. We're going to transition directly into our next sessions as we're running a little bit short in time. And so we're going to bring our next host. I believe it's Taro Koki, who's going to be with us. And Taro is bringing Jason from Global Time Attack, and they're both on. So we're going to dive directly in our next session. Hello, Taro. How are you?
Hey, how's it going? How are you?
Great.
Good to see you.
I think Jason is on. Excellent. So we'll let you carry on.
Hi, Jason. How's it going?
Good day. How are you? How you been? It's been a long time.
Good. It's been a while.
Yes.
So I think we have half an hour to chat here. We'll dive right into it. But before we get into any of my boring questions, I would like to introduce you a little bit. Correct me if I'm wrong. Well, you've been in the industry for a long time, right? So Jason is a true. I feel you're an innovator because you did put Time Attack on the map here in the United States, in North America. You're a business development special and director of Global Time Attack. You're also you have been leading Super Lap Battle as well.
Yes.
And Jason's been putting together fast cars and unique content for the fans, teams, and sponsors for quite some time now. And you also come from the old school of hot import nights, so no stranger to events, working alongside some of the most talented people in our industry. So Jason, thank you for joining us on today's panel here.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's great to be back. I love doing this this week. It's great. And of course, it's always good to have an opportunity to talk about Time Attack racing, here in North America.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to solely take the credit for Time Attack here in the United States by any means at all. I'd have to hand that off to the old editors of Super Street Magazine and Sport Compact Car. It was back in 2004, John the Dairy, a mutual friend of ours.
Yep.
It was really his idea. I happened to be working at Super Street. I worked there from like the year 2000 to 2006.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, long story short, it was 2004. It was his idea. He was fresh off of a trip from Japan and saw it happening out there and wanted to introduce it here in the States.
Yeah.
So it was just a once a year get together at Buttonwillow in November. Clockwise 13 format, or circuit, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
And just a few weeks ago, we just had the 20th one in a row, it being 2024 right now. So it's kind of exchanged hands in a sense, you know what I mean? It was, myself and Elliot Moran and John the Dairy and a few other people that were operating the event as Super Street employees from 2004 up until about 2011. And then when we started Global Time Attack in 2010, I went back to the people at Super Street and just really, kind of told them what my plan was, is that I wanted to get back involved and have our series throughout the year end in November at Buttonwillow and do an event together. And throughout the years, we ended up just taking it over as things at Super Street have changed, obviously. And that kind of leads us to where we were today. So it was very cool. 20th year at Buttonwillow. A lot of ghosts to chase in terms of old lap times and things like that. So it was a lot of fun.
Well, congratulations. Yeah, 20 years. I still remember that first event. We were, I don't even think we had started GT Channel at the time, but we were doing best motoring and hot version. And I believe, was it the first one where we brought the Spoon Accord Euro R? That was the first one, right?
It was the first or second one. I think it was the first one. Yeah.
Yeah. But I remember talking to John around that time, and back in the day, Japanese magazines were having these, time attack battles at Tsukuba Circuit. And it was basically the magazines would organize, same kind of thing that, John brought over. I think he, as you say, he got inspired by what they were doing in Japan at Tsukuba, and then basically brought that concept to and pitched it to his folks. Said, what was it when John first came back with the idea and told you guys what was happening on the other side of the Pacific, and that he wanted to try something similar over here?
I mean, if you remember me, I come from street racing, drag racing in the 90s, here in Southern California, and going to Terminal Island on the weekends and entering the first few Battle of the Imports, with not a very fast car, but being involved and all about 1320, just going straight, and how fast can you do it, right?
Yeah.
So when he told me about this, I was a little skeptical, because at that point, I've never even been to a road circuit before. I was a straight line guy.
Yeah.
But he put it in a way where it is very true, and we use this to this day, is that it's a lot like drag racing around a road circuit. The cars are built to do one perfect lap.
Yeah.
So they're built to the absolute limit to whatever class that they're in. Their horsepower, there's no limits.
Yeah.
So again, it's like a drag race car where, you're pushing it to the limit, you're pushing the motor to the limit, so they don't last very long,
Yeah.
So that was the one thing that did hook me was, okay, maybe there's something cool about this, let's look into it. And what's funny is we borrowed a lot of things from like the NHRA rule book, drag racing rule book for the first event that you were at back in 2004. It was pretty rudimentary, but over the years we've crafted it and whatnot.
Yeah, that's a great way to think about it. When you talk to traditional motorsports folks, they think of, the initial think of time attack as okay, that's qualification, right? That's qualifying. That's basically a time trial. And then the big difference is that you don't have a race following that one lap, right? So it's really like you get one shot, a couple shots, but it's only one lap that needs to count, right? You don't.
Correct.
Car doesn't need to last for 6 hours or 3 hours or even an hour. It's just like it just needs to do one fast lap, and you can win the whole thing.
Correct. And you might have done that, in an early part of the event. You know what I mean? Because like you said, you might get 3 or 4 sessions or cracks at it per day, and that's it. Maybe 2 before lunch, 2 after, and and that day is done. So you might have done it in session 2, or you might have, weren't able to do it until session 4 at the end of the day, which was your last chance at it. So there is this pressure, to do it right then, right now, and that's the only chance that you get. And if you make a mistake, you're not going to get the fastest lap time as possible. If you're competing in a corner with somebody, you're not going to get the fastest lap time as possible. So, there are multiple cars out on track, so there is somewhat of people minding a gap and working with each other in order to have space. We gap the cars in a certain way, with time in between them. I call it track math, depending upon how fast that the particular group is. There's only, depending upon how long the circuit is, there's only so many cars we could put out there at one time before car 1 starts to catch car 10 or car 12 or the 15th car that we put out there in one group.
Do you think that's the appeal of time attack? Like, what is the appeal? Like, I feel like it's the one shot that you get, right? And that's all you get. So the nerves are really there, and like watching it is like thrilling because you get one lap, and it's like I said, it's it makes that special and unique, that part special.
Yeah, I think the other thing is that it's very much a team sport. So working with a team, working with the crew, whether if it was put together by somebody or if it's just friends that each one's got a specialty, but you got to do the best at everything. So you need the best suspension setup, you need the best tire setup, you need people that know what they're doing if you're really going to go out there and go fast. And it really does come down to just sometimes hundredths of a second, tenths of a second that separates the podium. So even though it might be totally different makes of models of cars, all-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, but then somehow you'll see that, again, it was just tenths of a second that separates them, which is, pretty amazing. But I think it's also due to the fact that it's so pure. You're able to go out there and build something very creative. The rules are relaxed and loose on purpose in order to encourage innovation. So, you get, people that maybe have professional backgrounds, semi-professional backgrounds in motorsports, or no backgrounds. They're just enthusiasts, and they're taking cues from professional race teams and things that they see that work, and they're applying it to their car that they go and compete in time attack a few times a year or out on the weekends. You're also, as a driver, there's no blocking, there's no team, it's not a race, it's really like, how fast can I really go in a perfect setting, if there's such a thing, so I think that's another thing that gets drivers wanting to come back and builders wanting to come back, because it's like anything else. It's like you're never done. You could always go faster. You always could have did something a little bit better in that lap, or the car could have ran a little bit better. Therefore, there's always time left out there on the table. So you're always going out there and chasing it.
So 20 years, right? I think that's, quite an accomplishment in itself, and congratulations on that. I mean, what were some of your biggest challenges up until now, from 2004 to 2024?
You know, I'd say it's wanting to build the popularity of the sport up, and being impatient, and hoping to always get more traction and whatnot. And also getting racetracks, the bigger tracks and whatnot, to kind of believe in like what you're doing as well. And have them partner up and get behind, to make it easier to produce these events. We've got a great situation at Circuit of the Americas. We do an event there each year, and a new partnership with Pikes Peak International Raceway. We just started doing an event with them this year, and we're doing it again with them next year, called Ascend, end of June. And it's great to work with racetracks that understand what you're doing, believe in it, and get behind it. The Ridge Motorsports Park is very similar up in Washington State. And of course, we've got our home at Button Willow, every November. The toughest thing is really, honestly, it's like any other business, is each year, putting together the funds, in order to do it. That's really the tough thing. And that kind of is a recurring thing this time of the year, as you're securing dates and tracks for the year coming up. I'd say, like almost anything else, money has really just been the biggest hurdle. There's never been a loss for passion or for the love of it. Myself and the crew that produces the Global Time Attack competitions, we all have always just volunteered our time. We've never been able to pay ourselves. Any money that, if there's anything positive, it goes back into trying to make it better next time around. So.
Well, you mentioned, popularity. So that's, audience, right? You're trying to grow your audience, and you've been involved in content as well. What the social media, landscape has changed a lot since you first started, and today, obviously. How do you think social media and, online content has changed the way you think about the sport?
Yes, you really hit it. Seeing, are you still there? Sorry about that. My screen went blank for a second.
Oh, yeah. No, yep.
Okay, good. I've really seen a lot, in terms of like, when I worked at Super Street, websites were just starting to kind of come around, you know what I mean? But there was no serious social media yet. Nothing big. So now, fast forward all the way to today, everybody's got a voice. So for someone like ourselves, it's more, there's so much more opportunity now to get the word out, to where before there was maybe only a few outlets, and if you didn't have a connection to them, or maybe a way to even afford to take advantage of what those outlets had, then you probably weren't getting heard, except for just within an earshot of your community where you were doing something like this at now. And with the with social media, YouTube, and the bigger ones like Instagram and whatnot, TikTok, it gives people an opportunity to get an audience and to have their ear. It's a whole nother thing in order to be good at doing that. That's a whole nother conversation, but the opportunity is there. So, I definitely enjoy, the differences and what has happened over the last 20 years in terms of like, the prevalence of social media, the whole online space, and how, we're even doing this right now. It's not something that was even possible 20 years ago. So yeah, I mean, we embrace the technology. I think as people in motorsports and racing, like, you have to. So yeah, I mean, I look at it as something that, we're always looking at a way to do a better job of taking advantage of it, and again, just trying to put the sport in front of more people, and even more importantly, the drivers and their cars and their builds, getting them in front of more people, because it's pretty amazing a lot of the lap times that these people are doing, and they're all just regular people.
They're, I was just having a conversation with a driver earlier this morning. He's a creator, And this guy brings more views to more than the series, right? And I think you're encountering some of these, guys that, come in with great cars and, they can drive, but they have these huge followings. Who are some of the like standout, drivers or teams that have really done well in that area, for example, of like, promoting themselves on social or, getting their name out? Who do you know out there that's doing a good job with that?
There's a few, and there's a few that hold records, so you're going to get some that they're great at the social media part, but maybe they haven't collected any track records at many places, but you've got some that are pretty good at it. I mean, a couple that come to mind kind of quickly would be probably Ferris Khartoumi. He's one of the quickest guys right now in time attack. Chevrolet Corvette, he runs in the unlimited class. He's got records at Circuit of the Americas, at different records at Road Atlanta, all over the place. He's ran in Australia, he's ran in Japan. Another guy that comes to mind would be Cole Powelson, Life Motorsports GTR out of Utah. Again, does a really great job at content creation. And again, I think he still has the overall record actually at COTA with a 202.8, I think is what it is. Not sure what else can I think of right now. Kind of running a little bit of a blank right here. I apologize about that, but
yeah, no problem.
You are 100% correct, though. There have been some people where I'm looking them up and I look at their social media, and it's like, gosh, they've got double the amount of followers that we have on Instagram, or they've have quadrupled the amount of followers that we have on YouTube.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, that's an amazing thing too. We're definitely about putting time attack as a centerpiece.
Yeah.
At predominantly most of the events that we do, and our flagship event that we do at COTA, the time attack's a star of it. So at the same time, I know that's not the easiest sell, because sometimes you're explaining the sport.
Yeah.
But we're going into I think our 6th year there, coming up this April, which is great. But yeah, we're trying to work with people with followings like that get them involved in the sport, whether if they're on the fringe, is a great thing. It definitely helps, to utilize, their reach. So that's definitely something that, we're constantly working on. At the same time too, our main thing is record-breaking cars, following or not.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What are your expectations for 2025 and more fast cars in 2025, new event locations? What are your plans?
Well, first up, we've got our Super Lap Battle event at COTA in Austin, Texas, and that's April 11th to the 13th. Most excited about that. That's our biggest event of the year. Last year there were a little bit over 7,500 paid spectators that were at that event over the weekend. So it's really good for time attack.
Yep.
It's a lot of fun. Like I said, time attack's the star of that event, and the drivers are. We do an autograph signing on Saturday, and on Sunday we do a pit walk and open up hot pit lane to the fans, which is really cool. So yeah, super excited about that. It's a great event. Low price. It's really accessible for spectators. We have a drifting ride-along program that's there in one of the paddocks, and there's a huge car show and music and vendor and food. So yeah, that's a really fun event. If you have an opportunity to make it out to that. And over the past few years, due to it being an F1 course, it's yielded some of the best and fastest time attack cars around, to compete at it. So you really get a good taste of what time attack's about, at that event. So I'm super excited about that. And we're back at Road Atlanta. It's usually our second stop in May. And I brought up PPIR earlier in Colorado. We're there June 28th and 29th for an event that they call Ascend. What's cool about that event is, again, Time Attack's a star. The track puts up a $50,000 prize purse.
Wow.
That's spread out. Yeah, so it's the only Time Attack I know of that has a big prize purse like that. So that's really exciting. It was, I think this was 2024, I believe, was their second year of doing the event. It was our first year of doing it with them, and a great relationship has started. So looking forward to that one in 2025 for sure. Really cool event. They've got a stage there, and they've got, DJs, they've got bands. They have a drifting ride along program going on there too. Cool. And the way that venue is just set up, you can see everything, from multiple places there. So it's got a cool spectator vibe, which is really neat. And I think this will be our 5th or 6th year back in the Pacific Northwest at the Ridge Motorsports Park for an event that we call Speed Summit. We work with the track on that one. Again, Time Attack's the star of that one. It's a little bit more regional, but we get a lot of drivers that come down from Canada, British Columbia right there. And a lot of people from that neck of the United States that aren't able to make it down to Texas or Georgia or to Southern California to some of our other events. And then ending the year in November again at Buttonwillow. Sometimes if we're able to, we'll throw in kind of an event that maybe wasn't early in on the schedule. We did that earlier this year at a new track called the Podium Club out in Arizona. Not sure if you heard about it, but we linked up with a group out there and had a great first successful event just back at the end of September. Pretty hot in Arizona still, even in September. So there hasn't been a date set for that one yet. It might actually end up being like in January of 2026. Okay. Southwest Speed Festival, a lot of fun. Brand new track. So, they're still building amenities and things like that. But sometimes it's neat, like to get on the ground floor, of a place. Yeah.
Yeah. You mentioned a bunch of stuff for 2025, but I wish you all the best. Lastly, I mean, where do you see Time Attack? You've done it for 20 years now. Where do you see it in the next, 5-10 years? Where is this going?
I think kind of more than ever, I think we'll start to see, more teams with experience and backing behind them get involved in the sport, which will help elevate it. And I do see the popularity of it growing just in general. There's much more talk of and more action too of top teams here in the United States, going to Japan to compete, which is where it kind of all started, going to Australia to compete, which is where the biggest event in the world happens once a year, Ian Baker's World Time Attack Challenge. All of those things help grow the sport. There's more cars and serious teams interested from Europe, Japan, and Australia that want to make it to the United States. So that's really where the future is going to lie, is going to be more international competition taking place, whether if it's cars going back and forth or some type of combination of that. And I think what that will do is it will in turn grow the sport domestically here in North America too, which we'll be happy to be a part of and continue to throw these traditional and annual events at some of these tracks that we go to.
Jason, we have a short video from you. We couldn't run it at the beginning because we went from Jim Campbell into your session. So we have a short video that Jason sent us. We'd like to share with the audience.
Let's go.
Thank you, guys.
Global Time Attack once again brought together some of the fastest tuning cars around. What was once a special invite-only event by tuner magazines has evolved into the yearly gathering of fast, modified track weapons, organised and hosted by Global Time Attack. Top Japanese tuning houses and celebrity drivers set the benchmark early on in what would become an endless pursuit of record-breaking laps. Time Attack is back at Circuit of the Americas for one of the sport's largest events in the world. We're back at Road Atlanta. Often regarded as one of America's best road courses, this circuit offers
Awesome.
I love the cars. They're so wild. That's really like the biggest thing about Time Attack is just the extreme aero and just the meaty slicks. It's just, they're awesome.
Yeah. No, it looks really, really exciting. Great sizzle too, Jason. Good job. Well, thanks for joining us, Jason from Global Time Attack and Super Lap Battle. Wish you all the luck in 2025, and I hope to speak to you soon, man.
For sure. We'll see you around. Thank you, guys. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jason. Great job. And thank you, Taro. So we're going to run a short video from our partners, and we'll be right back with you for the next session.
ePartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, 2 wheels or 4, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Thank you and welcome back, Richard. You had a busy day today. And a special thank you to our friend at Racer and at Speed Sport for helping us put together this wonderful week. And we, as we saw in the last video, we are live on Speed Sport 1, their TV channel. So thank you again for watching us from wherever you are. We should be bringing on Jeremy Croizet from NASA. And we're going to be diving directly into his session. I think Jeremy is joining us. And so, Richard, any thoughts while we wait from Jeremy?
Not really. Just was enjoying learning a little bit more about Time Attack. I've always been appreciative of the interesting machinery that single objective produces, and just going fast over one lap. So nice to learn more about it.
Jeremy, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Oh, we can hear you, Jeremy. We can hear you. So looks like we have a little sound issue, and maybe your microphone is not on, and that's what happens sometimes when we go live. So no, we can hear you. Well, while Jeremy is fixing up, that's perfect.
There we go.
There you go.
It auto-selected the output for the speakers as the mic, so which is not the same.
Well, hello, Jeremy. Good to see you again.
Hey, good to see you too, Richard. How are you been?
Doing well, doing well.
It's so funny watching the previous one with Jason, and man, that takes me back. We NASA actually partnered with Super Lap Battle before Jason's Global Time Attack took it over. And NASA used to actually sanction all the Super Lap Battles like 20 years ago at Button Willow. And I know because I participated in a couple of them. So it was funny seeing his face on ePartrade.
Well, that's certainly the sort of event that's in your wheelhouse, having produced time trials pretty much from the beginning, right?
Yeah, NASA, we kind of coined the phrase time trial. I think our TT program started in like the mid 2000s. So I think we're more than 20 years in the development of ours. And it's changed a little bit over the years, but very, very similar discipline, single lap format. Most of our time trial events happen alongside our HBD and road racing programs. But the format's very similar, where if you get to the top echelon, you've got 1 or 2 laps to get it done. So we give you multiple sessions in the day, typically 3, 4, 5 sessions, 15 minutes. But the serious TT folk, they run the first 2, 3 laps and they're done. So.
Well, you mentioned running along, on the same weekends with HPD and races, which is something kind of unique that y'all do, and that's kind of the progression and the ladder, right? And having it all there in one weekend makes it pretty accessible.
Yeah, it's actually been one of the differentiators of NASA over next year is going to be our 34th year of operation. We can take anybody that has 0 experience and start them in our HPDE program. Again, NASA kind of coined the phrase HPDE 30 years ago, starting out of Northern California and then kind of spreading across the country systematically. We really kicked it into high gear in the early 2000s and grew exponentially over the 2000s. And we've kind of solidified ourselves as one of the mainstays in amateur motorsports in North America. Our HPD program takes anyone from the beginner all the way to the veteran and spreads them over 4 different tiers of HPD 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4s are veterans, and 1s is where you get the start. We launched a new program this year called HPD Intro, which is even a subcategory under 1, which is really introductory. And the goal has always been the same: introduce as many people as we can to the wonderful world of motorsport. And that's really kind of been our mantra for the last 20 years.
Excellent. Well, we've delved into the history a little bit. What are some recent developments at NASA? What's new in NASA's world?
Growth. We've got now 15 regions across the country. We've got our membership tends to fluctuate, but we've grown to 25 to 30,000 members now across the country. One of the biggest programs we've launched back in 2019 was a partnership program with Toyota, where anyone that buys a GR sports car, whether that be a GR Supra, GR Corolla, or a GR86, it becomes a NASA member and gets a complimentary day at the track with a NASA instructor. And that's been really, really influential to the market space as a whole. We've introduced literally thousands of people to the world of HPDE. And that honestly just continues to be the same challenge that we face day in and day out. Is, I've been doing this for more than 20 years, and I still talk to people every day that didn't know they could drive their street car on a racetrack as fast as they want, and no one will tell them to slow down. And getting that message out seems to be the most important thing, because if we're really good at it, everyone in the market space grows from it. So
what's kind of the, you're getting some of these people out on a track for the first time. What's the conversion rate, as it were? How many go on to do time trials or racing or just stick with the HPDE program?
It's kind of a loaded question. Some of the folks come out and it's a bucket list thing they want to check off. I would probably say any market probably has the same challenge in whether it's camping or RVing or boating, you have the diehards, which, they want to go to the racetrack every single weekend and they live and breathe. And that's how I kind of got my start in the world of motorsport. It's what drew me to NASA, and it's what propelled me to running the organization 20 years later. And we have all shapes and sizes. One of the things that NASA, I like to say, does best in the entire industry is we're the most inclusive of anyone in motorsport. I like to pin our hat on that. It doesn't really matter where you come from or what you do. You'll find every type of person at the racetrack, and NASA has an appeal for every single one of them, whether it's someone just getting a start in a GR86 they bought, or someone that's a lifelong racer like myself that's been doing it for 20, 30, 40 years, and they just want to come out and have a good time at the track. And we strive to bring forward a very inclusive environment, and a very welcoming environment. And we've done a really good job of that. And I think it's one of the things that's helped us along the way.
Excellent. Well, running events at some like 40 something tracks every year.
Yeah, we have, oh man, I think next year is going to be the biggest year we've ever had. We're upward of 60 facilities across the country. We've got more than 300 days scheduled. Some of the developments, we're working to launch a drift side of NASA next year. We're looking to grow our autocross side, and just have more opportunities. Those tend to be different entry points, if you will, to the world of road racing. Global time attack is a perfect example. Drifting is another perfect example, and drag racing. Funny enough, I got my start drag racing 25 years ago because it was just so accessible, right? And you went to the local drag strip and paid, gosh, I think the first one I ever did was 15 or 20 bucks for the evening, and you got, if you were lucky, 2 runs. But I got hooked, and I wanted more. I wanted more drive time, and that's what led me to autocross, and then into road racing eventually through the world of NASA. So,
excellent. Well, what is going on with NASA these days besides the things you mentioned so far? There's I think the track stuff is kind of the core product, but it's not the only thing going on.
Yeah, we've got some pretty amazing stuff launching next year. We've just put together a partnership program with Hoosier Racing Tire for, I don't want to say the first time, because we launched our NASA prototype program, and we're fortunate to welcome them into that as the spec tire supplier. And that's grown into a new spec tire supplier program next year with the creation of a brand new product called the RCES. That's something that no one, even now, no one's really been familiarized with, because I believe it goes on the shelf for sale in 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. Don't quote me on that, because I'm not a Hoosier representative. I'm definitely wearing the black shirt, not the purple shirt. But we've got just more growth. We're looking at 2025 as our biggest year yet. More partnership programs, more sponsors. We're continually working on benefits for NASA members. What can you get with a NASA membership? We launched a partnership program with OG Racing last year that gave any NASA member the ability to save more on any racing related purchase than they can anywhere else. And we actually launched with them this year, like a money back, essentially, like put your money where your mouth is. If you find a cheaper price, they'll match it. So that's those are the types of things we're looking toward. Discounts on Lenovo computers, or rental cars, or you name it. But just bringing more value to the NASA membership outside of traditional road racing and track day stuff. The ability to do more stuff within the market space. And then maybe also to shine a light on the additional benefits. There's never been more opportunity to get on track with any variety of track day operators. And one of the challenges has been we've struggled with our partners at the SCCA as well with this, and trying to drive home the difference between the NASA way and the everybody else's way. And we're still going to continue our industry-leading insurance programs for our membership. You know, the safety aspect of what makes NASA events different, and the professionalism that we bring forth in operating every NASA event across the country. So, like a wide variety of things all kind of spinning through my head all simultaneously.
Excellent. Well, what's the newest track in the NASA portfolio? Where are y'all going to go next year that might be a new spot?
Oh, there was a new one launched just this year called Hedge Hollow in NASA Mid-America region. I forget, that region covers a number of states. I forget which actual state it's in. I just see all the lists of the tracks. A huge development is we're for the first time, we're taking our NASA Championship event, our 19th running of the event, to Ozarks International Raceway. That is going to be a pretty exciting place to host the NASA Championships. It's a track. I've been to a lot of tracks across the country. It's a track like no other in the United States. It's a pretty special place, and what JR and his son James have been able to accomplish there in the Ozarks is pretty astounding. I would encourage anyone that has the opportunity to drop by that track. They are the most down-to-earth track management owners we've ever worked with, and it's going to be a really fun event.
Excellent. Well, since you mentioned the Nationals, that championship, I'm guessing that's maybe this year's on the screen behind you. That looks like Utah.
Yep, exactly.
What are y'all doing to keep the national championship event exciting, new, and a better value proposition for your competitors?
You know, the champs is a continual struggle to effectively convey how much you get for how little. And in a space where it's so easy to, you know, compare, whether you're using different platforms to compare different track days or whatnot, there's a lot more that goes into it than just track time per, you know, dollar per minute for track time. And the NASA Champs really is just a special thing. We've got round the clock coverage from the event. We've got live stream that is almost second to none. I would give a big thumbs up to my counterparts in the SCCA, who do a tremendous job in broadcasting the runoffs, and they have for some time now. And you know, the continual challenge is bringing forth the things that the folks want and finding alternative ways to pay for them. Because if you try to put all of the costs into the event, it quickly becomes unpalatable from a consumer standpoint. So we've got more prizes that we'll award. Every year we add more to the pot, and more gets awarded, you know, upwards of $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 cash prizes awards every year. And just the notoriety that you are the best in the country in that particular class. And NASA has a number of classes that with a variety of genres, shall we say, that speak to, you know, different folks, whether your interest is in Spec Miata because you want a huge field of cars, or in American Iron because you love driving a Ford Mustang. And then everything in between with our Super Touring category, which is spread across one to six. And whether you want to save a little money and run in 4, 5, 6, or, you know, go for broke and bring out, you know, a detuned or an old school, maybe GT3 car and run it in ST1, there's a home for you in NASA. So that's, I think, in a nutshell, outside of the ops challenges and, you know, basically bringing a top tier event to the general public that NASA members are proud of being a part of.
Excellent. Well, sounds like Ozarks is going to produce a great event. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to visit the track, but I hear great things about it.
Yeah, any track that has a straightaway called roller coaster is probably exciting.
Excellent. Well, when I think of NASA's marquee events, aside from the national championship, it's got to be the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill. Had a conversation with RJ Till from World Racing League earlier today about the world of endurance racing. But that was another area that NASA kind of pioneered, perhaps more so than the others, especially on the West Coast. How is it still producing the what I believe is the longest endurance race, certainly in North America?
Yeah, I can't sugarcoat this one. The 25-year, you hit the nail on the head, was a pioneer. And my partner in Jerry Kunzman, who runs the NorCal region of NASA, he decided to suspend the event last year with the thoughts of bringing back the 25 in 2025. I've left that completely up to him because that's been a pet project of his since the inception of it, since he decided to host a 12-hour and then had a fun-filled evening following it and said, we should go for 25 next year. And that was the creation of the 25. That event's actually, it's been a challenge. I'll put it that way. There's been some other market spaces or other folks in the market that have come up and done a really good job. Lucky Dog is another group that actually grew out of Northern California, and they basically hosted they just completed their actual Thunder Hill event. I think they label it 1,000 miles of Thunder Hill, something like that. And they've been hugely successful with adopting a very WRL-esque an event format, if you will. And they basically run during the day, and they run 2 long endurance formats. And it seems that the majority of the market space has kind of shifted to that sort of interest. I've been fortunate enough to run myself personally, the NASA 25 Hours of Thunder Hill 9 or 10 times, I think. I've kind of lost count. And I've been fortunate enough to win the event myself with my team. And it's the most arduous thing I've ever tried to complete in motorsports, is running a car competitively in a competitive class for 25 hours straight, especially in Northern California in December with the weather completely unpredictable. It was it's a highlight of my motorsports career for sure, and always will be. But it seems as though there's not as many people as one would hope that want to do that want to take on that challenge. And the other side of it is it's just hugely expensive to run 25 hours straight through the night. It's, I've had a number of the teams that, we've done a lot of market research, so to speak. And I'm probably being too forthcoming, but that's absolutely a good and a bad quality that I have. So the market space has kind of changed. And you talk to team owners, and if the teams are what make the events happen, and if they can make more if they can make more money running a dual, race format, not through the night, of course, that's where they're going to move to, right? So, I think there's still a place for it. I think, WRL's proved that there's still a market for long endurance format, and it's been a challenge to keep that event going. At WRL, I got to give them props. They did they continue to do a wonderful job with their event in December at COTA. Again, another market disruptor, right? But NASA's been around long enough that the industry always has ebbs and flows, and the ones that are able to evolve and move forward are the ones that still exist. So that's what we continue to do.
Well, having heard some Highly entertaining stories from about the 25 hour. I hope that event is able to return. I actually got a question pop up on chat. Is there any talk of creating a lightning class of lightweight cars to run together than with the heavier sedans and super touring?
Oh, okay. Yeah, there has been definitely some conversation about that. I think I recognize the name that was associated with that question, and I'm gonna take a guess. It's Jeff out of the Rush Autosports camp. The Rush folks down in Texas have been pretty wildly successful with selling a new product there, and NASA, like most things, is a market leader in adopting new things, technologies, whatnot. And those cars have found a pretty wonderful home in NASA. But the challenge there is it's a very different car, right? And when you try to mix something that's sub 1,000-pound with multi-1,000-pound cars, it produces some challenging racing. We saw a number of those instances with our own NPO1 program, NASA prototype program we launched in 2016, which has evolved into a new partner with Sebeco out of Georgia, and they're doing a wonderful job in producing that car. Again, the market's shifted there, and there's a wide variety of those types of cars now on the market. Some, I mean, man, you'd be hard pressed to find, a better bang for buck than a DPO2, right? The Elan DPO2 is one of the fastest, most visceral cars you'll ever drive. But nobody makes a lot of parts for it anymore. So that's the challenge. But man, speed per dollar is those things are a heck of a hoot. And then the MPL1 is right up there. The factory launched a Evo upgrade program, which has been hugely successful in the sales of the cars. And the owners there at Sebeco are hugely involved in WRL and trying to spearhead more growth with their GPU series or class, I think it is. It's really more just being inclusive. That's one of the big things I've tried to bring to NASA as an organization, to be more inclusive of different groups, more open to partnership opportunities. Anything that NASA can do as one of the market leaders in the industry to grow motorsports is great for everyone. And motorsports is large enough that we can all do better. We can all bring more people to the track. We can all make more motorsports enthusiasts. And then the industry at large is just better for it. There's more people to consume online media. There's more people to consume, products that a lot of the people are partnering with ePartrade here doing, and it's just more. That's, I guess, in a nutshell, that's what I'm looking for, is more members, more events, more opportunities. Just bring it on.
Well, we're about to run out of time, but I'll ask you one more. What's exciting you the most about NASA's future right now?
We've got a couple classes that we're looking to launch in the next few years. Some of them are in development phase. Some of them are very close to being launched. Those are going to be really exciting. The opportunities that we have to go forth into the drifting and autocross side. There's a lot of folks doing that already, and we're not really looking to step on toes, so to speak. We're looking to just grow opportunities and bring more people to the track and do it in a more professional way. So I got to take 30 seconds to say a huge thanks to the ePartrade team, Francisque, Judy, all you guys are doing a great job. Really appreciate the opportunity to participate in this again. And, looking at the list of people you guys have had interviews with today is, it's pretty special. I put a feather in my own cap there to be a part of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate that.
For sure.
It means a lot, and you're part of it, and we want. I mean, it's very important. This week covers everything from professional level all the way down to grassroots, and that's what this industry is all about. So, thank you very much for being with us. Stay with us. We're going to run a little short video from our partners who make this week possible, and we will be right back with you.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
Thank you and welcome back to the program. Mr. Hammond, you opened the day and you're closing the day, right?
Open it and shutting it down. Exactly right. I think we just about got all the cats herded back inside the barn. What do you think?
Well, I think you're damn right.
I'm excited for having Kenny Schrader on next. He is just a delight. I've just enjoyed watching him throughout the years, and I'm just delighted he joined us this year.
I'm getting ready to say Kenny Schrader being described as a delight. That's got to be my first question. Is whether or not, have you ever considered yourself being a delight, Kenny? All we need now is Kenny Wallace to go with Kenny Schrader, and we can turn over the rest of the show.
That's a good idea. I think we're bringing on Ken any second. And while we wait for Ken, a special thank you. We've said it a few times during the day to our host who make this show so delightful, and then our sponsors and who make it possible. So Ken is joining us. I see Kenny Schrader on, and we're going to wait for his video to start. And Jeff, you will take us to the finish line.
All right, we'll bring it on home for us. Close out day number 1 here for the industry show. And there is Mr. Schrader.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Fabulous now that you're on.
Well,
Exactly right.
this is a challenge. This is above my technology level.
Well, we all made a bet whether or not you figure it out.
Well,
Yeah.
it was tough. I'm by myself in the motorhome on the side of the road at a gas station. So, I took a little while to figure this out, Jeff.
I'm
okay.
impressed.
Hey, I got to say one thing. I got to ask you a question, Schrader. Judy said that having you on here is a delight. You ever considered yourself that you are a delight?
She needs to rethink some of her life choices, doesn't she?
Or maybe she may need to read your history.
Yeah, right. Either way, she's got to do some reconsidering there.
Okay, my friend. You're on the side of the road. So where are we headed off to now, Mr. Racer?
We are, well, the racing's done. We got canceled last weekend, which was our last race. That was going to be number 65 and 6, but we lost them to weather. So we are done till the first week of January. And I'm running up to Wakarusa, Indiana to get a little tune-up done on my motorhome.
Well, very good. Very good. You know, and this kind of like lead us into this here because, you know, you've got one of those iron wheel racer mentalities that, you know, if as long as they're running somewhere and you got a car to drive, you try to get there, it looks like. So how many weeks are you on the road now, Kenny?
Well, I'm going to be, it's hard to say the week deal, but man, every week, every time I can go racing, you know, that it makes any sense at all. Not that it has to make any sense, that I could just get there. I'm going to be in a car over 100 days again this year. So between our play days that we do with Federated Auto Parts, where we take cars to the track and they bring out customers and we let them drive, and the actual racing and stuff, we're still keeping plenty busy.
You know, you brought up a company that's been with you a long time. I think what, 25 years with Federated Auto Parts. They've been an associate. I don't want to say associate. You guys have been partners for 25 years because I mean, y'all, they've done so much for you and you do so much for them. But describe that relationship and especially the play days. You know, where do you do the play days at, and what kind of vehicles do they get to drive?
Well, we bring dirt modifieds, unless we're at a pavement track and then they're pavement modifieds that day. You know, they're not dirt tires. Maybe they're not dirt tires that they're pavement tires. But we go from coast to coast. We've been Washington, Oregon, California, Maine, New Hampshire, up Minnesota, down Texas, Florida, New Mexico. We've been up Canada 3 trips last year. And well, basically, most of the time we'll do it where it's 5 days. We'll do it a Monday through a Friday, so I can race somewhere in that area Saturday and Sunday. Sometimes we'll do it 5, sometimes we'll do it 10 days. But we just kind of go all over, and the federated members in that area bring out customers, basically 20 a day. And we talk to them, suit them up, send them out 2 at a time. That way there is a chance for a multi-car accident. We send them out there. They make 8 or 10 laps. They always come in, tell us how they think if they'd had 2 or 3 more laps, they'd have had it figured out. That's when we stick them in the right side of the 2-seater and we go another 2 or 3 laps. Then we eat lunch, load up, and go do it somewhere again the next day.
Yeah, that can be a lot of fun. I've had some privileges of doing sponsor days when back in my day, and they can be very fun. But as you pointed out, you can also get a lot of laughs, and as long as nobody has one of those situations like we experienced down at Road Atlanta with one of Harry Hyde's road course cars doing one of Rick Hendrick's deals, with the Folger car. You remember that little episode when they kind of took it off in the woods?
Yeah, you could take a chainsaw to go get it. Remember that?
Chainsaw to cut it to get it out of there. I mean, it's how deep in the woods it went. I don't see how I figured the throttle must have stuck as deep in the woods as he went.
It was a pretty big deal. We tear up 1 or 2 a year. Usually not too bad. Every now and then we got to replace one. But it's not bad. Usually common sense takes over before they get in trouble.
The only time I get kind of gets me when I watch people do that from time to time is the ones who have trouble getting it out of 3rd gear into high gear. They get to 3rd gear and they kind of like get hung there, and they're happy. They're putting around there, and say, come back in and say, okay, that was good. I mean, I was running pretty fast, right?
Right. We've got automatics. We've got power glides in them. So as long as they get them out of high gear, they're okay. Or get them out of low gear, they're okay. But every now and then we'll have to run out there and give them the shift signal because they're still in low gear, but it's making a lot of noise.
Now, you called out all those, states you'd been in. back in 2000, I believe it was 2018, you raced in Alaska. So have you made all 50 states? Have you been to Hawaii racing? I mean, how many more states do you have to go before you make all 50?
Well, first off, we never set out to do that. I mean, there's more people worried about it than I am. We're 2 states short. Hawaii, which we have offers to go to Hawaii, but I don't want to travel that much to go run a damn race when there's races closer. And Rhode Island, which doesn't currently have a track that they're running. That's the only 2 tracks that we haven't run. We've run a couple tracks up in Alaska, and we've run a bunch, but just haven't made it those two states yet.
Well, I'd say that that's a pretty big and unbelievable statement to be able to make that. But I'm surprised that Ann hasn't said, Kenny, I want to go to Hawaii, take the deal, and we'll go race, one or 2 nights, but I want to go to Hawaii. Well,
yeah, she can go to Hawaii anytime she wants. She knows I wouldn't be fun to go with anyway. It said, she said, you've never been to Hawaii. I said, yes, I have. We changed planes there once on the way to Australia to race. So that's the amount of it. But now you can see all that stuff on the internet. You don't have to go there to see it. You got to go there to race, though.
Yeah, well, I can appreciate that, Kenny. When you look back, and just so you know, I do watch from time to time. You and Kenny Wallace doing your little webinars, your little podcast thing.
We're not sure what it is yet, but go ahead.
Yeah, but it's entertaining. But where I'm going with this right here is, he was talking about congratulations on 14 wins this year, in your racing season.
We had a good year. We won 14, but the neat part about that was that was at 10 different tracks. So we can say we don't go the same place every week. We go all over the place. So we had a good year, but damn, I want to get 15. We got rained out last week or canceled, so got to start all over in January.
But he made perfectly sure that he had told you were the racer of the week. And I'll echo that. I think that's great that you were able to pull that win off. But I want to go back because I was in Nashville in 1971. Not 1971. Was it 71? Yeah, it was 71. Was it?
No.
No, 85.
You might have been in Nashville in 71 because you're substantially older than I am, but yeah. I wasn't.
But we were both in Nashville, Tennessee, the day you drove Elmo Langley's car at the Nashville Fairgrounds. And I will never forget that because Elmo and I were big buddies. And I was trying to figure out, I said, Elmo, who you got driving this thing? Who's this Schrader cat? Some guy likes to run dirt sprint cars and stuff. He thinks he's AJ Foyt. I think that's exactly how Elmo said it. He thinks he's AJ Foyt. But, you guys, you had a decent showing. You didn't tear nothing up. I mean, that was a big thing that Elmo was really looking at was, I just don't want him tearing nothing up.
Yeah, we maybe finished 18th, I think, or something. We were 9 laps down, which I thought was terrible. And them guys were excited. They thought it was good. So we ran Terre Haute the next day and we had to drive up Terre Haute, run a USAC sprint race. And I told Ann, I said, man, I did a terrible job, and they were happy. We got to make this work out because I got a lot to learn to play that game. And I was amazed at how hard they ran the whole race, and they're running a heck of a lot harder now.
It is amazing how much the sport has changed since back then, because you would thought when you're saying something like that, you didn't have no air conditioning units, you didn't have any power steering, you didn't have any trick, brakes back then or anything like that. I mean, you up on the wheel. I mean, just you had to wrestle one of those things. And they didn't drive themselves. Let's put it that way.
Right. Physically, I think they might have been. I mean, I know they were harder to drive, but the guys race so much harder now. I mean, you used to be able to ride a little bit, and if you were a top 5 car, which I sure didn't know about at that time, but if you were a top 5 car, you could just put in laps for a while. Those guys never are putting in laps now. I mean, those guys are driving their ass off, but it's amazing what they look like when they get out of the car. I mean, they look like they just, got done with dinner. I guess the cars are sealed up that much better. They have the temperature more under control because these guys used to like just drip out of the cars before. I mean, you look like a noodle when you got out.
Well, you also remember the race cars weren't sealed up nowhere near as good as they are today or anything like that from underneath. Because back in the day, you had 50 pounds of rubber usually inside there with the race car with you when you got out on top of all that. I mean, I think that was one of the most amazing deals. All the photographs of guys with the, raccoon eyes, I'd call it, when they got out.
Yeah. Well, I remember like when I started, you guys always had 50 pounds of stuff, but that was stuff you were getting rid of before the race started, Yeah. All right. Yeah. Can't keep that one a secret no longer.
No. Kenny, when you think about it and you look at the period that you started and where you came from and all the years you've been around, what are some of the highlights? I mean, what keeps you coming back and doing what you're doing right now? Because that's where I'm trying to get to. Because I laugh when people say, what do you think about that, Hammond? I say, hey, that was last century.
Yeah.
Because when you think about it, it was last century.
Yeah. You're only as good as your last races or your last season. We're pretty proud of last year. Obviously, it's not like the Cup Series or the Xfinity or truck or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Would have liked, obviously, to had a lot better NASCAR career, but I got, I'm not apologizing for it. We were able to stay there for 29 years, made a lot of good friends, drove some good cars, had a lot of fun. NASCAR, bottom line was very important in my life, but obviously those opportunities dry up, and I was down there till I was 58, and still running a limited schedule, and I just wanted to go run my dirt car more. Plus, it's as you get older and the rides aren't quite the caliber you once had, it's not near as much fun. And I knew we could take our dirt car and still go contend for wins.
Well, you're definitely doing that, and I think right now, I'm going to ask the question: Are you you're looking to challenge Red Farmer with the oldest guy to wind up racing and winning races? Is that what this is all about here to a certain degree? I mean, you ever think about people always? I mean, I know Red Farmer. I know you've raced against Red Farmer. So, does it ever enter your mind that this is the guy that's out there and putting the numbers up or put the numbers up? You think you're going to try to run him down?
No, don't have a clue, Jeff. I'm just, as long as Federated's happy, we've been very fortunate that for a number of years now, Hunt Brothers Pizza has been our car also. As long as they're happy and I'm having fun, that's the problem I got, is I'm having as much fun as I ever had. So I just don't see any reason to quit.
Okay, then what you're telling me, racing is your golf game. I mean, do you have any other hobbies? I mean, do you ever go fishing? Do you the last time I checked, one and two things: race, drink beer.
Yeah, we've slowed down on the drinking beer a little bit. I have drank some Jim Beam this year, but anyway, no, we no other hobbies. So we had 25 people or so over for Thanksgiving. Had a great day, but all day Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I was in the shop by myself. It's just you get up in the morning, you go to the shop. That's what you do, or that's what I think you're supposed to do. That's what I still do, and I enjoy it.
With that being said, you left the Charlotte area, you went back to where you grew up, and I got an opportunity to see out on social media. I guess you were in what used to be your brother's and dad's shop, where a lot of the stuff really started. And I think all of us, including myself, it was kind of like the flashback to where we all came from. Nothing, not the Hendrick Taj Mahal or the Penske, tower type deal that we got here in Charlotte, but real shops being worked on by real race car mechanics. And I don't know, I think the way you were describing it that day and how the thing was laid out when you had your sprint cars and stuff in there, it was a top shelf deal. I mean, you were winning races and championships and having fun.
Yeah, and our shop that we've currently got, it's laid out very nice, and we're still having fun there. We had a beautiful shop in Charlotte in Concord. We sold a couple of years ago to Vaughn Gittin, bought it, but I mean, it was nice. I like my one in we're in Dittmer, Missouri now. Which when we moved to Charlotte in '86, we ran those 5 races in '84. We won the rookie deal in '85. And in '86, so I said, okay, it looks like maybe they're not going to send us home because, it's easy to get sent home from down there. So it looks like they're not going to send us home just yet. So we moved down there, and we moved down with the plan that, that you're only going to do that so long. And, we were able to do it a long time, but whenever it dried up, we were going home. Now, we enjoyed living down there very much, and we made some very, very, very good friends. But we had to plan to go home when it was time, and we did.
You mentioned those years, and I think I'd be remiss if we didn't give a little tip of the hat to when you drove the 90 car for Junie Dunleavy. What was it like to race for Junie Dunleavy? There's not a finer gentleman that's ever walked in that garage area. I mean, you talk about good people. He and the Wood brothers. I mean, we can go down a long list of those who are they're just good old boys doing what they love to do. And Junie is definitely up there at the top of the list.
Oh, I mean, I ran 5 races for Elmo and got, Mr. Dunleavy called, went down there, drove for him 3 years. It was funny because when I first met with him, so I'm there a couple hours and we shake hands and said, this is what we're going to do. And I said, okay. I said, do we need a contract or anything? And he said, no. He said, Bubba, we don't need a contract. He said, that way, if you have the opportunity to go drive a better car and get paid more, you can go do it. I said, all right. I said, hey, what about if you get the opportunity to hire someone with some experience? He said, well, I'll have the same option. So, but it was what a fine guy. I felt so lucky coming in and driving for Elmo and then going to Junie and just being around that group. But it screwed me up when I first went to drive for Rick, because I thought no matter what, you got to finish that race and not tear nothing up, because that's what you had to do at Junie's. And, I screwed around for half a year before I realized at Rick's, they had planned on putting sides on that thing when you got back anyway, So a little door donut didn't hurt anything.
Yeah. Kenny, I guess I don't want to not touch on the other things you do. It's kind of like a passion of yours. You got a couple of racetracks that you are in partners with, Peevely, which is, I guess, Federated Auto Parts Speedway now. And then you got the one up in Macon Speedway up in Illinois.
Yeah,
Tell us about those.
We had Macon, we had Peevely, Macon, and Paducah. And we have since sold Paducah and Macon. So we still got Peevely, so Federated Auto Parts Raceway. Last year was our 30th year of running it. Yet I say we, very good friends and partners, Ray and Sue Marler, which I used to drive a sprint car for them. We've had it, like I said, 30 years, and it's still full speed ahead. We'll just see how it keeps going. But COVID changed the racetrack, and COVID helped our racetrack. I mean, it's been okay throughout the years, but COVID made the weekly shows better.
Well, I think people all of a sudden they got told they can't go somewhere.
Yeah.
And then I think it made them miss what they didn't have. And I think he really understood the value of, hey, having a track in your backyard is kind of a privilege nowadays. It's not the exception, you know?
Yeah, and some of the people are staying closer to home and just going out there. So it's the racetrack deal's been good for the last well, it's been good over the 30 years, but it's been better the last 4 or 5.
I want to ask your opinion on this. I was lucky enough a few years ago, whenever Ray Evernham decided to develop the SRX series, and you were part of that. You were kind of like one of the test drivers back from the IROC days when Dave Marcus and a bunch of them. But I saw you at the racetrack every weekend and working with the different drivers and going to the different racetracks and everything. What was your opinion of that? And at the same time, you ever think we're going to see a series like that come back again?
Well, you know, running fast cars around circles is very expensive for you wouldn't think it'd be that expensive, but it costs a fortune. And when you're running 12 cars every week, it really costs a lot with that kind of crew and stuff. I liked that series. I liked it a lot, but I don't know. I mean, it wound up not, you know, it had a shorter life than we would have wanted, but I would never say never, but I don't know who would do it. I mean, Ray is one of the, I don't even think it's a handful of people that could actually do it, you know, and they just didn't come up with enough funding to make it work, unfortunately, but I would never say never.
What did you enjoy working with some of the drivers, you know, that were coming from different series and getting an opportunity to interact with each other?
Well, you learn real quick why they're winning in their series because they're just damn good drivers. You know, 2 of the guys that I really liked being around was Helio, was a ton of fun, and oh shoot, I'm brain dead. Helio and this is an old age moment. But anyway, just those guys that excelled, you know, in their different forms of racing. It was fun being around them. They adapted so quick. So I'll get to run a couple of those races. I ran one year, and I'm running a race with Bubba Pollard and Helio Castroneves. What kind of race can you do that with? You know, that's pretty cool.
Not when they kind of like they met you in the middle. You didn't go to their racetrack and they didn't come to your track, but they got dang close.
Yeah, we had Helio at Wheatland, and he's watching the modifieds. We're up in the suite overlooking turn 3, and they're flying down in there and just throwing that thing sideways. And he's watching them, and he says, "Can I do that?" I said, "One time." One time, and then we'll have to get you a new car. But one time you can do it. That's it, Helio. He said, "Okay, I won't watch no more."
We do have a question from Kay Myers, and she wanted to know, and over your and this, I didn't write this question. I'm just reading it. And you're over 50 years of racing. What is your favorite car that you've raced and the favorite class that you've raced in, and why?
Oh, I don't know if I got a favorite. I really don't. I mean, the midgets were a lot of fun. The wing sprint cars were a lot of fun. The cup car paid good. The modifieds are still a lot of fun. I don't know. It's just wherever you were going that night was your favorite that night. It was like racetracks. Wherever you're going needs to be your favorite.
And especially if you leave out of there with the trophy.
Yeah. Yeah, that always makes it.
It goes to the top of the list in a hurry.
It moves right up the list.
Yeah. At least when Kay asked the question, she didn't say, "Did you enjoy driving the chariots around the Colosseum in Rome?"
Right. Well, my wife called me once from the cathedral over in Rome. She said, "I can't believe you didn't come on this trip. They used to race over here." And I said, "Well, let me tell you what. I'm in Paducah, Kentucky, and we're still racing here, so it must be a bigger deal. It's just a bigger deal over here."
As you were telling me earlier, you know, my wife can go to Hawaii whenever she wants to, right?
Yeah, I don't need to go. Yeah.
Oh, me. So once you get your motorhome, where you going? You're just gonna drop it off and leave it up there? You towing your ride?
I towed me a truck behind the back. Come home, watch the races at the Dome this week. Got some people coming over in the gateway races from the Dome there in St. Louis,
Mm-hmm.
and then go to PRI next week. Got to go to the PRI show, see all the good stuff there.
Well, we appreciate you taking some time and spending it with us, even if it was on the side of the road while you're headed to somewhere else. But folks, I just hope the ones that were watching appreciate this man as much as I do. Like I said, I've known him for a long time. And if you can't see the passion he has for the world of motorsports, then there ain't a cow in Texas. I hate to tell you that, Kenny Schroeder.
Well, I don't know how much passion it is, but I'm doing everything I can to keep from getting a job, Jeff. That's the only thing I really know how to do.
Yeah, you're pretty damn good at it, at both parts.
Okay.
But
And your
thank you.
boss, your wife, your boss, I'll go to Hawaii with her.
Well, you give her a holler. You got the phone number. You give her a holler because I'm not going.
Never
Thank
say
you
never,
very
Kenny.
much.
Somebody may come out there, a promoter may say, I got a boatload of money right here.
We'll go to race. Now I don't
Yeah.
need a boatload of money. I'll go to race. But I'm not going just to go. You can sit on a beach anywhere.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, sir, and we'll pray see you next week in Indy as well. So thank you very much for being with us today. This concludes our show. And Jeff, we had a very busy day today. And again, thank you for hosting all these great sessions. And we will be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Pacific, actually 5:45 with our welcome. And we're going to start the day with Steve Phelps. We have a big lineup tomorrow. We have Steve Phelps, Justin Marks, Greg Buffles. We have got Tony. I mean, just like it's a who's who again. So again, thank you very much. And we'll let you end the show, Jeff.
I just want to thank everybody who's been a part of.
Oh,
well, I think
we just lost Jeff. Sorry.
he froze.
So anyways,
What a stellar day we had today. I don't know how you could do any better, but every day this week is packed, and there's something for everyone.
thank you very much. So